These are the posts of John Titor, aka Time Travel _0. He claimed to be a time traveler from the year 2036 who posted on various online forums from November 2, 2000, March 24, 2001. One of the strangest online urban legends from the earlier days of the internet. Special thanks to Oliver Williams of www.johntitor.com who compiled all the posts onto one website. I am Alex, one of the voices on Apple computers, and I will be your narrator. Let's begin. November 2, 2001:16. I was just about to give up hope on anyone knowing who Typler or Carr was on this world line. The basics for time travel start at CERN in about a year and end in 2034 with the first time machine built by GE. Too bad we can't post pictures or I'd show it to you. November 2, 2008:55. Is there a site where I don't need to register personal information to post pictures? November 2, 2018:27. I'll be happy to send them to you and answer any questions you may have. November 2, 2001:00. I saw the posting requesting the basic systems for a gravity distortion system that will allow time travel. Here they are. 1. Magnetic housing units for dual microsingularities. 2. Electron injection manifold to alter mass and gravity of microsingularities. 3. Cooling and X-ray venting system. 4. Gravity sensors, VGL system. 5. Main clocks, 4 cesium units. 6. Main computer units, 3. November 4, 2000. What does traveling in time look like? The unit has a ramp-up time after the destination coordinates are fed into the computers. An audible alarm and a small light start a short countdown at which point you should be secured in a seat. The gravity field generated by the unit overtakes you very quickly. You feel a tug toward the unit similar to rising quickly in an elevator, and it continues to rise based on the power setting the unit is working under. At 100% power, the constant pull of gravity can be as high as 2 gs or more depending on how close you are to the unit. There are no serious side effects, but I try to avoid eating before a flight. No bright flash of light is seen. Outside, the vehicle appears to accelerate as the light is bent around it. We have to wear sunglasses or close our eyes as this happens due to a short burst of ultraviolet radiation. Personally, I think it looks like you're driving under a rainbow. After that, it appears to fade to black and remains totally black until the unit is turned off. We are advised to keep the windows closed as a great deal of heat builds up outside the car. The gravity field also traps a small air pocket around the car that acts as your only O2 supply unless you bring compressed air with you. This pocket will only last for a short period and a carbon sensor tells us when it's too dangerous. The C204 unit is accurate from 50 to 60 years a jump and travels at about 10 years an hour at 100% power. You do hear a slight hum as the unit operates and when the power changes or the unit turns off. There is a great deal of electrical crackling noise from static electricity. What are your memories of 2036? I remember 2036 very clearly. It is difficult to describe 2036 in detail without spending a great deal of time explaining why things are so different. In 2036, I live in Central Florida with my family and I'm currently stationed at an army base in Tampa. A world war in 2015 killed nearly 3 billion people. The people that survived grew closer together. Life is centered on the family and then the community. I cannot imagine living even a few hundred miles away from my parents. There is no large industrial complex creating masses of useless food and recreational items. Food and livestock is grown and sold locally. People spend much more time reading and talking together face to face. Religion is taken seriously and everyone can multiply and divide in the heads. Will you show us more of the operations manual for your time machine? I will consider it, but I do not expect they are worth anything to most people except as a curiosity. If you met yourself on another world line, what would happen? It has always surprised me why that concept is so hard for people to imagine and accept. Nothing would happen. The universe would not end, and there are no paradox problems that threaten existence. Temporal spacetime is made up of every possible quantum state. The Everett-Wheeler model is correct. I have met and or seen myself twice on different world lines. The first was a training mission and the second is now. I was born in 1998, so the other me is 2 on this world line. There is a saying where I come from, every possible thing that can happen or will happen has already happened somewhere. How is our world line different from this yours? For starters, the fact that I'm here makes it different. I've also noticed little things like news events that happen at different times, football games won by other teams, things like that. I would guess the temporal divergence between this world line and my original is about 1 or 2%. Of course, the longer I am here, the larger that divergence becomes from my point of view. What type of vehicle is in the picture you posted? It's a 1967 Chevrolet. Does your machine allow you to control time travel? Yes, it can be controlled. However, the distortion unit has operational limits. Imagine your path through time is through a cone. The farther away from the center of the cone, the more differences you will see in the world line. The C204 begins to break away at about 60 years. This means the level of confidence drops rapidly after 60 years of travel and the world line divergence increases. In other words, if I wanted to go back 2,000 years and meet Christ, there is a better than average chance I would end up on a world line where he was never born. The computer units and gravity sensors record your trip and you are quite easily able to return to your point of origin. I am aware that research is being done on faster units with more accurate clocks. I imagine that they will be able to go back farther with a higher degree of divergence confidence. Are you drawn back to your world line of origin for any reason? Is instability a problem for you? I'm not sure what you mean by stable. If you mean mentally, there are many things that bother me here, but being with my parents right now is important to me. Physically, the only thing really wrong is the number of colds I get. Are you able to return to your home? Yes. Is radiation a problem? I'm not sure what radiation you mean. If you mean from the unit, it vents X-rays and gamma radiation out of the rear. As long as you stay away from that, you should be okay. I keep a radiation detector with me to check my environment and make sure the unit isn't leaking. What does the light look like when you time travel? The light bending only lasts a second. It's like driving under a tunnel and being in total black. Do people know where you are? Can you communicate with your home? No. They do not know where I am and I cannot communicate with them. Interesting idea though. From their point of view, I will return almost exactly at the same moment I left. From their viewpoint, I will only have aged more than expected. Is there anything to add about what time travel looks like? While the machine is on, everything is black. When the machine is turned off, it is the reverse effect. It appears you are driving out from a bridge. To tell you the truth, I'm usually sleeping when the unit turns off, but yes, it does appear that the world fades in from black. What's the largest technical problem when traveling in time? The hard part of traveling through time is not the bending of gravity but the plotting of your course and holding to the basic position in your environment. This is done through a system called VGL, Variable Gravity Lock. Basically, the unit takes a reading of the local gravity and samples it during the trip in pulses. If the gravity is too far off, the unit stops or reverses itself to the last sample period where the readings were correct. If there is some sort of failure, the unit shuts down and drops out to wherever you may be. Are there any physical effects from the machine? The only real physical trace is a large chunk of ground missing from the point of origin and a large pile of dirt at the destination. The gravity field surrounds a small portion of the Earth under you and takes it along for the ride. There is really no way around this. November 6, 2009-04. Perhaps it's a bit easier to understand why time travelers do not revel themselves. Yes, you can travel forward in time. No, you do not need an invite from the future. I first saw the car in 2036. The idea was to find a vehicle that would not draw too much attention for the time period. Unfortunately, there were not very many suitable vehicles around in 2036, and I sold the car when I arrived in 2000. You do not rewrite history. I can only affect what happens here just as easily as you can. Why do people in this time period worry so much about time travelers destroying their world line when they have no problem doing it themselves every day? My goal is not to be believed. Most people do not take news of the war very well, but I find that everyone believes it's inevitable. Even in your own history, are not great inventions and discoveries made during a time of war in your effort to kill and maim in new and more efficient ways? No, I do not work for GE or any other company. Are stock tips really the first thing you want to know about in the future? As a representative of your time period, do you realize what that says about you? You should probably know that this time is not remembered for its selflessness, charity, or ability to work together. Why would I want to talk to you? Why don't you believe you have something interesting or worthwhile to say to someone in the future? November 6, 2009-08. No, the ice caps are not melting any faster than they are now. There is also far less smog and industrial waste in 2036. November 6, 2016-43. You asked about the North Polar ice pack. I never said the environment wasn't a problem. Doesn't water expand when it freezes? If the polar ice cap melted, wouldn't sea level go down? I don't know if there's enough ice for this to make a difference, and I'm not an expert on global warming. November 6, 2017-26. Yes, I realize people become hostile. I don't expect anyone to believe me, and I have nothing to sell. I take no offense by it. Just out of curiosity, if you were a time traveler, what do you think it would take to get people to believe you? I suppose we could agree that no particular era in history is famous for its development of humanity, but just once I would like to hear questions like, what is family life like in the future? How does society deal with poverty? Is AIDS, abortion, and drug use still a problem? Why don't I give you a stock tip? The money you make would dilute the intelligence and forethought that a smart person had in picking the stock all by themselves. If I told you how to get rich, I would be taking money from them and giving it to you. Getting back to my proper universe is tricky but possible. Yes, another jump would take me to a different family. When traveling to other world lines, there is a system of clocks and gravity sensors in the machine that sample the environment before dropping out. It's called VGL, Variable Gravity Lock. If a cement block were there, the machine would backtrack until it sensed relative congruity to the original gravity sample. A great deal of time and effort goes into picking just the right spot since you cannot physically move during a displacement. November 6, 2022-13. Please keep in mind a couple of points as I answer your questions. First, I am not a physicist. Time travel is only a tool that allowed me to do my job in 1975. Most airline pilots are probably not aerospace engineers. Second, let me give you an example of the position we are in. Imagine you live in the year 1900 and a time traveler attempts to explain how a jet engine works. Even though the invention of the airplane is only a decade in the future, he would have to find some frame of reference to explain the basics of flight. Then, he would have to outline the mechanics of how the engine works. As amazing as it would sound, the jet would be invented about 30 years later. Time travel is achieved by altering gravity. This concept is already proven by atomic clock experiments. The closer an observer is to a gravity source, high mass, the slower time passes for them. Traveling at high speeds mimics this effect, which equals the twin paradox of faster than light travel. However, this type of gravity manipulation is not sufficient to alter your world line. The basic math to alter world lines exists right now. Titor first described a working time machine through his theory of massive rotating spheres. I apologize for the website, but it was the only one I could find quickly. Certain types of black holes also exhibit the time travel abilities of Titor cylinders. Carr was one of the first to describe the dual event horizons of a rotating black hole. As with Titor's cylinders, it was possible to travel on a time-like trip through a Carr black hole and end up in a different world line without being squished by the gravity of the singularity. The mass and gravitational field of a microsingularity can then be manipulated by injecting electrons onto its surface. By rotating two electric microsingularities at high speed, it is possible to create and modify a local gravity sinusoid that replicates the effects of a Carr black hole. For those asking how come a microsingularity doesn't swallow the Earth or want to know details about the size, stability, mass, temperature and resulting Hawking radiation from such a thing, those details I must keep to myself. Yes, you can travel into the future and it takes less energy than going into the past. The computer system is connected to the unit through an electrical bus. There are actually 3 computers linked together that take the same signals from the gravity sensors and clocks. They use a board error correcting protocol that checks the integrity of the data and trips the VGL system. I am not aware of any physical change to my DNA or aura. I do, however, seem to be more susceptible to colds. Yes, you will remember me if you want to. World lines do not change that way and I will only become an insignificant part of your history. November 7, 2017 18. I would equate the future GE distortion units to their current jet engines. The first one worked great, but they can always make it better. The C204 unit uses 4 cesium clocks. The C206 uses 6 cesium clocks, but they use an optical system to check the oscillation frequency. This makes the world line divergence confidence much higher. November 7, 2021 23. Yes, I believe in Jesus Christ and we pray to God in churches. There are some differences you may be interested in. Religion is a major part of people's life in 2036. Pain and change tend to bring people together and closer to God. However, religion is far more personal than it is now. There are no huge, centralized religions and people talk openly about their beliefs. It might also interest you to know that the day of worship is Saturday, the day God meant to be the Sabbath, and the 10 Commandments have been restored to the 10 that God gave us. Life is much more rural in the future, but high technology is used to communicate and travel. People raise a great deal of their own food and do more farm work. Yes, compared to now, we do work long hours. After the war, my father made a living selling oranges up and down the west coast of Florida. My closest friend raises horses and another works for a company that maintains wireless internet nodes. Life has changed so much over my lifetime that it's hard to pin down a normal day. When I was 13, I was a soldier. As a teenager, I helped my dad haul cargo. I went to college when I was 31 and I was recruited to time travel shortly after that. Again, I suppose an average day in 2036 is like an average day on the farm. Yes, there is a post office. The internet is still alive and well in the future. People spend more time talking because life is more centered on the community. I've noticed the same type of effect here when the power goes off. People tend to come out of their homes and actually spend time with their neighbors. There is a lot more personal trust and less paranoia. When I'm with my parents, I live in a community made up of tree houses on a large river in Florida. The river floods sometimes and we have access to the Gulf. Most of our neighbors make a living off the sea or in moving cargo by boat. There is a civil war in the United States that starts in 2005. That conflict flares up and down for 10 years. In 2015, Russia launches a nuclear strike against the major cities in the United States, which is the other side of the Civil War from my perspective, China and Europe. The United States counterattacks. The U.S. cities are destroyed along with the AFE, American Federal Empire, thus we, in the country, won. The European Union and China were also destroyed. Russia is now our largest trading partner and the capital of the U.S. was moved to Omaha, Nebraska. No new information there, on UFOs and aliens. I find that an interesting subject myself. Personally, I think UFOs might be time travelers with very sophisticated distortion units. But that might be a bit wacky. One of the biggest reasons why food production is localized is because the environment is affected with disease and radiation. We are making huge strides in getting it cleaned up. Water is produced on a community level and we do eat meat that we raise ourselves. Yes, genetic engineering is used, but it's like any other technology. It can be good and bad. One thing we did not do was create more hybrid seeds. What are people thinking? I am a Christian agnostic host. Did John mean Gnostic? I do not believe faith alone is enough to get us back to God. I'm not sure what happens when we die, but I'm pretty sure it's not a walk in the park. We are working on it, host. Space travel. What future technologies can we look forward to? I hesitate to answer, but I'll give a bit. Hydrogen fuel cells and more efficient solar cells are big deals. Computer technology and software get much better. My greatest joy is sailing. For fun, I enjoy swimming, playing cards, reading, playing games on the net and talking with people who live in other countries. As a community, we celebrate much more and have bonfires and dances. My hobby is sorting through old magazines and videos of life before the war. After the war, early new communities gathered around the current universities. That's where the libraries were. I went to school at Fort UF, which is now called the University of Florida. Not too much is different except the military is a large part of people's life and we spend a great deal of time in the fields and farms at the university or fort. Most of my memories growing up are not fond. Life was very hard. Simple things make me happy, like hugging my mother and father. Yes, we have cameras. More digital. Film is used like painting is today. No hologram camera though. Yes, we have phones, but the service is through the web. Most power generation is localized. It amazes me how much power is wasted now. Yes, solar is big. There is thought that a singularity generator could also be used, but most people are against it. The elderly are highly revered and looked after on a community level. So are orphans. There is always something people can do no matter what. The idea of avoiding work is looked down on. Everyone pulls together to keep the community strong. Hats are more common in the future and flashy colors are less common. Dress is much more functional and we dress up whenever we get the chance. I have noticed that no one in this time dresses for occasions even when they have the clothes. Why do people wear shorts to church? We do not spend nearly the amount of time on our hair as people do now. Women like to wear their hair longer and men have it much shorter. Both sexes shave it all off when they're in active military service. Far less medical treatment in the future, even though it's more advanced. People die when they know it's time to die. No lasers. Genetic medicine and cloning organs are the obvious new techs in the future. The Constitution was changed after the war. We have 5 presidents that are voted in and out on different term periods. The vice president is the president of the Senate and they are voted separately. We have cars, just not a whole bunch of them. There is public transportation from city to city. November 7, 2022, 18. If I could bring some material thing back to your time from 2036, it would be a copy of the new US Constitution. Yes, you could travel to a future that was 0.5 seconds ahead of now, but not with my machine. The C204 uses the second as the basic unit of measure. The C206 may be capable of 0.05 seconds. If you arrived a fraction of a second in my past or future on another world line, would I ever know that you arrived? No, you would not. But the you on that world line would. It is believed there is some sort of measurable quantum differences in world lines. I am not an expert on that, so I can offer little information. You would be welcome in my home. November 8, 2022, 27. Can you explain what the purpose of time travel is on your world line? In 2036, a great deal of effort is going into repairing our environment. I was sent to 1975 to get a computer system and take it back to 2036. Time travel is not a secret in 2036, and I expect it will become more common. Why is time travel used? Right now, it's used to get information or items that would be helpful in getting a post-WWII world back to a normal condition. There are 7 other time travelers in my unit. Where do time travelers the most? Right now, most of our practical missions are from 1960 to 1980. There is a great deal of research into later and future periods, but the farther you go, the lower the divergence confidence of the world line. You said there is more than one time machine. Are they all being used? Yes. What type of vehicle will you get to go back in since you sold the other car? It's a 1987 4WD. The vehicle needs a strong suspension system to handle the weight of the distortion unit. Are you able to take other people with you when traveling in time? Yes. November 11th, 2018, 46. If you change cars, do you have to readjust the time machine? Yes, but it's a function of the VGL system. A gravity baseline is taken and rechecked every time the unit is used. A new vehicle would alter the gravity signature. What type of system is used to maintain the singularity? I am not a physicist, so I cannot answer that to your level of sophistication. The singularities are held in an enclosed magnetic field. Can you dimensionally travel with the time machine? No. However, the longer the unit is on past a safe divergence confidence, the stranger the world line becomes. The unit I have is safe to about 1% for every 60 years at max power. November 11th, 2018, 56. If your time machine is accurate to the second, then you must have a reason for choosing the moment you arrive. My goal was to reach a certain date and time, which is converted into seconds for the computer to make its calculations. I do not pick the second. It's more important to have a low divergence confidence number. Are you here now to observe the results of the presidential election? I would use the word elections a bit cautiously. Perhaps it's easier now to see a civil war in your future? November 11th, 2019, 07. If you're here to get a computer, why are you posting on a message board? I think you're committing treason. Why would it be treason? November 11th, 2019, 11. Your time machine travels at 10 years an hour? That would take you more than 3 hours? How can the air trapped in your vehicle last that long? Yes, that's about right, but my initial trip was to 1975, not 2000. I guess it's a question of how many technical details you really want or you feel I'm making up. We do take additional O2 and the air pocket is a bit larger than you might think. November 12th, 2016, 41. Do you worry about anything happening to the people that help you here? What if someone tries to build a time machine based on what you've said? Yes, I have considered it, but it is very easy to remain hidden behind a veil of disbelief. The people who understand what they are seeing are not aggressive. Everyone else just finds them entertaining. The obvious first answer is that the only world line of consequence is my own and I don't care what happens here. That, however, is not the case. I have shown these documents in order that people might consider the possibility. I do not expect people to believe them. What is the real reason you're posting these top-secret government documents? The restricted nature of the documents I posted refers to the departmentalized nature of the technical information. The manual is supposed to remain with the unit. The current F-16 fighter jet probably has an operations manual. All the information in it is not secret, but no one wants it to walk away from the plane. Did your commander authorize you to post this information, or is it something you did on your own? I am here for personal reasons. For a few months now, I have been trying to alert anyone that would listen to the possibility of a civil war in the United States in 2005. Does that seem more likely now? Actually, it's quite amazing to see what's happening. I have been trying to get people to pay attention for the last few months, but to see it unfold is very interesting. Before I leave, I'll try and post my report. I am curious, will anyone be upset if Florida's votes are not counted in the Electoral College because of the current confusion? Have you thought about the possible outcomes of your actions? Yes. The 12th of November 2016, 41. Have you considered the dangers for someone who helps you here while you remain covert? What about the people that read the information and might attempt to build a time machine? Yes, I have considered it, but it is very easy to remain hidden behind a veil of disbelief. The people who understand what they are seeing are not aggressive. Everyone else just finds them entertaining. The obvious first answer is that the only world line of consequence is my own and I don't care what happens here. That, however, is not the case. I have shown these documents in order that people might consider the possibility. I do not expect people to believe them. November 15, 2013, 56. A broken clock tells the right time twice a day. November 15, 2014, 12. Your vehicle looks new. Thanks. I sold it when I arrived here. It attracted a great deal of attention. Perhaps that's why it was still around in 2036. You must be in the army. More or less correct. Your commanders must have larger time machines they can use to come and find you. Why would they come looking for me? I'm expected back, but I will only have been gone a few seconds from their point of view. You should probably know that our government will find you. Stupidity and greed are fairly predictable for a period of time. If you're telling the truth, the last thing you should be doing is talking about the war and the government. Have you considered that your society might be better off if half of you were dead? Why don't you tell us everything about the stock market and future before you go? I'm thinking about it. I'm waiting for my family to buy up all the good stuff cheap first. Joke. November 15, 2014, 20. I want to believe you. In order for me to do that, I need a prediction that comes true right now. I appreciate the position you are in, but you must realize that I am not affected in the least if you believe me or not. Tell me who wins the upcoming sporting event. Off the top of your head, can you tell me if it rained in Atlanta this time last year? Do you think time travelers carry a sports reference with them? Tell me anything like that and I will believe you forever. It is a mistake to give anyone your unwavering belief, but you will find that out yourself in 2005. November 15, 2014, 33. Can anyone operate your time machine? Does it have a key? You would be welcome at my home. The unit has 2 security systems to protect it from most people. 1, it has a code that must be entered correctly. Second, and probably more effective now, the unit cannot be used by anyone who can't add and subtract. November 15, 2014, 41. Why did you go to 1975? The first leg of my trip was from 2036 to 1975. After 2 VGL checks, the divergence was estimated at about 2.5% from my 2036. I was sent to get an IBM computer system called the 5100. It was one of the first portable computers made, and it has the ability to read the older IBM programming languages in addition to APL and BASIC. We need a system to debug various legacy computer programs in 2036. Unix has a problem in 2038. November 17, 2009-34. It is thought that being close to a gravitational field has a biological effect on all matter including cells. The effect is to slow the movement of electrons in the orbits of their nucleus, which slows the mechanical and biological functions of the observer close to the gravity. Thus the passing of time is a local phenomenon depending on how close you are to a gravitational source. This is one example of a theory involving time shells progressing in size and intensity around a gravitational point from all matter. The more massive the object, the larger and more influential the time shells around it, like an onion. Another offshoot of this theory is that kinetic energy is actually the conversion of stored energy in the atom as it passes through time shells in a gravitational field. November 20th, 2017-16. You sold your car? How will you get back? The unit is portable between vehicles. It is very heavy and requires a stiff suspension. The unit is currently in a Ford WD. How did you solve the normal problems of living in this time? I am currently living with my parents on this world line. They know exactly who I am and how I got here. How did you get access to a scanner and computer? There are numerous ways to do that. Any local printing shop allows you access to a computer system. With all the things you could be doing here, why are you trying to find out about us on the internet? What suggestions do you have? It seems like it would be hard to be from the future and fit in on this timeline. You don't think you could blend into 1970? What difficulties would you expect to have that couldn't be overcome? There are a lot of people here who think you are crazy. I have nothing to sell, nor do I want anyone to believe in me or take some action. What other people think of me does not affect me in the least. If telling us about your time machine won't change anything, what would happen if someone built one based on your information? What you do on your world line is your own business. I can't think of any better way to start a war than for someone to figure out how to make a time machine. Go for it. I'm not trying to ruin your reputation or credibility. I just want straight answers to my questions. I will be happy to answer almost any question you have. November 21st, 2010, 41. All of the questions asked have been answered in one way or another. You assume I am here to start a war? Consider this. You are a time traveler who wishes to go back in time to 1941 because your grandparents live close to Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. You realize you can't stop the war, but you may be able to help them prepare for it. Strangely, December 7th comes and goes with no sneak attack. As the war in Europe rages on, Japan fails to join the Axis power, there is no war in the Pacific and the United States remains neutral. Then, you watch as Germany begins to develop the atomic bomb, all by themselves. For a change, I have a question for all of you. I want you to think very hard. What major disaster was expected and prepared for in the last year and a half that never happened? As far as war goes, I have faith you are quite capable of starting one all by yourself. I am hard-pressed to accept any criticism on my outlook on that subject. Growing up might have been a vastly different experience for me than it was for most of you. Personal responsibility, determination, honor, friendship and self-reliance are not just words we try to live up to or fantasize about. On my world line, life is not easy. We live in a world recovering from years of war, poison, destruction and hate. All of it, courtesy of the thinking and actions of people that live right now in the same world you do, worrying about which stocks to buy or whether or not a stranger is lying to them on the internet. I believe that hardship and challenge develop character and community. My first experience with war came when I joined a shotgun infantry unit at the age of 13. In the 4 years I served as a rebel, I watched hundreds of people get shot, burn and bleed to death. I know exactly where I was and every detail of the exact moment the first nuclear warheads began falling on Jacksonville. I know the pain and regret of not acting soon enough to enjoy a relationship as a loved one dies of brain cancer from a war that gained nothing. How can you possibly criticize me for any conflict that comes to you? I watch every day what you are doing as a society. While you sit by and watch your constitution being torn away from you, you willfully eat poisoned food, buy manufactured products no one needs and turn an uncaring eye away from millions of people suffering and dying all around you. Is this the universal law you subscribe to? Perhaps I should let you all in on a little secret. No one likes you in the future. This time period is looked at as being full of lazy, self-centered, civically ignorant sheep. Perhaps you should be less concerned about me and more concerned about that. November 21st, 2021, 31. There have been a great many questions piling up that I do plan to get to. If anyone sees a question I have answered before, please feel free to repeat the answer. I do not plan on leaving this world line for a while yet. I very much enjoy spending time with my family. November 22nd, 2020, 58. The observation of time travelers appearing suddenly in a world line does not happen very often. There are 2 cases and 2 points of view to consider. In the first case, the time machine does not move as it goes from one world line to another and then returns. The people watching on the original world line would wave goodbye and watch as the machine is turned on. There would be a static discharge and the air would appear to ripple as if it were getting denser. Then, it would stop and the machine will have appeared to have disappeared. If the machine doesn't move its position from world line to world line, the observer would not see it disappear at all. In the second case, if the machine were moved, it would disappear from the viewpoint of the observer and return in a different location based on where it was moved and turned on from the destination world line. In that case, the rippling seems to dissolve the machine and it disappears. If that happens while you are watching it leave and you expect it to return, you know it was moved or has a serious malfunction. It is actually quite dangerous to get too close to a distortion unit as it enters or leaves a world line. It vents radiation and has a very strong localized gravity field. Personally, I worry about that a great deal. It can be adjusted to some degree, the gravitational fields. The CG, center of gravity, is adjustable within about 4 feet and the unit is effective about 10 to 12 feet in either direction from there. The vertical distance is quite a bit shorter and is determined by sensors in the unit. Depending on whether or not you are going forward or backward, the footprint of the unit is different. I wouldn't quite say it scoops up the ground cleanly. It sort of vibrates it loose and takes it along for the ride. It looks like someone raked the ground an inch or so deep with a small hand hoe or shovel. The negative ergosphere scoops up the front and back areas of the field. The positive ergosphere leaves a longer area near the center of mass. It's about a cubic foot of dirt spread out over 6 square feet or so. If your device was inside a building and used, what would happen? It might not be as destructive as you think. Depending on how close any object is to the field, it might not do any damage at all except for the floor. What would happen if something touched the distortion field as it is turned on? It would be quickly spread out over the lateral length of the gravity field. Imagine being squished and stretched at the same time. I would imagine anything left after that would be vaporized and generate static electricity. What is the temperature around the time machine during operation? Very hot. Depending on the power setting, 100 to 120 degrees is average. What position is the car in when the time machine is being used? The car is often the brake on. Has the time machine ever been used while it was moving? Not that I'm aware of. It's important that it remain as still as possible so the gravity sensors can get a good lock. The divergence confidence would be way off if the vehicle were moving. Do you wear a uniform? I wear a standard civilian service uniform during instruction and training. It's sort of a cross between an army uniform and overalls. We do have a quartermaster who distributes clothing appropriate to wherever we are going. There is a patch. It is round and has a graphic of a car singularity, sort of looks like an eye with gravity waves around it with two spiral paths running through its center. One path represents the safe way and the other is the path to God. The bottom of the patch has my unit number along with temporal recon printed on it. However, we remove any identification and patches before we go anywhere. How long will you be on our world line? I'll be around for a while yet. November 25th, 2009-10. I must apologize for the poor quality of the information. There's a running inside joke about the technical issues. If the unit has a serious problem, it's not as if anyone can use those drawings to take the electron manifold off the singularity housing with a flathead screwdriver. What is number 7 in your drawing? That sensor detects various parameters from the singularity. Why can't we see the atomic clocks? There is another page that depicts the computer and clock systems. That technology is not new and not very interesting. There is a cutaway drawing of the entire unit that I will probably post before I leave. November 25th, 2013, 57. UFOs are as much as a mystery to me as they are to you. Would you be surprised to know that there are a great many people who don't believe in time travel on my world line? I do believe UFOs are a real mystery, but I also know that chaos theory dictates that no matter what technology or knowledge we have, there are always unknowns. November 25th, 2013, 59. On my world line, it is known that the 5100 series is capable of reading all the IBM code written before the widespread use of APL and BASIC. Unfortunately, there are none left that anyone can find on my world line. November 25th, 2014-01. It is quite difficult to get used to some of the communication patterns I have come across here. Confusing conversational conflict for anger seems to be a common and typical problem. Why does the expression of differing emotions seem to threaten so many people? I do not feel accused, nor was I trying to accuse anyone. Your opinions are as valid as anyone's, and I do not suggest you change them because of anything I say. I never said I was here to start a war, although I have strong opinions about what a war would do for you. I am not aggravated by words. Imagine you are Jewish and you are able to travel back in time to Germany in 1935. All around you are the patterns of thinking and action that will lead to a great deal of harm, death and destruction in just a few years. You have the advantage of knowing what will come, but no one will listen to you. In fact, they think you're insane and the situations you describe could never happen. What I feel is not anger, it is sadness that you cannot see what I see. November 25th, 2014-03. I appreciate your offer for help, but I am quite all right. The responsibility for the disaster is your own, but I do not consider it a disaster. Rebirth is often painful. My world line is not unified under a single government, but I would say it is closer to a unified purpose. Isn't that what you want anyway? No, I do not have the ability to make calculations that would affect world lines to my advantage. Besides the fact that manipulating people for personal gain is wrong, I am of the belief that it is best to make the world line you are on now better. I like the incredible freedom you have on this world line, but I see it as a trap, and I fear the cost is the loss of your sense of connection with family and community. Yes, you can self-actualize your ambitions, but at what cost to the people around you, or yet to be born? The incredible availability of art, literature and limitless resources is hardly taken advantage of as I imagine the number of people sitting in front of their TVs. No, I have not tried any fast food. Thinking about where the food came from, how it was shipped and treated absolutely terrifies me. I have tried to tell people about CJD disease and it seems to be catching on in Europe. Technologies themselves are not lost, but some of the older tools and techniques have been lost. I think there is more detailed information about the war posted earlier. The energy stored in the singularity is used to create the distortion fields. That energy is created in a particle accelerator. I'm not sure what you mean by temporal turbulence. What effect would that have that would need to be overcome? When I leave, I will return to 2036. The computer I have is expected there. I am unaware of any true interdimensional device available on this world line now. I would image the effects of such a device would be hard to hide. My ship is not broken. I am here by choice. Don't you find current events interesting? Again, I'm not sure I understand your last question. Perhaps we should agree to the definitions of a few terms and basic physics before I try to answer that. Can you tell us the foods that are unsafe now? Is there anything we can do to prepare for the war you are describing? I tried to consolidate your questions into a basic list. I hope this helps. 1. Do not eat or use products from any animal that is fed and eats parts of its own dead. 2. Do not kiss or have intimate relations with anyone you do not know. 3. Learn basic sanitation and water purification. 4. Be comfortable around firearms. Learn to shoot and clean a gun. 5. Get a good first aid kit and learn to use it. 6. Find 5 people within 100 miles that you trust with your life and stay in contact with them. 7. Get a copy of the U.S. Constitution and read it. 8. Eat less. 9. Get a bicycle and 2 sets of spare tires. Ride at 10 miles a week. 10. Consider what you would bring with you if you had to leave your home in 10 minutes and never return. What event started the war? Can it be stopped? The war is a result of faulty politics and desperation from Western leadership during the U.S. Civil War. Yes, I suppose you could stop it. Are some areas of the United States safer than others? Take a close look at the county-by-county voting map from the last elections. Were biological or chemical weapons used in the war? Were any weapons used that affected people's minds? Yes, there were biological and chemical weapons used. No mind control weapons, but there are new, non-lethal weapon systems that turn out to be quite lethal. Has cancer or AIDS been cured yet? AIDS, no. Cancer, some progress. What would you say to any world leaders who might be reading this right now? Revel in your confidence today because you will not win tomorrow. What is the one thing you would want us to remember? Please, please wake up. Look at the signposts around you now. Earlier you spoke about the patch you wear on your uniform. You said the spirals represented 2 paths. One was safe and the other lead to God. What does that mean? The safe way is the one calculated to take you in time where you want to go. The other path will take you to God, death. Both are equally accepted and anticipated before each trip. December 6, 2021 36. What is music like in 2036? Most of the same music you enjoy is available on archive. However, the days of megastars playing multiple-track studio-produced music and lip-syncing on a huge stage are pretty much isolated to your time period. Like everything else, music is much less centralized. The general trend is away from computer-generated music and more toward real people playing real instruments. Music is much more of a personal experience. More people know how to read music and play together in small groups. What are the social prejudices in 2036? Yes, there are. However, as odd as it may sound, it serves a useful purpose in my time. First, you must realize that your experiences with prejudice and mine are different. I would characterize the intolerance you have here as a result of ignorance and fear. I have observed that people with unfounded and irrational fears about their fellow man in this time have the luxury of not having their beliefs tested. After the war, much of the prejudice you have now was swept away by simple necessity. People had to work and fight together just to survive. This has a way of opening a person's eyes as to the value of fellow human beings. What difference does the color of a man's skin make when you are both fighting against the same enemy to survive or find water or grow food? On my world line, if a man doesn't pull his weight in the community, then we feel prejudice towards him as a burden to us. This feeling of shame he experiences then makes him realize his responsibilities. What is the healthcare like in 2036? You would probably not like it at all. I would compare it to what you see in Western movies. We do have hospitals, but there are more family doctors and house calls as compared to what you are used to. There is no real organized healthcare. If you get a serious disease, you die. This, however, has had a tendency to strengthen the general genetic pool. Doctors are more concerned about things like broken legs, snake bites, and delivering healthy babies. What is the entertainment industry like in 2036? Again, entertainment is less centralized. There are movies and TV, but everything is distributed over the net and more people produce their own shows. What's it like to start from nothing and work your way up in 2036? Very easy. If you can work with your hands and get along with other people, you will always find work. Could you travel in time to escape your original world line? Would you be looked down on for that? From a physical standpoint, I suppose that would work if you were trying to escape a natural disaster. But you must consider that trying to escape by time traveling has its own problems. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by being looked down on. Is there some sort of new world government in place by 2011? On my world line in 2011, the United States is in the middle of a civil war that has dramatic effects on most of the other Western governments. Earlier you said something was wrong with the Unix computer code on your world line. What's wrong with it? Yes, and with yours too. I have to believe there must be a Unix expert out there someplace that can confirm that. I'm not exactly sure what the technical issue is, but I believe some sort of Unix system registry stops in 2038. Does the continuing conflict between Arabs and Jews have anything to do with the upcoming war? Yes. When you first started posting online, did anyone believe you? I don't know if anyone believes me now, but you must realize that I don't expect anyone to believe me, or does it affect me one way or the other. I enjoy these conversations too. What would you expect a time traveler to say or do in your time? How does the singularity stay cool in your time machine? Very highly technical, cooling stuff. Sorry, I don't get much of a chance to be a wise guy. How far have computers and software progressed in 2036? Good question. I would say the biggest difference is in the reliability of the hardware and software. It absolutely amazes me how willing people are here to accept computer and software failures on such a regular basis. I was very surprised to see how prolific it is. You can look forward to very stringent manufacturing parameters and programming discipline. Think back to the early days of the computer and how much work and cleverness it took to fit those programs into such small areas of memory. Has more and cheaper memory brought better programs or just more programs? As far as technical specifics, I'm afraid I cannot go into too much detail. However, I will tell you that processor speed and memory size take dramatic leaps forward. The question involved very complicated physics with magnetic fields, faster than light travel and tachyons. I'm afraid my notebook on Maxwell's equations isn't with me, and I must say again that I am not a physicist. As far as tachyons goes, it's my understanding that they cannot exist at all unless they are created and traveling faster than light. As far as time travel goes, I'm afraid tachyons are merely useful for describing various quirky effects of strange matter. I will post again as soon as I get a chance. December 10th, 2011 00. I will try to answer all of your questions. However, I have noticed that there seems to be a difficulty in entering a conversation in the middle. Most of the following questions I have answered at length in previous posts. I understand how important it is to have these answers when new people read portions of the posting, but I find it tiring to keep repeating myself. Any suggestions would be appreciated. Who won the Super Bowl in 2001? I do not answer questions like this. Although I don't really know the motivation for the question, I can guess. If a time traveler had knowledge of your future, and you could only ask one question, would this be it? Besides, can you tell me if it rained in New York on June 4, 1932? You are from their future, so should you know that? The question involved how the time machine could travel to Earth in the future or past, since the position of the planet would change in space. The question also asked about life support during travel and how physical structures are avoided. This is actually a very good question that parts and pieces of the answer are scattered around in previous postings. I am often surprised that it is not the first one asked. You are correct. This problem is actually the most difficult part of time travel. Although some of your assumptions about matter displacement are a bit off, the problem is real. Inside the displacement unit are a series of very sensitive clocks and gravity sensors. The system is called the VGL, Variable Gravity Lock. In simple terms, before the unit leaves a world line, it takes a base reading of the local gravity and adjusts the Tipler sinusoid to lock into that position. Although the temporal physics of this statement are wrong, in effect, it holds you to the Earth. During travel, it periodically checks to see that the field has not varied. If it does, it stops and reverses course or drops out at that point. Buildings and other terrain features are avoided in the same way. Yes, we do bring oxygen in the vehicle with us, but we do not lose atmospheric pressure. If the time machine was used for a split second and then returned, wouldn't it appear someplace in far-off space as the Earth continued in space? Please see VGL system above. Also, please be aware that from the viewpoint of the time traveler, the displacement unit actually left and then returned. The viewer does not experience this. Think of it as a go sub-statement in a computer program. December 10, 2011, 32. What type of money do you use in 2036? It's not very different than it is now. Yes, we have money and credit cards. However, like everything else, the monetary system is decentralized. Banking is based mostly around the community structure. There are no multinational banking or computerized economic systems. There are also no income taxes. Are radio location systems still used on livestock? Some of the larger farm communities use electronic markers and fences. I am not a farmer, so I don't have very many details about that. Is the GPS system still in use in 2036? Oh yes. In fact, the unit I have with me works here. I'm not sure why that surprises me. There are also a great many communications and internet satellite systems. Do we still have an American flag? What does it look like in 2036? Yes, we still have the flag. There is a debate about changing it from 50 stars to 5. Do any of the states have new names? Not that I can think of, no major cities anyway. I am aware that some smaller towns changed their names after the war, and most universities have the word fort before them on my world line. How much training is required before you can time travel? Can you make any repairs to your time machine? I started training on the recommendation of my PS officer when I got out of school in 34. I graduated in March of 35. Actual hands-on training started soon after that, and I left 2036 in April. No, there are not very many repairs I can make to the unit. The unit is built very well, but the tolerances are very small. I could probably repair the electrical systems, and it will accept inputs from older computers. Is it still safe to fish in 2036? Yes, we can fish. There are some areas that are still too dangerous to spend a lot of time, and so we can't fish in those areas. Have any time travelers entered your world line in 2036? No, I am not aware. But I accept the possibility. Is there public transportation in 2036? A high-speed train system connects the larger cities. Roads are still used for cars and many people ride horses and bikes. What items will you take back with you to 2036? Books. I'm also taking copies of family photos that were lost during the war. How long have you been on our world line? That I must keep to myself right now. What music and books do you enjoy? Do you play an instrument? I read a great deal of history. I like piano classics and some older rock and roll. Why did that type of music go so far downhill? No, I don't play any instruments myself. Don't you worry about our government finding you? Not really. In order to find me, they would have to believe time travel is possible. Are you taking pictures and video? Oh yes. What is your favorite food? It's very hard for me to find food here. It all scares the hell out of me. I've found a couple of local farms where I am reasonably sure the raw food is safe and my mother started a garden for me. Do medical advances in 2036 have anything to do with genetics? Again, I'm no expert. I believe there is a great deal of progress in treating the cancer cells with modified viruses. So I guess the answer is yes. The question involved details on natural disasters and temperatures in 2036. That's one area I've decided not to talk about, sorry. The average temperature worldwide is a bit cooler. Are any other time travelers from 2036 with you now? No. They are off doing something else, I'm sure. Is time travel discussed on the web in 2036? Do you recognize any websites now from the future? Time travel is a major point of social discussion. I'll have to check when I get back. Most of the larger servers that were in the major cities were lost or destroyed. I'll try to bring a copy back with me. Perhaps you can check that in your 2036. Is there any connection between you and the John Titor that was here on this world line before you? What do your parents tell him about you? He calls me uncle. Yes, there is a connection. He feels like a younger brother. Sometimes I get mixed emotions watching him and realize I'm watching the origins of my personality. I tend to playfully criticize my father about that. December 13th, 2012, 44. Well, it looks like the election is almost over. I have been quite busy in the last few days and I appreciate everyone's patience. I should be thanking you for listening, and even if everything I have said before means nothing, I expect it has at least been entertaining. I went through the postings looking for questions I have not addressed yet. I hope I got to all of them. I get my email remotely through about 3 different systems and I use one of your handheld computer units to write with. In a few days, I would like to send Pamela a list of questions of my own. As you know, one of my areas of expertise is in history and the information I have gathered has been invaluable. Although I am not leaving right away, I would like to include some of your thoughts in my report. Isn't it possible someone who reads this may invent time traveler? When John leaves, no one will remember him and this will all be forgotten. This statement is quite insightful. One of the reasons I have been communicating this way is so that others that do not post who I have directed here can see some of the information I have shared with you. Won't even a small divergence between worldliness cause everything to look different to you as compared to your world line? The divergence measurement refers to the local gravitational field as compared to the point of origin. It is merely an empirical indicator of overall change in a world line. Some things that are quite different on one world line have very little effect as time passes and the world lines appear to converge again and look very similar. World line changes are not exponential. They act more like chaotic attractors with varying effect depending on their size and location. If multiple world theory is correct and there are 2 of you here, one of you has to be the real one. Also, I find it unsettling that you look at us as representative of the people from your past. One reason I think you may be a time traveler is because I don't understand or relate to your thinking at all. You are correct in your thinking. This world line is not mine, but it looks very similar. It may be compared to reading two books that are the same. I can jump back and forth between them and still see the same story. I do not consider you true representatives of my world line, but I do know something of how the story ends. In consideration of Everett Wheeler, the reason we don't know if Schrodinger's cat is dead is because it might have had a time machine. I think Russia is still very likely to attack the United States with nuclear weapons. It's hard to imagine being here to see it. You are also correct, but I want to add a twist to your thinking. Russia's enemy in the United States is not you, the average person. Russia's enemy is the United States government. If this world line is 2% divergent from your world line, how do you get home? If you go forward from here to 2036, won't the divergence approach infinity? Yes, this is true. If I go forward on this world line, the future will not be my future. I get home by going back to 1975 before I arrived and then going forward to 2036. Your deductions are quite accurate. It's possible to go forward to your 2036 and it would look nothing like mine. I have a working IBM 5160 computer. Maybe I should stash it away for 30 years and see what happens. Toss it. The 5100 is the interesting machine. Does the current relationship between Arabs and Jews have anything to do with the coming war? Real disruptions in world events begin with the destabilization of the West as a result of degrading U.S. foreign policy inconsistency. This becomes apparent around 2004 as civil unrest develops near the next presidential election. The Jewish population in Israel is not prepared for a true offensive war. They are prepared for the ultimate defense. Wavering Western support for Israel is what gives Israel's neighbors the confidence to attack. The last resort for a defensive Israel and its offensive Arab neighbors is to use weapons of mass destruction. In the grand scheme of things, the war in the Middle East is a part of what's to come, not the cause. What can you tell us about obscure physics question? Perhaps you could describe what you mean? It appears to be space travel or the effect of similar atomic particles that seem to be related over great distances. Again, please forgive my ignorance. I am not a trained physicist. Does anything happen in the year 2012? I've heard stories about the world ending. In my 2012, I was 14 years old, spending most of my time living, running and hiding in the woods and rivers of Central Florida. The Civil War was in its 7th year and the World War was 3 years away. Yes, there are unusual events in 2012, but they do not cause the world to end. Unfortunately, I have decided not to discuss events that you or I can do anything about. It is important that they be a surprise. Perhaps you are familiar with the story of the Red Sea and the Egyptians? The question lists a number of paranormal conspiracy theories and then asks about weather control in the year 2036. I must admit I am unfamiliar with most of what you have asked here. I am aware of the HARP system, but I don't know how they would control weather with it. Please describe any details you can about the education system in 2036. The education system has been through many changes. School in 2036 is no longer a political indoctrination system and students learn how to learn. Since community activity varies from place to place, the emphasis on basic reading, math and language is augmented with skills particular to the community. One school may emphasize farming while another teaches woodworking. Having children is a bit different and less common in 2036. A typical school day involves a setting very much like it was 100 years ago, with smaller classes and few administrators to teachers. Other areas of study that are less common now are history, citizenship and personal economics. Are you going to take your family away with you to protect them from coming events? Are you worried about somebody finding your time machine? No, I am not taking them with me, but I am trying to prepare them for the future as a promise to my grandfather in 1975. I am not really that concerned about the time machine. It is quite safe. How and why do the Arabs Jews become entangled in the civil war of the U.S.A? They are not directly involved, but political situations are dependent on Western stability, which collapses in 2005. The Arab countries appear to have weapons of mass destruction. Do they use them against America? Not against America, but they are used against each other. If you could post a picture of money used in the future, that would be more impressive than your time machine pictures. I am disappointed that you feel I am trying to impress you. Why would I bring money from 2036 with me? Besides, isn't that something that could easily be faked? Now if I told you I was your cousin's brother and I knew about that scare on your left leg, that would convince you. Before you leave, you could videotape your departure and get it to us? That is an interesting idea. I will look into how to do that. 1. According to the Constitution, who do you think has the final word on choosing a president and why? 2. Do you think the Electoral College should be continued? 3. Why do you think the Bill of Rights was written? 4. What is your opinion of the Second Amendment to the Bill of Rights? 5. Does anyone know what industry is the largest U.S. political contributor? 6. Does anyone know who owns the majority of the solar power research and development companies? 7. Imagine you have all the money and power you desire. What do you see yourself doing? 8. What is the longest distance you ever ran in or walked at one time without stopping? 9. What is the longest period of time you went without food? 10. Do you know what cholera is and how to avoid getting it? December 21st, 2010, 59. Very interesting argument, but I have a couple of questions. You described the word paradox as it refers to the idea of the existence of a problem that has no solution. Actually, the number one definition I read in the American Heritage Dictionary is a seemingly contradictory statement that may nonetheless be true. Also, what exactly is your definition of time travel? I was taught that time travel is strictly a local observation that can only be measured by the experience of an individual or single particle. Under that definition, the twin paradox, time dilation due to acceleration or gravity, and even sleeping can be considered time travel. You appear to be arguing against dematerialization and/or space-like trips under the limits of special relativity in a single world line. I do agree that the grandfather paradox is not possible simply because the classic problem is presented as an observer's issue magnified to a universal issue. Your statements about observation are correct when you isolate the experiences to a single world line. However, the reason there are no paradoxes is because the universe doesn't care how we react to its handiwork. In a universe made up of infinite worldliness, super-universe, everything is possible and has a 100% probability, therefore, no paradoxes. Where do you think all the water came from in the Great Flood stories? I believe the explanation for the Great Flood stories originate with the changes that occurred near the Mediterranean at the end of the last ice age. Even on this world line, there is a great deal of evidence to support the fact that sea levels did change radically in isolated areas worldwide. I also heard someplace that if the ice mass on Antarctica melted today, sea level worldwide would rise about 100 feet. I'm not exactly sure that's true, but still, Mount Everest might be a bit of a stretch. I do, however, agree with you that there are no physical paradoxes, but for the opposite reasoning. Peace to you also. The 30th of December 2011, 47. Greetings and happy holidays everyone. I am very surprised and delighted to see the conversation going in the direction it has on this thread. Unknowingly, you all have stepped into the real mystery of time travel that remains speculative in 2036. Based on a couple of questions I see here, I will try my hardest to describe what we in 2036 think spacetime looks like and how it behaves. Please keep in mind that I realize how easy it is to dismiss what I say. First, I'm trying to do this from memory. Imagine you are back in 1911 trying to explain a jet engine to the Wright brothers. However, there are some very basic properties of quantum theory that support this model today. I appreciate the fact that you are reading this with an open mind. If parallel universes do exist, did they all start simultaneously? It is thought that the event called the Big Bang was the start of not only this world line or universe but all world lines and all universes that make up the superuniverse. It is also thought that the superuniverse can be imagined as an expanding sphere with the Big Bang in the center. Individual worldliness, or timelines as you call them, can be imagined as lines originating at the center and trending towards spiraling around the sphere until they reach the edge. The individual world lines expand in length and widen as you follow them from the center. Each individual moment or event on a world line has infinite possibilities or outcomes. Imagine this as a single point with infinite lines shooting away from it, which in turn are made up of points with their own possibilities and outcomes. Now, remember, these individual worldliness with all these points and possibilities are defined by their ability to hold their inhabitants to time-like trips only, no faster than light travel. Now consider the reality of a spinning or electrified black hole car. Penrose diagrams of these oddities show mathematically that you can make simulated space-like trips faster than light through the singularity without being destroyed. In order to do this without wiping out most modern physical laws, you must travel to an alternate world line or universe. Therefore, if multiple world lines exist, infinite world lines exist. In trying to imagine a super-universe with infinite possibilities and world lines, I think of a room with mirrors on all the walls. You are aware of your captivity, but as you look in the distance, you see an infinite number of yours in an infinite number of mirrored rooms. The gravity distortion machine allows you to step out of your room and into another next to you. The closer you are to your original room, the closer it looks like yours. The farther away, the stranger it looks to you. If I go forward on this world line, the future will not be my future. I get home by going back to 1975 before I arrived and then going forward to 2036. A few people have asked me about this statement, so I will try to clarify it. On my world line, A, in 2036, I was given a mission in 1975. I turned my machine on and jumped to another world line, B, in 1975 with about a 2% divergence from A. From the very point I turned my machine off on B, I create a new world line just because I'm there. This line can be described as C and started when I got to B. I am now doing my mission on line C in 1975 when I discover a very good reason to go forward on C and see what happened. I turn my machine on and go forward on C to the year 2000. When I turn it off, I start another line called D. So from my perspective, here we are on line D in the year 2000. In order to go home to line A, I must turn my machine on and go back on D until I reach C, which in turn would take me back to B, which in turn takes me to a point before I arrived on B. Then I go forward from the point I arrived on B back to A. If all this isn't enough to get your head spinning, here are some issues we're dealing with in 2036. 1. Did your world line D exist at all before I got here from C? Personally, I don't see how it couldn't. 2. What happens at the end of a world line at the edge of the superuniverse? 3. If there are infinite world lines and infinite possibilities and an edge to the superuniverse, doesn't that mean occurring events on worldliness are staggered as they reach the edge? Time could end at any moment without warning. Happy New Year, everyone! December 30th, 2010, 28. I think you're taunting us with our ignorance on the questions you've asked on the Constitution. It would be nice to be able to remind everyone about their rights and responsibilities, but I am not here to judge you. I am not capable of that, nor would I want that in return. As you know, my interest is in history and in the paradox of thought. I do, however, find it interesting how important the Constitution became to the average U.S. citizen's life, if even for a short moment. Young people should look forward to the future while older people don't see many days ahead of them. I think it's pointless for you to ask us to worry about politics if we are all doomed. It saddens me that you do not realize your true worth as a keeper of information and experience. Perhaps the end that we fear will open your eyes to your true value as an individual. Young people need wisdom. The captain of the ship knows where the lifeboats are. There are numerous experiments going on at CERN. In order for them to make a black hole, they would have to travel faster than light. I'm pretty sure they have a number of experiments going on at the same time at CERN. The one I'm referring to involves very high energies using protons. From my historical perspective on my world line, I do recall the issue was a point of contention about 18 months ago or so. There were some scientists who thought the experiments were too dangerous to try. The time travel I refer to does not require faster than light travel, and due to multiple world reality, paradoxes do not occur. Natural time machines do exist. The 30th of December 2013-17. I fear our conversation is in danger of turning to conflict due to an effect that is quite common on these boards. I realize what I'm saying is quite hard to swallow and it causes debate, whether serious or entertaining. It is even more difficult when you come into the middle of a conversation or a series of questions that are a few weeks old. Your points are all quite valid, and I have discussed them at length on this and other boards for quite a while. I do not wish to antagonize you, however. We both know the Tipler cylinder is only a thought experiment to explain the very real physics behind car black holes. As to your other comments, again, they are all true as defined by the limits of spacelight trips on single world lines. It does not account for travel between world lines. I have never claimed to be a physicist or an expert on what the CERN laboratory is doing at any given moment, so I feel it is pointless to argue about what they may be doing in the future or what breakthroughs they will or might have. My comments about the CERN lab are in reference to particle accelerators in general and other questions that have come up in the past. The major physics breakthrough for controlled gravity distortion does happen at CERN in your future. Heck, we haven't even touched on Z-field compression yet. I suppose I could say that I was the one that traveled in time and convinced them to change their experiments, but even I would have a hard time believing that one, and I do not wish to insult your intelligence. The 30th of December 2013-37. Thank you for trying to answer those questions from the 30th of December 2011-47. But I really do not expect that anyone can. I thought I would share with you things we wonder about. Your logic about me is quite correct, but again I must state that I am not trying to get you or anyone else to believe or buy anything. As far as evidence goes, I have however decided to try an experiment with you that may be more convincing. It involves the travel of information at faster than light. In fact, I have dropped at least 3 little gems like this that no one else has picked up on. You said you are confused by the 5100 story. I will explain further. In 2036, it was discovered, or at least known after testing, that the 5100 computer was capable of reading and changing all of the legacy code written by IBM before the release of that system and still be able to create new code in APL and BASIC. That is the reason we need it in 2036. However, IBM never published that information because it would have probably destroyed a large part of their business infrastructure in the early 70s. In fact, I would bet the engineers were probably told to keep their mouths shut. Therefore, if I were not here now telling you this, that information would not be discovered for another 36 years. Yet, I would bet there is someone out there who can do the research and discover I am telling the truth. There must be an old IBM engineer out there someplace that worked on the 5100. They just might not have ever asked if I hadn't pointed it out. The 30th of December 2023-26. I apologize for wasting this much space, but I thought some of you would be interested in seeing this after reading some of things I've been saying in the last few months. Below is the address to the news site and a copy of the text. The 31st of December 2012, 43. I'm flattered and a bit overwhelmed. I can honestly say I've never quite had this experience before. I appreciate the news posting. Thank you. Referring to news story on John Titor. The 31st of December 2011, 00. Well, you're getting closer, people. Here's another one I found today. Again, I apologize for taking up this much space, but I thought you'd want to see this. The 3rd of January 2001, 13:47. I've been reading the last few postings with a bit of confusion. I see there is controversy over my story that is causing some people to ask themselves if they believe it or not. For quite a while, I have been stating that not only do I not expect anyone to believe me, it's irrelevant and in my opinion, quite dangerous. Belief implies that you accept what I say as true and real. Over the internet, this is impossible. In fact, I have stated before, there are many people in 2036 who do not believe in time travel. I also think that unwavering belief is dangerous. One very disturbing thing I have noticed about our society in general is your blind acceptance of what you are told. Do you really think the news industry doesn't have an agenda? Do you really think those hamburgers you stuff into your body are safe? Do you really think your government is telling you the truth? What proof do you have of any of that? What I do want you to do is open your eyes to the events that happening around you that have nothing to do with me. Some of you have been reading for a while now about the war in 2015 and the breakthroughs in particle physics that would be coming soon. Doesn't the CIA report on 2015 and news on the Z-field compression at least support what I've been saying a little bit? I just saw another story today about the Russians moving nukes into the Balkans to thwart any future expansion by NATO. I also haven't heard anyone take me up on my information experiment on the IBM 5100 or check out the information I've given you about the Unix failure in 2038. With all due respect, I find it hard to take some of you seriously. The 5th of January 2001, 13:46. In 2036, community life is a bit different. People are valued and judged based on their contribution and worth. Work is organized around the family and the value of that work is assessed inside of the community. Most communities range in size from 1,000 to 4,000 people. If a family wanted to move from one community to another, or if a son or daughter wanted to move to another community, they must apply and be interviewed by the Community Leadership Council. During this process, the family or individual is evaluated as to whether or not the work or skill they have is required or necessary to that individual community. Once accepted, the family or individual is expected to uphold their end of the work and support the community. If they don't, the community stops supporting them and they are forced to change their attitude or move away from the community. The family work we did was picking, sorting and shipping oranges by sailboats up and down the coast of Florida. We were expected to produce a certain amount for the community and a certain amount for other communities as agreed to by our CLC. In exchange, we received power, water, a certain amount of food and other necessities that were produced inside our community. I see this message board as a small community and I have no other way to value the contributions of others on it other than what my past experiences tell me. I have tried to answer as many questions as I can without being annoying, repetitive or inappropriate, and for some of you, entertaining. Under these conditions, I have decided to seek guidance from all of you, the other members of this community, as to whether or not my postings are of any value to the direction of these discussions. If they are getting distracting or repetitive, I will stop and continue to enjoy reading your thoughts and ideas. Who receives the Nobel Prize for time travel? Since you claim no two world lines are the same, this information could not hurt anything. There are a great many people involved with the discovery of time travel. Just as I will not give stock tips, I will not divulge their names as that may impact their lives now. What would happen if you gave us technical information that's discovered in a year or so? If I had any and I published them, I'm sure they may have a large impact. Unfortunately, I don't have any with me. Even if I did, I'm sure they would be scrutinized. Again, we get back to the same question. If you were a time traveler, what would you do to establish your credibility? Have any other time travelers visited your future in 2036? No, I am not aware of time travelers visiting my world line in 2036. However, that does not mean it can't or isn't happening. Also, the possible number of world lines a time traveler might arrive at would place the chances of them hitting any particular one at very long odds. What happens to name of person asking question? Am I involved in time travel? What of the armed resistance? I have no idea what happens to you in your future. There was a resistance on my world line, but their goal was to maintain power and control over other people. We killed most of them by 2020. How big is the IBM 5100? I would say it's about 20-inch long, 10-inch high and 30-inch long. Time Travel Zero and I are not getting along. I'm not aware we had a falling out. I apologize if you think that's the case. Are there still books in 2036? Yes, books are still published. Are there restrictions to what you can do with the time machine? The displacement machine is not mine, but I am free to make certain decisions based on the experiences and information I gathered from each world line. I am expected back, but from their perspective, I will only have been gone for a split second. The 6th of January 2001, 13:10. What is the progress on string theory? Who doesn't love string theory? Please forgive the next few comments. I'm trying to be cryptic and jump-starting my memory at the same time. In 2036, string theory still dominates physics due to its continued effect of encompassing other physical properties from unrelated fields. A great deal of the theoretical mathematics behind time travel was discovered by testing various ideas in string theory and eliminating the anomalies. As I recall, it was this original work that led to the final proof that 6 dimensions do indeed curl up to give us our observable universe. This in turn supported more of the theoretical math behind time travel. It's ironic that the beauty of string theory gives future engineers the confidence to create the distortion unit even though the final proof is still unknown. You're a physics student, have you ever heard the Princeton String Quartet play? The 9th of January 2001, 09:28. Why don't you give us more detailed information about the future so we won't be so skeptical? I think skepticism is a good thing and no one should lose it. Why don't you accept my challenge? What harm could it do? I'm not sure what challenge you are referring to. If you mean the live chat, I have no problem with that. I do that quite often on other boards. However, I fear I have very few bread and circuses left and I fear I am becoming quite boring. Also, I'm not sure I fully understand the nature of the challenge. You could still give us details about the future that wouldn't harm anyone and still add to your credibility. Again, I do not seek to add to my credibility. There is no point to it. Actually, by providing information that was useful, I would be adding to your collective fear that I am real. In that case, this cycle we are in concerning truth only spirals and gets worse. Why can't you name the 5 presidents you have in your time? Over the past few postings, I have tried to describe the limits of what I will talk about and why. Here is a short recap list. In future postings, I will place the following number next to each question as to why I will not discuss it. 1. I will not disclose any information that will cause someone to personally gain by its knowledge. This means no stock or sports tips. 2. I will not disclose any detailed information that would allow someone to avoid death by probability. This means no earthquake or bombing information. 3. I will not disclose any information that may compromise any future actions by individual people or threaten their family and well-being. On my world line, we are no longer afraid of the NWO. Are you afraid of Nazis? The reason the job of president was split into an office of 5 has 4 main reasons. With 5 presidents, foreign policy is more consistent, power shifting between parties has less of an impact on the overall government, individual strengths between presidents add to the strength of the overall office, and one president is elected for each major area in the United States. What is the extent of presidential power in 2036? The office of president is far more diluted and decentralized than it is here. The powers of the national government are more defined and reside more at the county and state level. What is the new government like in 2036 compared to the current one? I think the new government is good. However, since the concept of nationally subsidized welfare is gone, most people here may not appreciate it. Where is the new U.S. Capitol? The new U.S. Capitol is in Omaha, Nebraska. How do the 5 presidents take power? The voting for individual candidates is on a rotating schedule. What are the other time travelers' destinations and missions? I am not aware of the details of other missions. Of the 7, 3 had already left before I did. I suspect they are on similar missions. Are any other time travelers on our current world line? No, the chances of that are very slim. Are you in contact with other time travelers? No, although I would suspect that is not impossible. I have no idea how you would do that. Is it possible to send a message through time? Unless the information physically travels with the person, none that I'm aware of. The 9th of January 2001, 12:24. I apologize for being unable to respond faster. I looked back and couldn't find any questions, but I may be mistaken. I also see that you seem to have a great deal of anger directed at me. If you knew where I was and how to get the distortion unit, what would you do? What judgment and punishment should be passed upon me? On this and many other discussion boards are people who are genuinely interested in and hoping to experience or discover time travel. What punishment would you apply to them if they succeed? I see that you too have had time travel experience. What punishment do you deserve? When time travel was discovered, there were many people who were against its development. However, once the true nature of time was realized, the resistance faded. Even if one world line was able to ban, kill and stop all time travel, it will continue on another. However, the corollary is also true. Take heart, on some world line, you have succeeded and all time travelers are dead by the hand of your followers, and thinking or talking about it is a crime. Perhaps we should all agree what we mean when we use the phrase, time travel. We are all moving forward in time just by existing, and the effects of acceleration and gravity do slow time down for the observers, so the rest of the world seems to speed up around them. If we call this natural time travel, time-like trips on a single world line, then perhaps it's really controlled time travel that you are after, space-like trips on a single world line or traveling to alternate world lines. January 10, 2001. With that, it may then be useful to separate the concept of controlled time travel into theory and practice. In theory, time travel was taken seriously by mainstream science when it discovered that Einstein's equations do indeed support the possibility of controlled time travel under special relativity. Since special relativity, under its current limitations, has been proved useful and accurate in predicting other physical phenomena, it is widely believed that controlled time travel is also possible. Nearly all of the solutions that allow time travel in special relativity also have the annoying problem of crushing the time traveler in a wake of radiation and gravity. In my experience, there is only one safe way to obtain controlled time travel, and that involves the safe properties of a car singularity, black hole. However, I do not discount the possibility of other methods, either physical or metaphysical. I'm just not sure I would bet my life on them without any math to back them up. The 10th of January 2001, 01:13. E8XE8. The 10th of January 2001, 23:10. You mentioned the divergence percentage between timelines. How is it possible to measure divergence? The measurement for worldline divergence is an observation variable isolated to the distortion unit. An effective analogy would be a gravity radar. The unit's sensors take a snapshot of the local gravity around the unit before a flight. During travel, this baseline is periodically checked to make sure there are no major changes in the environment that would cause a catastrophic mass failure, brick wall appearing from nowhere. The percentage of VGL divergence from one world line to another is a calculated guess by the three computers that control the unit based on its starting point. It is useless in describing characteristics of individual world lines. There is a bit of folklore about the first distortion driver who reaches a destination with a zero divergence. This would mean they had traveled on a space-like trip to their own world line of origin. This paradox is quite possible, although highly unlikely. I wonder if anyone out there can take current string theory and make that one work on paper? You said 6 curled up dimensions. The current string theory suggests that there should be at least 7. I may be mistaken, but I thought it was pretty well established now that N10 was on track. The 11th of January 2001, 0904. I must admit, forum name, you have succeeded in confusing me. The more I read your postings, the more I question my understanding and local use of social interaction, courtesy and logic. However, I also believe that all viewpoints have some inherent value even if it's not apparent. I take it you won't answer my last post. I took a look at your last posting and didn't see any questions. However, I now realize that I may be mistaken in assuming much of what you wrote was rhetorical. It may be helpful if you add some indication that you are asking a question you wish someone to comment on. If you're from the future, then you should know what happens to personal names of people on forum. Am I involved in time travel? This is the only question I found from your postings that you could be referring to. Again, I have no knowledge of you in any possible future, nor would I comment on it if I did. As far as the photograph of me in a uniform, I'm not sure what that would prove even if I had one. If you speak to me anymore, I will probably discredit your claims of being a time traveler. I do not seek credit for anything. The most I hope for the most part, is to be at least interesting and engaging. If you want to meet my challenge to talk online, I await your answer. Perhaps I was unclear before. I did provide the web link earlier that does have a chat room set up for time travel. My schedule is a bit more flexible right now, at least for the next week or so. Please take a look and let me know when you will be there, open to anyone of course. Since there really is nothing to be gained or lost, I look at this not as a challenge but more of an opportunity to get to know everyone better. You need to answer people more quickly. You answer questions only when it is convenient for you. Your answers appear to be just enough to satisfy someone, but you have enough time to just look it up in a book. I'm not sure what you mean by that. In earlier postings, I have stated that I'm trying to avoid repeating myself, and frankly there are some items that are just over my head or that I have no knowledge of. It is curious that you feel knowledge can be something owned or somehow that becomes less worthwhile if it's passed on. Your future seems to be fixated on killing people. Isn't there a criminal justice system, or do you just enjoy killing people? Perhaps you could take the dialogue in question and post it with your question. However, if I understand you, you're asking about death on my world line. Yes, it is more a part of our lives than it is yours, at least for now, and capital punishment is a reality. The 11th of January 2001, 11:49. I don't believe I ever said I came back looking for a Unix bug fix. I came back for a computer system. Don't you find Unix useful now? Temperature is about the same, although there were anomalies after the war. Just curious, what does everyone think of IT? Ginger. The 15th of January 2001, 12:04. In the post that follows, I've tried to answer the latest questions directed at me, but I am hoping you all may be able to add some insight into something I've noticed. In our attempt to communicate here, some of the comments on this board have become increasingly hostile and negative. I see the same type of interaction when I watch news interview programs. The guise of productive interaction and communication is thwarted by illogical verbal attacks and misdirection. I understand why the news does it. They are trying to hold an audience by generating conflict. For a while, I thought that was the goal here too, but it appears that anger and conflict is being created on this site to cause genuine harm and pain. It's hard for me to believe that this is being done on purpose, so I have concluded I simply do not understand some hidden element of your collective social interaction. On the other hand, if it's being done for no reason, I would understand a little better how people in this time could accomplish so much and yet be so vulnerable to their emotions and fears. I think it was Thomas Jefferson who believed that the only way to sway opinion was through calm, respectful, intelligent conversation. Whether I'm a time traveler or not, I suppose there are numerous ways to view my story. By the nature of the communication medium, I believe it's impossible to prove, therefore it's impossible to believe. I agree that conversation spurs ideas. If I'm not a time traveler, then perhaps the seemingly disjointed statements I make will actually create the idea in one of you that leads to real time travel. What is a world line? Individual world lines represent the limits and paths physical objects take through space-time under the laws of special relativity. They can be shown graphically on an XY graph, with X representing distance in space and Y representing passing of time. In time travel talk, world lines are used as a way to describe and separate the experiences of a time traveler because various laws of special relativity appear to break down and can't be defined on a single world line. The word world line has also become synonymous with alternate universe and/or timeline. You've admitted to taking things back with you. Do you pay for those items? I pay for these items with money. Personally, I believe stealing is wrong. Couldn't you just take whatever you wanted back with you? There are mass limits to what can be taken back. Are you tested mentally before becoming a time traveler? What makes a good time traveler? Yes, there are numerous psychological tests. I was chosen based on my educational background and military service. The training lasted about 2 years. There is a great deal of physical training to counter the physical effects of distortion. They were also looking for drivers who had a fair amount of self-sufficiency and an ability to function under extreme isolation and confinement. What do they look for when choosing someone for a mission? Depending on the mission, time travelers are usually chosen for a particular mission based on their ability to gain the cooperation of someone related to the goal on the target world line. In my case, my grandfather was directly involved with the building and programming of the 5100. If a time traveler is bad and commits murder or goes crazy, is there any way they can be recalled? There is a difference of philosophy between us that should be clarified. Since I believe that all possible outcomes and events are possible, probable and certain, it is impossible to assign goodness or badness to a person or situation. On some other world line, I am an insane time traveler causing destruction and death while name of forum member who confronts John on a regular basis chases me with his band of devoted followers. However, on this one, I am not. Since both events are certain, their value is neutral. You can only assign goodness and badness to the events and experiences you have direct control over or witness. Only actions are good and bad, not people or things. I suppose if I was a psychotic killer, I could accomplish my mission, avoid capture and still return to my world line of origin without penalty. There would be no way for them to know what happened. However, I believe that action is wrong and I would be accountable to my God. What exactly is IT, since no one will know for sure until probably 2002 according to news reports? I suppose this question is my own fault. As a time traveler, I am expected to know every winning horse and hot stock as well as the weather in all parts of the world at all times. I was genuinely interested in your opinion of how IT was being presented and advertised. Do you feel manipulated? Do you think it's really a big deal? Do you like the way the news is dealing with it? How do you know our world line and yours will follow the same path? This world line and my own are almost exactly alike. The 15th of January 2001, 13:36. Thank you for considering the problem of my returning home. You seem to have stumbled on an intuitive proof of some of the physics of time travel. You were correct. Getting back to the world line of origin is easier than picking an exact destination on a different world line. I wrote down the graphic you outlined. If y1 starts perpendicular to x1 and x2 and is rotated, where is the center of rotation? I imagined it between x1 and x2. If this is so, wouldn't y1 end up parallel between x1 and x2 with each one being 6 inches away from y1 on either side? Does the microsingularity that powers your time machine physically reduce the size of objects during operation? Actually, there are two singularities in the unit. The gravity field is manipulated by three factors that affect it in distinct ways. Adding electric charge to the singularities increases the diameter of the inner event horizons. Adding mass to the singularities increases the area of gravitational influence around the singularities. Rotating and positioning the polar axis of the singularities affects and alters the gravity sinusoid. The effects of the gravity produced by the unit do not have enough time to significantly alter physical objects within a reasonable distance from the outside of the sinusoid. No, things do not get smaller. If the electron injection system alters the shape of the field, would that not force the unit to accelerate through space as well as time? There is no relative movement in space due to three main factors. Large, kinetic energy-inducing effects of the gravity field are compensated for by the interaction of the singularities. The mass of the unit and any objects inside the sinusoid do not exhibit any huge increases on the departure world line during travel. The observed path of the traveler is obtained by changing the gravity, not by moving the vehicle. The black hole comes to you. The question is to define time. To me, time has two definitions. I see time as a mathematical component of a 10-dimensional superuniverse. It is a variable I use to define my location and existence. I also see time as a metaphysical compromise our senses use to define the area of collective existence God has placed us in. When I can measure and sense time, I know I am not with God. The 16th of January 2001, 10:43. I know you have a hidden agenda. You have not made clear your motives and are only giving us very little proof. Why are you holding back? Rest assured there is nothing I have planned in my hidden agenda that will make anyone's life any worse than it already might be. Am I right? You do a lot of work in the background of our society. Admit it. I plan to leave soon. There is nothing I can do here that will affect my home. My goals are based on the love I have for my family. Actually, my interest in the past is a result of going through piles of half-burned books and magazines left over from a war started by people you share this planet with right now. On that note, perhaps it's more interesting to consider what I won't be doing to try and stop that war. What are your personal beliefs? Do you believe in God? Which one? Do you think the ends justify the means? Don't you have people regulating time travel? How many gods are there? I believe in just one. What are your suggestions for regulating time? Perhaps a list of your time rights would be something to spark conversation on the board. You are a cheater of life. Why can't your world line fend for itself? You take the solution from us and threaten to change billions of lives here. Why don't you care about that? I'm just guessing that cheater of life is not a compliment. I can't think of a reason why my actions would be immoral and someone else's would not. You suggest I'm capable of changing lives. I suggest that I'm no more capable of that than you are. I'm just not so sure you recognize your own potential. You don't need a time machine to save or destroy people. If there was another person doing the exact same things I was but they didn't have a time machine, would they be putting billions of lives at stake and suffer your judgment? Is there any such thing as wrong for you? Yes, I believe in wrong and right. I judge my actions based on God's law. Is it wrong for me to murder? Yes, it is. Is it wrong for me to teach someone how to defend themselves and they commit murder? No, I am not their keeper. Since I am leaving, I will be incapable of causing any harm. But, what damage will you do with anything I have said? The 17th of January 2001, 11:29. In the future, sociologists spend a great deal of time discussing the collective mentality before the war that led to the demise of Homo matria. Many of them point to an experiment that was done in the 1970s or 1980s. The experiment isolated various sizes of rat populations in varying cage sizes with varying food and cleaning schedules. It was discovered that no matter what, there was a certain ratio of rats to space that once overtaken by population would always lead to aggressive and destructive behavior in the rats until enough of them had died or been killed to get back under the ratio. This was true even when the rats that were given plenty of food and had their cage cleaned every day. Besides the occasional school or office shooting and violent video game, I can't help but think about that experiment every time I see someone stranded on the highway or walking on the side of the road carrying an empty gas can. I ask my parents why we don't stop and help and they tell me they're afraid of being attacked and of the possible consequences of helping someone they don't know. I would respond by pointing out that it's our duty to help someone, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because we can never know that person's true worth and the risk of losing them is too great. I didn't fully understand their stubbornness until I saw a news story about a doctor who was sued for applying emergency first aid to an accident victim who died. I believe your society is biologically geared for self-destruction. However, I feel strongly that does not excuse me from my responsibilities as a temporary member of this community. Although, name of poster on forum is a bit quirky and eccentric, he does belong to us. He's this community's quirky and eccentric guy, and although he can be aggravating, I can't help but feel protective of him. As I'm sure most of us believe, under all of his postings, he has some interesting things to say. When I first read one of his postings, I first shook my head and then I began to question my own understanding of not only the English language but of the real meaning of the odd things he brings up. If it's done on purpose, it's quite effective. The 26th of January 2001, 15:11. After trying to post a couple of times and seeing the number of postings increase but not the pages, I assume it is limited to 11 pages. Any thoughts? The 26th of January 2001, 18:46. Greetings everyone. I've been away for a while so I apologize for not getting back to these questions sooner. Since personal name from forum brought up a few things I had addressed in the mysterious mail that never made it to the board, I will post it here. The others are responses from other questions. Why are you so interested in the Constitution? After the war, the United States had split into 5 separate regions based on the various factors and military objectives they each had. There was a great deal of anger directed toward the federal government and a revival of states' rights was becoming paramount. However, in their attempt to create an economic form of government, the political and military leaders at the time decided to hold one last constitutional congress in order to present a psychological cohesion from the old system. During this Congress, the leaders discovered and decided that coming up with a new and better form of government was nearly impossible. The original Constitution itself was not the problem, it was the ignorance of the people that lived under it. Don't you like your new Constitution? From my viewpoint, it's very effective. I am a very strong believer in local or states' rights. When are you leaving to go home? There are certain windows I must wait for in order to leave. There will be 2 this year. The first one opens this spring. Is it possible for you to return to this timeline once you leave? Not with the machine I have now. If we all had time machines, would we end up destroying the rest of the local world lines? Since everything is already happening and possible on different world lines, the answer is yes and no. You appear to be a libertarian who stresses the need for mankind to get back to basics. You also seem to be a gun rights activist. I suppose from your vantage point that's a fair assessment. I would call myself more of a centrist. Although I understand the gun rights issue here, I cannot relate to it all, and it is a common point of argument with my mother. I keep saying her tune will change in about 10 years and she'll be cleaning shotguns in her sleep, but it doesn't help. If it makes you feel any better, I never shot anyone who wasn't trying to kill me. Since we're not as smart as you, can you help us solve the technical problems of time travel? When you say us, what do you mean? Do you mean you? Where would you go if you had my machine? How do you think the rest of the world would react to the US having a time machine and they didn't? You stated you went back in time from 2036 to 1975 with a near 2% divergence. You also said that a zero divergence is a myth or technologically improbable. Yes, a ZD is thought to be impossible. However, consider that an exact entry point may not be necessary to get home. The important factor is the path, not the destination. Under multiple world theory, there are an infinite number of homes that I could return to that don't have me there. The divergence for that window is somewhere near 0.002377%. Please correct me if I don't understand. Are parallel universes created by events in our own world line? Parallel universes exist independently of each other and only interact to avoid the collapse of the wave function for any given particle or event that you are looking at. I like to imagine it as a series of parallel lines crossed by a wavy wave. Each point on the wavy line where a straight line crosses it represents an alternate outcome. The multiple U's on each world line record a different result for the activity of the particle. Multiple world theory in parallel universes have never been proven. It only exists as a way to explain various findings in quantum mechanics. Just because people talk about it doesn't mean it's real. I agree with you that an explanation doesn't make it so. However, you can build a model to describe physical behavior. Even if the model is not complete, its truth can be measured by how well it predicts the behavior it describes. Where did multiverse come from as a theory? Where is the evidence of its existence? I believe the closest non-related evidence for multiple universes right now comes from the physics, derived from special relativity, of rotating car black holes. If you examine a typical Penrose map, science agrees that you can travel to other universes through these cosmic oddities. They can't be different places in your own universe, world line, because you would have to violate the speed of light limit to get there. Since the existence of multiple universes is a reality from my viewpoint, please allow me to disclose an idea we toss around a bit in 2036. Since all possibilities, outcomes and events are occurring and exist simultaneously, it would mean there are multiple universes out there where you are living a day behind and a day ahead of the you on this universe. There are some who believe that memory is some sort of information transfer or communication with the yous in the past, across world lines or universes. Although this is seemingly quite ridiculous, if you think that could be true, then physics tells us that the same information transfer from our future selves on other world lines is not only possible but certain. Could it be that fantasy or what if scenarios are actually future memory from an alternate us on a future world line? According to physics, there is no reason why this cannot be true. The 26th of January 2001, 1851. I now see it plainly states the topics are limited to 11 pages. I guess this only proves I'm not the brightest singularity in multidimensional spacetime. The 26th of January 2001, 21:21. Your mission to go back in time seems rather pointless since you stated earlier there is no way to get back to your exact starting point. The reality of infinite possibilities is rather difficult to get a grip on, and if it were not for the math, I would delegate it to the realm of religion. I like to think of it as standing in a room with mirrors on all the walls. I can look to my right and left and see many, all doing exactly the same thing. If we all took a step to our right and passed through a dimensional doorway to the next mirrored room, it would be very difficult to tell if anything had changed. In that sense, there are an infinite number of world lines waiting for me to return with the computer. If I can get to one of them, I have completed my mission. It would seem then that another time traveler that looks like you could arrive on your world line of origin with another IBM computer and no one would know the difference. Bingo! Seems like something they would do a lot of psychological testing for before they sent us off. The 26th of January 2001, 21:28. Where does it say it is limited to 11 pages? I was just trying to be clever. However, I am still unable to see any postings past 412. Can everyone else see them? John Titor. January 27, 2001, 12:45 p.m. Greetings. I am a time traveler from the year 2036. I am on my way home after getting an IBM 5100 computer system from the year 1975. My time machine is a stationary mass temporal displacement unit manufactured by General Electric. The unit is powered by two top-spin, dual positive singularities that produce a standard, offset Tipler sinusoid. I will be happy to post pictures of the unit. I have been communicating online with others who are interested in time travel. The 28th of January 2001, 09:45. And you never showed us a picture of your uniform. Actually, there are numerous places I have posted pictures. I believe the links are still on the board. Why haven't you commented on not caring about your original world line? I'm not sure what you're asking. I think those statements speak for themselves and your interpretation of them may be unique. The 28th of January 2001, 12:22. One of the reasons I like this board so much is that the questions are more thought out, the people seem to be a bit smarter than normal and I'm not continually bombarded with questions about stock tips. I will admit that on a conceptual level, you are picking it up much faster than I did. If you leave your world line, some of your friends and family members will never see you again. That seems like a very immoral thing to do. I'm not sure why you think it would be immoral. Don't soldiers today go on duties they may not return from? It depends on how you define what the real me is. If you consider the mirror example again, as all of them may step one room to the right, the family and friends in that room, and the time traveler for that matter, would not be able to tell the difference. The probability of us noticing a difference is based on the divergence of the trip. If all events and outcomes are certain, there are world lines where I do return for every world line I don't return to. All the moral events would then balance out to zero. Again, it's hard to judge good and bad outcomes, only good and bad decisions. What's the point of fixing something in one world line if there's an infinite number of world lines where a problem doesn't exist? Our actions and decisions are based on the knowledge we have in our own world line. Yes, the bell-shaped curve is a useful tool, but if we are capable of change for the better, then we feel we should at least try. Even if I don't return to my exact world line, a similar me probably will. Besides, I just look at it as helping the world line where their time-traveling me didn't show up, but I did. Earlier you said the people on your world line would only experience your being away for a split second. How can this be true if you'll never return to that world line? Again, I refer to the mirror example. It seems impossible that another you would return to the world line you originally came from. I'm not sure I said another time traveler will return. I think I said they could return. The location gravity map I have of my path getting here could be duplicated with a fairly high degree of accuracy. It's just that my machine was not designed to do that. I think it's a mistake to rely on the concept of the impossible when dealing with the reality of multiple worlds. Keep in mind there are an infinite number of yous on infinite world lines having completely different experiences with me. You stated that returning to your world line of origin is thought to be impossible. My exact ZD world line, that is. January 28, 2001, 6:35 a.m. My initial flight was from 2036 to 1975, 61 hours. I then went from 1975 to 2000, 25 hours. Later this year, one of two favorable windows will open and I will return to my 2036, 35 hours. I am here now for personal reasons. The web page is not mine. I have been speaking online for about 3 months and the page is a collection of the various documents and pictures I have sent to other individuals. Also, I realize there is no way for anyone to believe me with absolute certainty, so I hope I'm at least entertaining. You may be interested to know that even in 2036, there are a large number of people who don't believe in time travel. Are you sure the world is round? January 29, 2001, 7:47 a.m. Please keep in mind the website is not mine and I apologize for the poor quality of the files. The photo you saw was taken by me with a Polaroid camera manufactured here. The other documents were duplicated by placing a book onto a copy machine at a packaging and shipping store and then scanning and saving them. As for the printing technology in 2036, you may be surprised at how many people use typewriters. However, I agree the documents were probably not created that way. I too am very anxious to hear your thoughts and questions on time travel, gravity displacement and any comments on the Everett Wheeler-Graham model. January 29, 2001, 3:48 p.m. Although the documents posted were printed from a computer printer, is it really that hard to believe that manual typing is just a bit more common in 30 years? After the war, many things like manual printing machines, bicycles, sailboats and hand tools were valued a great deal. I have noticed more people in California are installing wood-burning stoves. I realize my claims are a bit ridiculous, but my intent is not really to be believed. However, if I had an opportunity to talk to a time traveler, I might ask questions like, how exactly does the singularity sensor measure the expansion of the inner event horizon? Or why does the reality of multiple worlds support the religious dogma that there are no good or bad people, just good and bad decisions? Or what were the political motivations that changed the U.S. Constitution? In my experience, when it becomes necessary to convince someone what I do for a living, the only way to do that is to be related to them. Everything else is immediately written off as a parlor trick, even if they're standing in front of a cooling distortion unit and I show them a dollar bill with the year 2029 on it. In the last few months, I have had numerous extended conversations online and there are quite a few things I've said which can easily be checked out but haven't. I get no pleasure out of being right when it comes to CJD disease, war in the Middle East or suffering people in faraway lands. There's nothing like the look on someone's face when you tell them 100,000 people will be dead tomorrow. In my travels, I have discovered that most people really don't want to know about the future because if it's different than what they want, it ticks them off. Actually, I don't blame them. The means by which I travel in time is very physical. I require a machine to do it. It weighs about 500 pounds and gets quite hot. I do not own it and I did not build it. Within limits, I will be happy to discuss how it works and how future science thinks time works. No, we have not completed string theory yet, but N10 seems to work pretty well. As far as the future goes, your world line is about 2.5% different than mine. This is a roughly cumulative measurement based on my arrival in 1975. As far as I can tell right now, you are headed toward the same events I would call my history in 2036. However, the very nature of time travel states that every world line is unique and you are very much in control of what you do and how you get there. Heck, the fact that I'm here makes it different from mine. I have nothing to sell, and there is nothing I want anyone to do. For all other time travelers out there, I have no test for you and I would enjoy discussing your feelings and experiences after the war. To everyone else, while I'm here, I am very interested in your philosophy, religious outlooks and speculations on technology. The 29th of January 2001, 12:25. Are the Olympics still being played in the future? As a result of the many conflicts, no, there were no official Olympics after 2004. However, it appears they may be revived in 2040. Why wouldn't it be possible to use that recording to go back to your original starting point without any divergence at all? Perhaps it's better to say it's so highly improbable as to be considered impossible. A good example is the concept of trying to get closer to something by cutting the distance in half for every step you take. Since the computer is basically making calculations from an imperfect model of reality, there are no absolutes. I also believe there is a theory that states you would have to violate the speed of light limit to have a perfect ZD. Why are there only 2 windows of opportunity for you to go back? Does this have anything to do with the weather? The weather isn't a factor as much as gravitational tidal forces are at the point of arrival. I disapprove of war because I think it's immoral. What do you think? I disapprove of murder. Man as a species is incapable of changing his nature through will alone, and war is a tool of biology. The ability for war sleeps in each one of us, and we must decide what we will do before the beast awakens. As for morality, again I point to the universal balance of good and evil. For every world line where there is peace, there is a world line that has destroyed itself. What's the use of bringing back the computer to a slightly different world line since you know there are just as many world lines in which no one returns to bring back computer? The decisions and actions we take as individuals can only help those who we have direct interaction with. I believe it is wrong to be capable of helping and do nothing. My struggle is in the irony that if everyone just did nothing, on every world line, there would be no action and thus no immorality or evil, no good either. I'm very interested in your comments on the greed of humanity. Your unique perspective of humanity at this point, 2001 and 2036, is valuable. Please feel free to ask anything you like. Can you record a voice message for us before you leave? Yes. I am considering trying to videotape my departure and having my parents post it after I leave. That should keep you all busy for a while. What sort of future do you imagine after 2036? Will we colonize the solar system? Keep in mind that not all humans were destroyed, but we were all affected. There is an effort going into colonizing space because it is believed that the problems of overpopulation were a large cause of the war. Personally, my generation sees itself as having a duty to try and repair the mess our fathers handed to us. When we were young, most of us had a small taste of the world you live in now, and our only dream is to clean it up and give it back to those still able to have children. January 30th, 2001, 6:21 a.m. Sometimes I imagine what it would be like to approach the Wright brothers in 1910, before their first flight, and make the suggestion that in a mere 30 years, man would be on the brink of flying through the air at the speed of sound. What tools would I be able to show them that would convince them? Would a picture of a jet airplane do it? Would complicated math and physics equations do it? Would it take a ride? Perhaps there will be a way to share the photos again, but I don't expect it would convince anyone. I would only hope they would spark conversation and make the reality of time travel a little more personal. Although I have no personal experience with non-mechanical time travel, I cannot discount it. Physics has a way of making the impossible a reality. I'm not here to study anyone. My objective was in 1975, and the reason I'm here now is my family. I find my preconceptions of what I would encounter interesting. Being exposed to a society through its art, Music and advertising is one thing and experiencing it is another. I'm not sure the physics of time travel is really that hard to grasp. Most of the working theory has been around on a large scale since 1970 and the technical breakthroughs are happening on your world line right now. Technology is not gone in 2036, nor is it the private domain of government leaders. Computer printers just didn't work very well on 12 volts and many people just got used to doing things the old way. After the war, the main problem was distribution. Can anyone tell me how many companies in the United States still manufacture bicycle tires today? Anyone who still has a bike in 2008 will find out. January 31, 2001 to 14 a.m. I'm not aware of any predictions I made, or perhaps we do not agree on the definition. What anyone chooses to do based on something I might say will not affect me in the least. My goal is not to believe, and I submit that your life would not be any better, and perhaps worse, if you did believe me. You placed tests before me that I must pass. Why? What do I have to gain by passing them? The fact is, there is nothing I can say or show you or let you drop hydrochloric acid on that will make you believe me, and I really don't want that. It would be nice to discuss your view on religion, politics, physics and the mechanical requirements of time travel, but in order to engage in those types of conversations, I must apparently tell you who wins the hockey game next week. I'm just guessing that if we're to write out the 10 lines for Fermat's final proof, you wouldn't be very impressed either. 1. Industrialized mass production does not produce the uncountable tonnage of useless consumer items so gleefully absorbed by your society. I would estimate there are about 10 units like mine, C204, and 20 larger units, C206. The main difference is the sensitivity and number of the main cesium clocks. I would estimate that some sort of public time travel will be common around 2045. 2. I'm not aware of any other time travelers here now. But if they are here, I'm sure they're poring over sports history books so they can go back in time another week and start a friendly conversation on the web. 3. The mad cow story here is yet to begin, but don't worry, the fruited gelatin deserts are safe. 4. I'm glad to see it so easy to dismiss the Middle East. Yes, I suppose it is a no-brainer, but pretty soon it will be a no-aimer and a no-legger. Ethics is an excellent topic of discussion, and I hope we can move past a collective insistence of applying everything to this frame of reference. January 31, 2001, 3:41 p.m. The distortion unit reaches its target destination by using very sensitive gravity sensors and atomic clocks. The basic unit of calculation is the second. So yes, in a sense you do dial in a date, and the computer system controls the distortion field. At maximum power, the unit I have is capable of traveling about 10 years an hour. Unfortunately, time travel is not an exact science. There is inherent error and chaos in the computer's ability to make accurate calculations. Based on the current technology of the clocks and sensors, distortion units are only accurate to about 60 years or so. So no, in 2036, we are unable to travel back 1,000 years due to the error rate in the system. The divergence between the world line of origin and the target world line would be too great. If one were to try and travel back that far, history would look nothing like what you would expect. The unit has mass limits, but the 204 is capable of transporting about 3 people and equipment. I don't think you would like 2036 very much. The 5100 had a very simple and unique feature that IBM did not account for and decided it was not in their best interest to advertise, which in hindsight was not very smart. This accidental feature was thus removed from any future desktop computers. In order to take advantage of this feature, the 5100 I have now required a couple of special tweaks that had to be done by one of the software engineers in 1975. Anyone who is familiar with this feature and was told to keep their mouth shut about it will be able to tell you what it is. Yes, we still have toilet tissue, and some people still suffer from extreme anal fixation. I have noticed and gotten used to the act of verbal conflict as a cathartic entertainment. I don't totally understand it, but I take no offense by it either. Perhaps we could just arm wrestle someday and still be able to have a pleasant conversation. The year 2008 was a general date by which time everyone will realize the world they thought they were living in was over. The Civil War in the United States will start in 2004. I would describe it as having a Waco-type event every month that steadily gets worse. The conflict will consume everyone in the U.S. by 2012 and end in 2015 with a very short WWIII. The source of power for the C204 that allows it to distort and manipulate gravity comes from two microsingularities that were created, captured and cleaned at a much larger and circular facility. The dual event horizons of each one and their mass is manipulated by injecting electrons onto the surface of their respective ergospheres. The electricity comes from batteries. The breakthrough that will allow for this technology will occur within a year or so when CERN brings their larger facility online. Perhaps it would have been clearer to state that the math has been around since 1970. I would urge you to examine the properties of car black holes and Tipler cylinders. An actual working prototype was first tested in 2034. On my world line, time travel is not a public recreation, but we are all aware that it exists. You may be disappointed to know that the ability to manipulate gravity is not the technical challenge that had to be overcome. Miniaturizing the clocks and sensors, creating clever ways to vent X-rays and creating a computer system dependable enough to calculate the changes required to the field were the main challenges. There are no missing pieces, just missing energy levels and a few very interesting subatomic particles. February 1, 2001, 8:36 a.m. Unfortunately, winners of historical sports betting events are not high on the priority list of people in 2036. As a thought experiment, if I did tell you who the winning horse was and you killed it before the final race, would that make me a liar, or would it support my statement that our world lines are about 2% different? Do you know who won that race 30 years ago? February 1, 2001, 11:28 a.m. If you could change one thing about your government right now, what would it be? The United States is still a representative republic in 2036, but it was touch and go for a while. After the war, the U.S. had divided into 5 general areas based on their economic and defensive strengths. Many people blamed the government organization for the war, and the last Constitutional Congress was held in 2020 to officially scrap the Constitution and start over. Fortunately, this exercise in anger pointed out how hard it was to come up with anything better. It was decided the document wasn't at fault. As a result, there have been a few small changes to the Constitution and the executive branch, but you would easily recognize it. The average citizen is more educated about the Constitution and aware of the rights and responsibilities it gives them. Federal power has been decentralized and the focus of daily politics is in the state senates. Federal law has also been streamlined, but much harder to change or make additions to. The people who sign my paycheck told me why we needed a 5,100 and sent me off to get one. I was not in a position to make alternate suggestions. As I recall, isn't the Cray a rather large system? We need something portable. The 5,100 isn't required for its reliability, it's needed to translate between APL, Unix and a few obscure IBM mainframe languages. The fishing is great and you're more than welcome to join us, but me here is only 3. I'll have to tell him you're coming. February 2, 2001. Yes, I age and my hair and nails grow at normal rates. Please keep in mind that gravity distortion does involve some dilation effects, but jumping between world lines are time-like trips, not space-like trips. The air is about the same, although I do smell and taste industrial odors here my parents cannot. The food in the future is grown and raised naturally inside the community structure. This is done primarily for safety reasons. I am amazed at the risks people here are willing to take with processed food. All of the food I eat here is grown and prepared by my family or myself. Unfortunately, I do not know if we are acquainted on my world line. Yes, love is a challenge. What's harder is knowing you could go back and correct a mistake, but at the cost of the you on that world line. The questions about the president and space travel are reasonable, but now we come to a conflict between physics and ethics. First, the ethics. I have seen a television program about a man who was able to speak with the dead. When I watch the show, I am more afraid about the possibility that what he is doing is real, not whether or not he is doing it. Since I will be leaving this world line in the coming year, I could easily tell you that the president lives or dies in the next 4 years. In fact, I could probably find some way to even charge you for it. When the day comes for my prediction to be realized, it will either happen or not. If it does happen, then your ability to judge your environment is crippled by your acceptance of me as a knower of all things and gifted with the ability to tell the future. If I am wrong, then everything I have said that might possibly have made you think about your world in a different way is suddenly discredited. I do not want either. Although I do have personal reasons for being here and speaking with you, the most I could hope for is that you recognize the possibility of time travel as a reality. You are able to change your world line for better or worse just as I am. Although this will make me a far less interesting time traveler, these are the rules I personally try to hold to. 1. I will not disclose any information that will cause someone to personally gain by its knowledge. This means no stock or sports tips. 2. I will not disclose any detailed information that would allow someone to avoid death by probability. This means no earthquake or bomb information. 3. I will not disclose any information that may compromise any future actions by individual people or threaten their family and well-being. I will not disclose names or events associated with individuals. Now for the physics. The grandfather paradox is impossible. In fact, all paradox is impossible. The Everett-Wheeler-Graham or multiple world theory is correct. All possible quantum states, events, possibilities and outcomes are real, eventual and occurring. The chances of everything happening someplace at some time in the superverse is 100%. For all you scientists out there, if Schrödinger's cat had a time machine, he might not be in the box at all. Therefore, there is a world line where you are alive and another where you have gone back in time to kill your relative. Differences between world lines are measured from the perspective of the time traveler in terms of divergence percentage. The higher the divergence, the more unlike your destination world line looks like compared to your world line of origin. Therefore, any prediction I might make has a slight chance of being incorrect anyway, and you now have the ability to act on it based on what I've said. Can you stop the war before it gets here? Sure. Will you do it? Probably not. As far as space travel goes, no, we are not on Mars yet, but we're trying very hard so we can avoid another Hell's Kitchen outcome from an overpopulated Earth. February 2, 2001, 10:09 a.m. Perhaps it would be better if you just considered me a fraud. I really don't have a problem with that. If that were the case, could we then have discussions that you were comfortable with? If I knew someone was going to die, and there was a chance I could stop it, I have a moral obligation to do something about it. I can think of a couple of examples. If the Egyptians knew the Red Sea was going to drown them, do you think they would have pursued Moses? If you could go back in time to 1941 and tell the radar operators to take a second look at the radar screen on December 7th, would you? Before you say yes and accept that parade in your honor down Main Street, perhaps you should go forward in time and see if the U.S. still had the motivation to make the E-bomb before Hitler did. February 2, 2001, 10:53 a.m. I fail to understand why my words generate so much conflict. I think it's far better for you to consider what I say as fantasy so there is no question of credibility. How is my credibility going to affect your life? I don't want you to believe me, and it doesn't affect me in the least if you did. I don't know any other way to tell you that I am unaware of what happens in the next week, especially in Hollywood. Just curious, that's a common question. Why do you think I would know something about that? Yes, it's very possible that what I say would spin your future off into a different direction. But since what I say is bogus, that shouldn't be a problem. On a philosophical level, the existence of multiple worlds implies a moral balance in the superverse. For every world line you perform a good action, there is a world line where you perform a bad action. There are no good and bad people, just good and bad decisions. We can only be responsible for what we do as individuals on the world line we are on now. So take heart. Somewhere out there is a world line where I'm spilling all the beans on hockey, the stock market and Hollywood, and you're all off to Vegas and Wall Street making millions of dollars. I do very much enjoy these conversations, and I'm working on the other questions. February 2nd, 2001, 11:41 a.m. As far as the war goes, my best advice is to find at least 5 people within 100 miles of you that you trust with your life. No, I haven't met any other time travelers here, and although from my perspective that's highly unlikely, it's not impossible. No, I don't have any additional information concerning crop circles, ants or UFOs. I find those subjects rather interesting myself, and it's one of the reasons I was drawn to this website. Can you give us some personal stories of your past? I was born in 1998, so I do share some childhood memories with all of you. I remember going to Disney World at Christmas, and I remember going to the beach in Daytona. When the civil conflict started and got worse, people generally decided to either stay in the cities and lose most of their civil rights under the guise of security, or leave the cities for more isolated and rural areas. Our home was searched once, and the neighbor across the street was arrested for some unknown reason. That convinced my father to leave the city. From the age of 8 to 12, we lived away from the cities and spent most of our time in a farm community with other families, avoiding conflict with the federal police and National Guard. By that time, it was pretty clear that we were not going back to what we had, and the division between the cities and the country was well defined. My father made a living by putting together 12-volt electrical systems and selling commodities up and down the coast of Florida. I spent most of my time helping him. Outright open fighting was common by then, and I joined a shotgun infantry unit in 2011. I served with the Fighting Diamondbacks for about 4 years. Hearing in my right ear isn't as good as I would like it. The Civil War ended in 2015 when Russia attacked the U.S. cities, our enemy, China and Europe. As unusual and bad as my childhood might seem, I wouldn't trade it for anything. Africa is not a pleasant place to be in 2036, although I would characterize it as recovering. The music you enjoy now is quite popular and available, it's just not produced in anywhere near the same amount. There is a revival of local and classical music. Many people have learned to play their own. I personally enjoy big band, some classical and interesting lyrical pieces from the 1970s and 1980s. If time travel is possible, what does that do to the religious? If I exist on many timelines, which one is really me? This is an excellent question that causes a great deal of controversy, since every possible outcome, event and possibility is happening and will happen, then all good and all evil balances out in the superverse. After the reality of multiple worlds sank into our collective thought, the one basic change to all religious dogma is the concept that good and evil does not exist as an organized force in our lives, nor can it be used as a useful way to judge what God may think of a situation. Good and evil are personal experiences that can only guide what we do as individuals and how we relate to others. This outlook also makes it impossible for me to judge any other person or event. We cannot see the entire universe as God sees it, therefore we will never be gods or be capable of judging anything outside of ourselves. My actions can only be judged as good and bad by me and my God. There is also an area of thought that maintains all of the yous out there will make up the you that eventually returns to God. In that manner, it is frustrating to know that you are capable of and acting on all of the thoughts and ideas you have regardless of what the you here is doing. How good or evil do you think you can be? There is even an idea, supported in physics apparently, but I have a hard time with this one, that there is some sort of communication going on between all of the yous that are out there. Some people think that memories, intuition and conscious are actually attempts by one version of you to talk to another. Yes, we still have football and you will easily recognize it in 2036. I am posting here because I enjoy talking with people without having to hide who I am. It's safe for me and my family, and I can gather historical information from you in the web. Yes, I have superiors. However, from their perspective, I will only have been gone a split second. The only real risk I am taking is spending too long outside my main line and risking a probability error, dying, accident, etc. Based on the physics of gravity displacement, I can't leave whenever I want anyway, and I do have some leeway into how I conduct my mission. It is impossible for me to change any world line that I am not on. Nothing I do here will affect my home. The 60-year flux is a limitation of my machine, not of physics. Jet planes can't fly into space. My machine is not reliable past a 60-plus-year destination. You've been to Cedar Key? You must be aware I don't know any personal information about you. If I was going to guess, I would say it's important to avoid the rattlesnake or you might be walking back to shore. You may be happy to know that although the bridge is gone, Cedar Key is still there. The computer is from 1975, Rochester, MN. Yes, the Pearl Harbor example relates to Y2K. Have you considered that I might already have accidentally screwed up your world line? Potential hazard of being a time traveler, always putting things off until you can get back to doing them. What's even worse is having the ability to go back and help the you there and you won't listen to yourself. February 5, 2001, 11:28 a.m. Yes, there is a log in my report and debriefing will agree with it. I have no reason to lie about where I am and why I'm here. There are no crimes against time. However, if I were to go on some sort of a murder spree and I admitted it when I returned, then I would be held responsible for the crime of murder. I am no more able to affect your world line than you are. Yes, I could make the changes you suggested, but you must remember that there are an infinite number of world lines out there where I didn't and I don't. In fact, there's even a world line out there where you're the time traveler and I'm the one writing the question. I think the war would be good for you and your society. I don't want to stop it. Nothing I do here will affect any other world line. My original world line will always be the same, and yes, I can make changes here that would make this world line different from mine, but so can you. February 5, 2001, 2:09 p.m. Attention! The following is a secret message for all mindless robot slaves controlled by time travelers. If you are unable to read this, please disregard it. This is an emergency. Can someone do me a favor and look up everything they can find on Maxwell's equations, relativity and the formulas for volts and amps? I left all my physics books back in the time machine. Remember, just because I control your mind doesn't mean I think you're an idiot. Message over. Yes, there are significant advances in computer science. It's interesting how easy it is to be fixated on the machine itself without any curiosity about many of the support systems. This is not really big news, but if then is out and if then maybe is in. Yes, I am with the me on this world line and he is 3 now. I find that fact to be rather hard for people to get along with, so I don't bring it up directly. This is the second time I have met myself. The machine is owned by the military. I am part of a unit stationed in Tampa, Florida. The real energy is in creating the machine, not operating it. It's interesting you should bring up the divergence percentage. You may find it entertainingly interesting to know that the divergence can be more accurate with more sensitive gravity sensors and clocks. The C206 uses 6 cesium clocks and an active method of timing the changes in the atom. February 6, 2001, 6:35 a.m. We time travel to solve problems. A great deal of effort is going into repairing the environment and infrastructure. I think there is only one God. I also think that our soul may be a combination of all the collective thoughts and actions of the infinite use. If that is true, it becomes very difficult to define death until all world lines come to an end. 1. Who wins the sporting event for the next 20 years? I don't know. Even if I did, you could stop the horse anyway and make it untrue. 2. Who will be elected president for the next 20 years? Please see number 2. 3. Will there still be popular motorcycle around when you are born? I was born in 1998. 4. Please tell me the price of gold for the last 20 years. I don't understand the importance of this type of information. Please tell me your opinion why this is interesting and worth remembering for 30 years. 5. Will it still be lawful for me to own handguns? I thought owning a handgun was legal in the United States. Yes, being familiar with firearms, along with the other responsibilities of the Constitution, becomes an important part of people's lives in 30 years. 6. Is it possible for you to bump into yourself when you are time traveling? Yes, that is possible, and there are no limitations on interacting with them. I find it interesting that there is some sort of collective negativity with the idea of doing that. Could it be that we are not really that comfortable with ourselves and therefore we cannot imagine meeting, liking or helping another one of us on another world line? 7. Can I go with you on your journeys through time? Anybody else want to go? I could probably manage 3 people with me. However, I would have to dump a great deal of archival material to get you in. I'm not sure you would like 2036 very much. February 6, 2001, 8:33 a.m. Russia and China have always had a very strange relationship. Even the news I see now indicates that continued weapons deals to allies, border clashes and overpopulation will lead to hostilities. The West will become very unstable, which gives China the confidence to expand. I'm assuming you are all aware that China has millions of male soldiers right now that they know will never be able to find wives. The attack on Europe is in response to a unified European army that masses and moves east from Germany. Also, please be aware that from my viewpoint, Russia attacked my enemy who was in the US cities. Yes, the US did counterattack. Based on what I know about the 5100 IBM computer, it has a few very interesting and worthwhile properties that make it worthwhile for a time traveler to recover. Also, please keep in mind that civilization is recovering from the war. Yes, we do have the technology, but many of the tools were lost. As you are probably aware, Unix will have a timeout error in 2038, and many of the mainframe systems that ran a large part of the infrastructure were based on very old IBM computer code. The 5100 has the ability to easily translate between the old IBM code, APL, BASIC and, with a few tweaks in 1975 Unix. This may seem insignificant, but the fact that the 5100 is portable means I can easily take it back to 2036. I do expect they will create some sort of emulation system to use in multiple locations. When I arrived, I approached my father and was easily able to prove to him who I was. I am currently with my parents and the me who is 3. They are very aware of what I am doing, why I am here and when I will be leaving. It may interest you to know that my father still does not truly believe the machine works even after touching and seeing it. Yes, education is still taught in a classroom, but the entire focus and system looks nothing like what you have now. Don't worry, you won't miss it. I still don't buy your story. I understand your viewpoint and I respect it. However, I am confused by a twist in the way the language is used. Another fellow who posted earlier was a bit upset over what I was saying because he thought I was soon going to ask for money by selling something. Since I don't have anything to sell, I am curious why I don't buy your story is the natural way to say what you did. I am aware that it's off the cuff to say, but wouldn't it be better to say I don't believe your story? Why is the other way so common? February 8, 2001, 0940. I would characterize world politics as two boxers who have just gone multiple rounds and they're both pretty beat up. I'm sure someone out there wants to kill us, but no one is very organized yet. There is a great deal of fear over rogue groups coming across unlaunched missile systems, 55-gallon drums of anthrax or portable nuclear weapons. Korea united? I guess you could say that. Taiwan, Japan and Korea were all forcefully annexed before day. I don't remember a great deal about media coverage during the civil conflicts. I would probably characterize it the same way you see coverage of Waco, Ruby Ridge and Elian Gonzalez. From my viewpoint, yes, this is an alternate timeline. From your viewpoint, no. I have thought again about how to reveal information that would make me more believable, but I always come across the following problems. 1. All of you become much less interesting as sheep. I can't talk to you if you're not skeptical. 2. Anything I say could be acted on beforehand and changed anyway. 3. All the really interesting information is months or years away and I'd be gone when it happens. 4. I find it morally wrong to assist someone with anything where they might gain and someone else would lose or die. 5. There's a slim chance your world line is just different enough my prediction won't happen. 6. I simply don't know. Consider that you are a time traveler who goes back in time to the first week of February 1970 and you are confronted with the same problem. What do you remember right now about the second week of February 1970? Naturally, the conflict in Vietnam and the Middle East come up, but as someone has already stated here, that's old news. I suppose I could predict the failure of Apollo 13 spacecraft, but since time travel is ridiculous, I would be blamed for sabotage. I might even decide to tell you about an earthquake in Peru, but then people that would have died by chance will now live and vice versa. All I can think of is to make something up. So here goes. The space shuttle mission may or may not have a problem connecting the new lab to the space station. How was that? February 8, 2001, 1:18 p.m. I enjoyed the conversation and I will respond. The pattern of exchange in the war will not be a surprise. Many people will perish as a result of starvation and disease. I would also submit that you already know if you're safe or not. The trick is to not turn off your fear when you'll need it the most. Australia is sort of interesting in what is unknown. After the war, they were not very cooperative or friendly, can't blame them really. It is known they did repulse a Chinese invasion and most of their cities were hit. They have a trading relationship with the US, but I would characterize them as reclusive and tipped off. When people use phrases like, "See what I mean, you're not hearing what I'm saying," or, "something smells fishy," they are indicating the primary sense they use to process information about a situation. I find it interesting that my credibility in the phrases that describe it hinge on economic terms and whether or not I have something to sell. I don't. I also don't know how to clarify my position any better, so I would suggest that if what I say angers you, it might be best to just consider it fiction. Soon you'll get bored and I will leave in a few months. Either way, it won't be an issue. The enemy that was attacked by Russia and the US was the forces of the government you live under right now. I think you are just some guy who likes to mislead people. I do not seek followers to mislead. I seek safety, animosity, did he mean anonymity, and good conversation. 2. To me it would seem obvious that we both have a very different perspective on what's important right now in 2001. I would think that's what makes our interaction interesting. Would I be any more believable if I told you I had just stopped a horrible event and you won't hear about it because it didn't happen? Again, this is the second time it has come up and I am very curious. Why would you expect a time traveler to know or care about what happens in Hollywood or some individual company's profits? You seem to think I have tomorrow's paper in front of me. Is that what time travel means to you? 3. I never said I was a scientist. If this is about economics somehow and you hope to buy my story, then what do I gain by selling it? 5. You already know that cars are dangerous and planes crash. I'm very confident you are capable of killing yourselves without my intervention. Actually, my moral obligation has nothing to do with you, it's between me and God. Deception? Exactly what standard do you use to measure the truth around you? I have seen other threads with amazing and potentially real experiences on them. Why am I more threatening? I have no memory of meeting an older me as a 3-year-old. The events between world lines are isolated and nothing I do here will affect my world line. Yes, my parents are alive in 2036 but they have no experience with a time-traveling me in their 2001 either. February 8, 2001, 6:59 p.m. For all of you interested in coming back with me to 2036, perhaps we should discuss the trip. Please be aware, the displacement unit moves through time, not space. First, we will be driving the current vehicle, Chevy truck with the displacement unit in it to Tampa, Florida. From there, we will go back to my arrival date on this world line. Then we will have to drive to Minnesota, sell the current vehicle and get another one that would have been around in 1975. We will then move the displacement unit, 500 pounds or so, into the new vehicle and go back to 1975. Once in 1975, we'll drive back to Tampa and make the final hop to 2036. If you'd like to stay in 1975, you're welcome to do that. It can also get quite hot and stuffy during the trip and you'll be subjected to a 1.5 to 2 G force the entire time. You'll also need some sort of a rebreather system or oxygen supply. I have found that many misunderstandings and arguments are based on the differences in understanding over a single word. Two different cultures can have a drastic impact on the meaning of words like proof, trust, and credibility. My frustration is in understanding the use of the words. I am trying to follow the logic of all of the comments. After reading the questions, I want to paint a picture that may help with the general theme of our collective experience in 2036. The war had very profound effects on people and how they relate to each other. As individuals, almost everyone in 2036 is very familiar with death. We all have stories of loved ones that have died from disease, war, or acts of inhumanity. Most of us have even taken part in dishing the same thing out to the other side. As a result, we have become far more compassionate to the ones we love but much less forgiving to those who don't pull their weight. We are more accepting of others' differences in our community because we depend on them to survive. We are also more conservative with our resources and closer to God because for a period, life on earth was hell. The other major difference is in the concept of good and evil. With multiple worlds come multiple decisions and outcomes. For every good act, there is an equal and possible bad act on another world line. Taken to the extreme, this must mean that in God's eyes, there is no total good and total bad in the superverse. It balances itself out to infinity. I believe we are judged on the decisions we make as individuals, and the good-evil I see on my world line is an illusion that has no worth to God. My reaction to it is what's important to God. Although this may seem rather heartless, it does allow me to see past the evil that people do and acknowledge the core of potential goodness inside them. 2. I am currently based in Tampa, Florida in Hillsborough County. 3. Yes, I am free, but I have obligations as a citizen. Everyone is required to have basic military training and provide a period of time for community service. It is very much like a type of mandatory National Guard service plus Peace Corps. 4. Yes, civil liberties are more important. You will feel the same after having your house searched a couple of times. 5. We do not live in a racist society but definitely a prejudiced one. Everyone carries their own water. 6. Our government looks very much like yours. It is a representative republic. 7. My definition of a patriot is anyone who defends the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. 8. Religion has become far less centralized. Extremes tend to bring you closer to God, so I would characterize religion and spirituality as a much more of a personal institution. 9. I do not know what happens when we die. However, I don't think it will be easy. There may be some very difficult decisions we have to make when we die that we are totally unprepared for. 10. It's difficult to define the most predominant religion. Christianity has fragmented into many groups and people with different beliefs speak much more openly with others who have different outlooks and opinions. I would imagine there are large groups of Hindus, Buddhists and Muslims, but I have not come across them personally. 11. No, Jesus did not come back. At least not that I'm aware of. If or when Jesus returns, do you think he'll be a lamb or a lion? 12. No mission to Mars, but we are working on it. There is a group working on the idea of gravity displacement to get into space, but the calculations and error rate are very large obstacles to overcome. 13. We don't know what's on Mars yet. 14. We're not on the moon yet either. A great deal of technical effort is going into cleaning the planet up. 15. I'm not aware of any mind control devices being used on you now. However, there are a great many non-lethal weapon systems in development that turn out to be quite lethal. Sometimes I watch your television programs that shows what teams using new non-lethal weapons. They usually start out with, in the future, the army and police will fight its enemies with new weapon systems. When they use the word enemy, they're talking about you. You don't really think the Marines are going to jump out of helicopters overseas with sticky goop, pepper spray and seizure lights, do you? 16. I'm not familiar with the term psionics. I'll look it up and see if we just have another word for it. 17. Yes, Europe is a mess. 18. Yes, I think the New World Order idea tried to establish itself. I would consider them the combination of the old US federal system, Europe, Canada and Australia. 19. When you say teleportation, I assume you mean public transportation. Yes, we have a basic high-speed system. 20. I don't know if the government created AIDS. I tend to think yes, but controlling it escaped them as it mutated. You can't have conspiracy to limit the population with a disease without the cure. 21. Yes, homosexuals are in the army. You tend to look past the individual differences of people when their job is to protect your life. 22. Yes, there are gay people in 2036. 23. I am a white male. 24. Yes, there is an entertainment industry. Again, it is very decentralized. The technology to express yourself with video is so readily available that many people do it all by themselves or in small groups. Much of the distribution is over the web. I would compare it theater here. 25. I don't know what you mean by VR. 26. The average lifespan is about 60, but I expect that will improve as we get things cleaned up. 27. Yes, paper money is still widely used. 28. The 21st century has a while to go, but the most significant person in my opinion is the farmer general who led us to victory. 29. Even for you, Tesla technology can be found in appliances, motors and generators. I would have to say we have come a long way on Tesla's foundation, but we don't have electricity rays that cause earthquakes. 30. Getting back to my exact world line of origin is impossible, but it depends on how you define the correct world line. I can get close enough so neither I nor anyone there would know the difference. It relates to the classic example of cutting a distance in half to reach it. You can always get closer, but never there. It also has a lot to do with neighboring universes on Penrose diagrams, but that requires more math. 31. Yes, we have the death penalty. We also have public punishment. 32. The most common crime is theft. 33. I don't understand what you mean by race mixing. 34. Cloning is not common. However, altering the sperm and egg cell are common. It is very difficult to have children in 2036 for environmental reasons. 35. It's hard to say what the exact racial makeup of the US is. I would say it's probably the same minus 130 million people or so. 36. No, there is no segregation. 37. The education system is very similar to yours, but the organization and implementation is controlled on a community and county level. Various communities also specialize in certain disciplines. 38-39. My comments on equal rights and women's roles could be quite lengthy and controversial. I wish to discuss that separately. However, women do fight in the military just as the men do, but their role on the community level is very conservative. 40. Having children is such a serious issue in 2036 that birth control is almost unheard of. It is very difficult and precious to have and raise children. Again, this is an issue I will be happy to go into later. 41. Yes, there are same-sex marriages, but it's not very common. Again, people have lived through so much hardship that if what someone else is doing does not affect them or harm the community, it's not a big issue. 42. South America went relatively unharmed. However, there is still a great deal of internal conflict with conventional arms. 43. Yes, people use drugs that alter consciousness, but they are not very common. 44. Yes, I know who the Beatles are. Old music and other entertainment is available on the web. 45. There is another pope, but I do not know his name. I do believe that your eunuchs will also have a problem in 2038. I don't think that's a secret, but maybe someone should put a 5,100 aside for 30 years or so. John. February 9, 2001, 2:02 p.m. Waco, Ruby Ridge and Elian exist in your news archives, telling you about impending plane crashes or other disasters, provided I could give you exact dates and times, may save lives at one point but cause cascading changes that take others at a later point. I enjoy the posts because it's very hard to remain safe and have a conversation. I have often seen the classic question, why don't time travelers reveal themselves? That's easy. If you believe us, you'll drug us into oblivion and put us in a small dark cell while men in white lab coats take a Phillips head screwdriver to the magnetic lock on the Singularity Drive housing. I will examine the website you mentioned. I believe the 5100 is unique in its ability to run assembler language on the 360 machine platform and still be portable. I'm not sure if that fact was ever made public, so it's the best proof I have. I would like to examine the software you mentioned. Perhaps I can further justify my side trip. Yes, EMP took out a great number of electronic devices. That's one of the reasons why we don't have reliable technology laying around. However, in the opening hours of N-Day, the Russians did not launch any high-altitude detonations. They knew we would most likely clean up after them, so they wanted everyone outside the cities to be able to communicate. Most of the warheads that hit the cities came in threes and exploded close to the ground. The heavy EMP damage was isolated to those areas. Actually, you will probably be quite impressed with our internet. It's based on a series of independent, self-powered nodes that are mobile and can be put up anywhere. It looks a great deal like your current cell phone system. February 10, 2001, 9:49 a.m. Thank you for the information. I will visit the site and I expect I will have some questions. Yes, there are a great many people who think that Revelations has come to pass. However, the new fear is that Christ has returned. He's not telling us and he's very angry. I am not familiar with the Fatima prophecies, but I am aware of the term. I was not sent here to change anything. Since it would not affect my home anyway, it would be rather pointless. I am here because of my family and the interaction I had with them in 1975. I understand the question about the Antichrist, but I must admit I hadn't given it much thought. My initial reaction is to consider how the Antichrist would affect my life if I could identify him/her. If your life became a sort of hell anyway, would it matter if the Antichrist was real? I became aware of this bulletin board through my various archiving work through the web. We do enjoy talk programs, but they are distributed over the web. I don't have additional information about UFOs and I find the subject quite interesting myself. I have often wondered if they aren't time travelers with very sophisticated machines. Based on what I know about the nature of time, I find this difficult to believe, but nothing is impossible. Yes, handmade items and the skills to make them are quite prevalent and people take a great deal of pride in their work. People with the skills to make clothing, work with leather and wood or cultivate a garden have become quite valuable. Please do not think your questions are unimportant. I enjoyed the conversation. Fiji? I've noticed that when most Americans think about Canada in this time, they think about pine trees, chookes and back bacon. It may interest you to know that most Canadians in 2036 are some of the most efficient, ruthless and dangerous people I know. God help Quebec. Within limits, I'm confident my anonymity is secure. The various email and web accounts I have do not have a big sign that says, "Time Machine this way." In order to be at risk, I would have to be believed. In my experience, evil may be powerful, but they aren't very bright. You couldn't even answer one simple question about music? Unfortunately, your question is rather difficult for me. Any personal experience I might have with your world line at a specific moment is limited to my viewpoint and age. I can't tell you what music is popular in the next few years because the me here is only 3 years old. In addition, how does someone decide what the most popular music trend is? It would seem rather subjective to me. Thinking about it now, I sort of wonder what it would be like to be a teenager now and know the answer to that question. When I was 13, I used to worry about which shotgun slug would take a door handle off and whether or not I had any dry socks. Current fallout estimates are accurate but a bit exaggerated. Your example of what people would do based on something I might say is accurate. However, my concern would be the potential actions of a single person, not the masses. In 1963, if I suggested that someone should watch the book depository windows as the president went by, the actions of a single person might have a huge impact on history. You also asked if I visited my past family. That's where I am now. Once a microsingularity is produced and placed in a magnetic field, what is the approximate strength of that field? How is the magnetic field produced? What would happen if that field failed? These are excellent questions that I probably won't answer to your satisfaction, but let me make a couple of points first. Although I am familiar with the general manufacture of the unit, I am not a physicist or a scientist. My background is in history and I had the correct profile to accomplish my given task in 1975. I doubt that most jet fighter pilots are aeronautical engineers and I'll bet most of you couldn't give me the formula for horsepower, yet you drive a car every day. The second point I can illustrate with an interesting story. In the opening phases of WWA, one of the largest problems early fighter pilots had was how to shoot a machine gun through the propeller blades without chopping it to bits. The problem was very straightforward. When the engine was off, the blades took up only a small percentage of the total arch, but with the engine on, there was seemingly no way to know when it was safe to shoot through them. This problem lasted for quite a while until a very smart person came up with a very simple solution. By using a small lobed cam on the propeller shaft that controlled a switch on the machine gun, it was possible to stop the gun from firing only when the cam turned off the switch at the point a bullet might hit the blade. It was so simple, in fact the other side only caught onto the idea after one of the planes crashed and they were able to take it apart. My point is, seemingly very complicated problems often have very simple and ingenious solutions using technology that is already available. The distortion unit is not magic and no alien technology was required to make it work. If you could see it, the smarts that went into designing it will amaze you more than the technology. Heck, the really interesting technology is in the computer. The magnetic field does not require the fantastic energies you might imagine. The field is created and captures the singularity inside a very large and powerful specially designed particle accelerator. If the magnetic system failed, which has numerous backups including a system that would remove it from this world line, the singularity would evaporate. Although it is smaller than an electron, it would still be quite undesirable. Why do you keep telling us about the war? How do you know that will even happen in our world line? Something may have already changed and it won't happen at all. Yes, you are correct. However, I am not confident things are different enough for you to avoid the conflict. You may also consider the possibility that a world with no war is far less desirable in the long run. In response to your other point, your assumptions about causality are correct, but my personal morality still comes into play. I won't deviate from my 3 rules because of the way I would feel about myself. The singularities do not create Tipler cylinders, they create the same physical environment without all the mass. The same math works for both. There are 2 singularities. Their mass and spin is altered in order to adjust the size of the ergosphere and cause the event horizons to interact and create the gravity sinusoid. I have a basic homeschooling education, K-12, and a bachelor's degree in history. I will get to the remaining questions soon. John. The 11th of February 2001, 1843. Greetings everyone. I've missed you all too. As I'm sure, name from forum can tell you, my email system is made up of quite a few addresses, locations and computers. Some of them work better than others, and for a period of time, I have been unable, in my own way, to get to this site. It appears I've come back at just the right moment. I see you're all asking yourselves questions about who I really am, what I want and why I'm here. Frankly, I really can't blame you, but perhaps it's a bit easier now to understand why I not only didn't expect you to believe me and I didn't want you to. As far as my credibility, I thought we had reached some sort of happy medium and we could call each other friend. I see, however, that may not be the case, and I must admit I'm a bit disappointed. It seems that unless I follow your expectations of what a time traveler should be doing, thinking or feeling, then I must be a fraud. Or is it just safer to keep telling yourself that? I think it was a terrible idea for John to have told us anything about his story. Where was this sentiment and concern for my safety as I was telling my story? John was always telling us he has nothing to prove. Why come to a time travel forum and talk at all then? Is it really that hard to believe that plain old human interaction has its own merits? Although John is creative, his declarations on quantum theories have already been proven to be wrong. Which quantum theories are you talking about? Please forgive me, but if I missed a question or if there was something else to go into, I would have been happy to do so. February 12, 2001, 8:54 p.m. Why would a time traveler reveal himself? In John's mission, these actions have no purpose. I still fail to see why this is a problem. If you can think of another way where I can interact with people, I would very much like to hear your suggestions. Why isn't the mere act of speaking with other people an end in itself? Personally, I find the unit interesting and I like talking about it. There must be something in your life like that. John talks about the Civil War being started between the Democrats and Republicans. Later, this escalates into WW3 and he mentions that it is a good thing for us. I don't believe I ever said the war was between Democrats and Republicans. If I am incorrect, please point that out. It doesn't exactly escalate as much as it opens the door for other aggression. Yes, I think the war would be good for society and I would be happy to debate that with you. John tells us to buy a gun, find 5 friends, and get a bicycle. This conflicts with his comments about killing us all off. If you could point out how this violates the 3 guidelines I stated earlier, I would give it considerable thought. Perhaps you are correct and that was a mistake. Again, I don't believe I said I want to kill you. Personally, I think murder is wrong. You seem to be pretty good at that yourself. John mentions that he has no idea what ginger is, but he mentions media hype and alludes to IT not amounting to much. Again, I don't believe I said that either. My point in that conversation was about feeling manipulated by hype. Since they are asking you to buy something, I would be very interested in your lengthy and critical postings about IT's credibility. If you could post that link, I would very much like to see it. John mentions the war was between the cities of America, Russia, China, etc. Are you familiar with the Russian partisan movement in WWII? John says the Civil War leads to the World War in 2015. The Civil War lasts for 10 years. It's 2004. I apologize for a missed key, very observant. We all need good critics. Perhaps our definition of war is different. I would define it as a conflict where organized groups engage in maneuver and armed conflict. The first U.S. Civil War lasted 4 years and the English Civil War lasted 6. How long is too long? John says the mechanical typewriter is a major machine again in the future and the internet still exists and is widely used. Actually, what I said was, you may be surprised at how many people use typewriters. I don't understand the conflict. What's wrong with typewriters? At least you don't have to plug them in. Thanks for the patience. I'm getting to the other questions. February 12, 2001, 11:51 p.m. Have you ever been on any other time-traveling missions? Yes, but they were all training missions. There is a great deal of psychological profiling and testing and one of the training missions involved choosing a time in your life, within 2 years, where you wish you would have done something different and then going back to convince yourself to do it. The idea is to become familiar with the possibility of meeting yourself, which can be rather difficult. It is quite odd to look at yourself and have a conversation. Since any you on another world line would not be a mirror image, you get a slightly distorted feeling while seeing yourself, let alone the concept of speaking to yourself. Could you post a link to the images of your time machine? I would be happy to do that. If you have any pictures of the computer you were supposed to get, I'm pretty sure there must be something on the web now about the IBM 5100. I looked up the name, Titor, and couldn't find any. Is your family not listed in the phone book? I guess it depends when you look. Can I contact you through any other means? I've tried talking online before and found it quite enjoyable, but I find the questions and comments come so rapidly it's hard to keep up. What is the exact date that the war starts? If you can't remember, can you tell us the month? I remember the exact date. When it comes, it will not be a surprise. What is the speed of the average computer in the future? Gigahertz is not a useful measurement. Computers are no longer measured by their speed as much as the number of variables, not calculations, they can handle per second. Can you time travel whenever you want? How much does it cost? Can you make stops along the way back to 2036? No, the unit doesn't belong to me. I can't make stops on the way home as it will throw the gravity measurements off and it would force me to backtrack. Also, I can't just leave and arrive at any place and time I want to. There are physical and technical limits to when and where I can go. Have you ever been in your own future? No, I haven't been to the future of my 2036. My profile qualified me for a trip to the past. I understand your position and appreciate your supportive outlook. However, I have given some very detailed information that could be checked out. Please consider that our frame of reference is quite different and finding subjects to discuss and exchange information about could be a challenge. I'm just not up on music, Hollywood and sports in the year 2001. You could ask me all you want about 1975, but I suspect that's not very impressive. Actually it does. I have never personally experienced this time as an adult, and name of popular singing star was not a big topic of conversation when you're hiking through the swamp. Everything I know about your time is from books, magazines and old videotape that weren't destroyed in the war. If it makes you feel any better, I do struggle with not talking about football. The animal kingdom is alive and well. I'm sure it suffered, but there are fewer people infringing on animals' habitats now. Nuclear war is a very undesirable thing, but it is not the end of the world. There are areas and cities we can't enter and the environment did suffer a great deal of damage, but we are recovering. Isn't Hiroshima a thriving city today? The major physical effects include skin cancer, infertility, infection, etc. Almost everyone has some sort of physical remnant from the war. I am aware the concept of the rapture is related to Christian prophecy, but I am not familiar with the details. Yes, there are people I trust here and I would hate for any harassment or harm to come to them. I am aware of the Mayan calendar, but in 2012, it was not something I was able to think about. When the time comes, I'm sure people will find the signs they are looking for that leads them to the end of time. When I say fear will keep you alive, I am talking about the natural instincts and premonitions that we all turn off when it's convenient. The same person who has 5 deadbolt locks on their door will think nothing about getting into a parking garage elevator with a total stranger. I think the fear of God is the fear of separation from God. Some of you may wonder what a time traveler does with his day while he's posting on the web. I spend a great deal of time downloading information and storing it for my return. Popular radio show host name site is definitely on that list. I'll have to think about who the most remembered people are. Again, my viewpoint is quite skewed. Who is the major superpower in 2036? It depends on how you define power. If you mean military, the world has developed into an odd balance. There are plenty of nuclear weapons left, but if anyone uses them, they will be instantly erased from the planet by everyone else, regardless of the politics. We are very tired of war. Are the two political parties still Republicans and Democrats? There are no Republicans or Democrats to speak of. There are now over 10 major political parties. How many states are there? The states, as you know them, still exist, but their political power has been combined with other states around them. There are now 5 major geopolitical areas in the United States. Which states are the worst to live in? When you can't drink the water, it's bad everywhere. Were only cities along the eastern U.S. hit in the nuclear war, or all over the country? Cities and large military areas in the entire country. Do companies like Popular Software and Internet names still exist? No. Does money look different than it does now? No, money is pretty much the same. Unfortunately, I do not have any money with me because I wouldn't be able to use it here. When you time travel, you can never actually go back to the exact place you left from. That is correct. In physical terms, I can never get back to the exact world line I left from. Was a lot of the US 1824 age group killed in the war because of a draft? Yes. Do you ever get time travelers from later time periods in 2036? Not that I'm aware of, but I can't say it isn't happening. Are there any other companies that send out time travelers? I work for the military. GE just makes the unit. Does the government know there's the time travel going on? In 2036, yes. Why were you selected to be a time traveler? I am related to a key figure in the development of the IBM 5100. How many time travelers are there on your team? How do they choose new ones? My unit has between 6 and 10. When I left, there were 7 others. Military service, physical fitness, history or technical background and special relationship to target contacts get you in the door. Which countries are on our side in the war? Don't have much to add there. Which country gets the worst in the war? Again, the entire world is affected. Even if you don't take a direct hit, dying crops and no water can ruin your day. Why can't you answer questions about natural disasters? No one can change something now that would cause an earthquake or stop one. I will not share information that would allow someone to avoid death by probability. I think you're avoiding questions like that. It just supports the fact that you are not who you say you are. Again, what I think is important doesn't impress anyone, and although I could point to various things I've said about other subjects, the response is usually ho-hum, tell us about music and sports. I suppose I could lie and make something up, but what's the point? You should have at least a basic understanding of physics. I do, but your questions were rather specific. I would love to talk physics, and I'll be happy to walk through the operation of the unit. By exposing yourself here, you've very likely broken several time travel regulations. No, I haven't. Don't you put yourself at risk by doing so? Yes, that's potentially true, but what I gain offsets that. Does that statement answer the question of why time travelers do not reveal themselves? You should know a lot more about the machines you're operating. I do know very much about it. I'm just not willing to share it with everyone. There are inconsistencies in several aspects of your posts. If you could point out the specific questions, I will be happy to address them. Is the car company truck better than the car company truck for time travel? The vehicle must have a strong suspension. How did you buy your truck? How could you title it if you are only 3 years old at this point? How did you pay for it? Don't worry. Fortunately, these are things we're taught at time travel school and how to get around in the sarcastic 20th century. I said I didn't have any money from 2036. I have plenty from here. Does the truck have to be running when you are traveling through time? The vehicle must be standing still. February 13, 2001, 10:51 a.m. I just have one question. Do you recognize the name from forum? I want to know because I fully intend to be a prominent figure within the next 20 years. No, I can't say that I do. However, since I'm archiving all of this and will submit it with my report, it will eventually end up on our internet. If you want to leave a message to yourself in the future, please feel free to do so. I would make it broad enough so your name or some other important word will pop up in routine search engine that you might be using in 2036. Also, be aware that the you in my 2036 will be unaware that the you here left a message at all. February 13, 2001, 11:23 a.m. My whole reason for asking the unimportant questions is because they are unimportant. If it's unimportant to you, why would it be important to me? February 13, 2001, 1:51 p.m. John has been unable to explain time travel. I will explain it here. I could be wrong, but I don't recall being asked to explain time travel. If you could point that out to me in the posts, I would appreciate it. So it's ritualized combat on the battlefield of differential geometry. It's a shame we couldn't have more constructive dialogue on the subject. Of course, I've left my physics book in the time machine, so unless you snuck in a hidden landmine, I found your opening move very straightforward. However, You're too confident I won't be able to offer an explanation that I'm sure other physics fans will appreciate. I wonder if Einstein and Grossman did it this way, or maybe they just listened to each other and tried to build on what they thought would work. Oh well. Debunked my calculations on time travel. You can't, because you are a fraud. When I look up debunk, I see, to expose or ridicule the falseness, sham or exaggerated claims. The reason I cannot debunk your calculations is because they are true. They are not false, based on speculative facts or exaggerated. They are just incomplete. What you really want me to do is finish your explanation, or I will be an imposter. There are, however, certain quantities that do remain constant. These constants are related to four-dimensional quantities known as metric tensors. Actually, I don't think that's correct. Minkowski spacetime, 4D, will not allow you to use Pythagoras' theorem to describe tensors because time needs to be expressed with the opposite sign. Please excuse my change of variable case. ds2 equals c2 dt2 plus dx2 plus di2 plus dz2. Where ds describes time-like and space-like trips. The tensor we should be discussing is ds2 equals a2 dt2 plus w2 df w dt2 plus r2d doctor 2 plus r2 dq2. I hope I got the symbols right, but you should be able to recognize this, right? Nuts. The A, F, R, delta and Q didn't make the translation in this font. The US government has its hands in everything from biological tests to secret planes that can fly out of Earth's atmosphere. Care to share with me how you solved the overheating problem on your space plane? I will get to and review the questions I missed. I apologize if my answers seemed flippant. There are many posts I want to respond to and I am unable to pay as much attention as I would like. February 13, 2001, 11:32 p.m. As for John Titor's corrections on space-time manipulation, he has completed it correctly. However, he is still an imposter. Apparently, I have made the leap from fraud to imposter. At least that's a start, and I respect my opponent on his polite yet quiet concession on the other thread. I wish to emphasize a point I tried to make earlier. Even though I answered the question correctly, it doesn't really prove one way or another if I'm a time traveler, and you should not think otherwise. I might just be really quick at looking up things up on the web. I suppose we could debate whether or not I'm a fraud all the way up to the point I leave your world line. The 14th of February 2001, 02:55. Actually, it's sort of a good feeling knowing you're out there keeping me honest. February 14, 2001, 7:25 a.m. My motive. I've been in your time a bit longer than I had expected. My next opportunity to go home comes in the spring. For most of my adult life, I have read about, wondered and debated about this time. I value this opportunity to share experiences. If you absolutely believed I was a time traveler, with no skepticism whatsoever, then we would be unable to communicate. The focus of our attention would then always be on the machine. The experiences, opinions and reasons you do things are just as valid as mine and just as different. I hope to return home with a better understanding of why you think and believe the way you do. Although I do understand the reasons for asking, I won't gain from any communication with you by spouting physics formulas and pop culture predictions. Please do not assume I am purposely avoiding questions. I am human, I get tired, and I forget things. Please, just remind me if I missed a question and I will get to it. I do have one tip though. If you want me to go over your post in detail, put, "Hey John, you're a big jerk," at the end of the insightful and logical part, not the beginning. In fact, maybe you could just abbreviate it and put a number rating from 100 next to it so I know how strong you feel. Something like HJYABJ 78. It would save space. The physics of time travel. Acceleration equals time dilation. As pointed out earlier, acceleration will produce time dilation. This can be observed by the twins paradox. As one twin stays on Earth, the other twin in his accelerating spaceship experiences a slower passing of time. When he returns to Earth, he is noticeably younger than his twin who aged normally in Earth time. This type of time travel should have been proven already on this world line with atomic clock experiments. With sufficient power, this type of time travel will only provide practical displacement in a future direction. This type of time travel is also isolated to a single world line. You will not meet yourself. Gravity equals acceleration. As Einstein pointed out with his STR, the effects of gravity and acceleration are the same. Therefore, you will experience the same time travel effects in the twin paradox by being close to a large gravity source. In the atomic clock experiments mentioned above, the reason there was a difference in time was not because the clock in the plane was moving, it was because the clock in the well was closer to the center of the Earth. Constant speed is not acceleration. Large gravity equals static black hole. The next step is to find a large gravity source to use in your time machine. Static black holes provide this type of power. As one twin approaches the event horizon or edge of the black hole, the other twin will watch him as he appears to slow down. He will notice his twin's watch run slower until it stops at the event horizon. The twin moving toward the horizon will notice none of this and see his watch running just fine. Although possible, a trip into a static black hole will not take you to another world line and it's one way. The force of gravity will crush you. Rotating black hole equals donut-shaped singularity. Fortunately, most black holes are not static. They spin. Spinning black holes are often referred to as car black holes. A car black hole has two interesting properties. 1. They have two event horizons, and 2. The singularity is not a point, it looks more like a donut. These odd properties also have a pronounced effect on the black hole's gravity. There are vectors where you can approach the singularity without being crushed by gravity. Donut-shaped singularity equals passage into alternate world line. Another more interesting result of passing through a donut singularity is that you travel through time by passing into another universe or world line. Please see Penrose diagrams for car black holes, or you can examine the calculations of Frank Tipler. So now the problem becomes, where do we find the donut-shaped singularity? A pondering Hawking equals microsingularity. Stephen Hawking proposed the existence of microsingularities that were created in the Big Bang. They were probably about the size of a proton and disappeared over the years due to an effect of radiation evaporation. Yes, black holes do emit energy. High-energy physics equals artificial microsingularity. When I first started posting online a few months ago, I said that major breakthroughs in particle physics were around your corner. Soon, CERN will bring their big machine online and they will be smashing very fast and high-energy particles together. One of the more odd and potentially dangerous items produced from this increase in energy will be microsingularities, a fraction of the size of an electron. Artificial microsingularity equals localized car field. Through trial and error, and although they are quite heavy, hot and capable of putting out a great deal of energy, 500 megawatts, it's discovered that these microsingularities can be electrified and captured. It is also interesting to note at this point that electrified singularities also have two event horizons. By spinning these various microsingularities, a localized car field is created. Localized car field equals Tipler sinusoid. By using two microsingularities in close proximity to each other, it is possible to create, manipulate and alter the car field to create a Tipler gravity sinusoid. This field can be adjusted, rotated and moved in order to simulate the movement of mass through a donut-shaped singularity and into an alternate world line. Thus, safe time travel. I will continue with the individual posts next. Thank you for your patience. February 15, 2001, 12:07 p.m. The following are personal rules I try to keep, unless of course they conflict with my secret agenda. I look forward to discussing any discrepancies you may find. Personal rules for temporal disclosure. 1. I will not disclose any information that will cause someone to personally gain by its knowledge. 2. I will not disclose any detailed information that would allow someone to avoid death by probability. 3. I will not disclose any information that may compromise any future actions by individual people or threaten their family and well-being. Thank you for your persistence and patience. It would appear some of my more sarcastic comments are directed at you. They are not, and I apologize. Your future is not unchangeable. Harm may come to a person if I define them as someone who will do something in the future. However, in this case, I just don't know. I am not familiar with pop culture in 2001. Are you avoiding inquiries for more personal reasons? Her logic is sound and you're avoiding discussing some of the things that people naturally find curious about other cultures. I very much want to discuss our cultures, but please help me understand how you won't be able to change something I tell you happened on my world line. What kind of music is popular? What kind of recreation is enjoyable? What holidays are important? I'm not sure if you wanted to discuss these or not. If yes, I will be happy to do that. Do you feel some pleasure in breathing clean air and not having to check a radiation counter every few miles? Yes, I do. However, there's a fear about being here that I can only define as uncertainty. When I walk around in 2001, the air smells clean, but I wonder if it really is. In 2036, there is no gray. The air is either clean or it will kill you. That feeling is very overwhelming when I eat here. Are there people in this time period who accept you as one? I have a very few precious relationships with people online who accept me as real or crazy and don't ask any questions. Much of my email flows through them. My parents are the only ones that have access to everything I could use to prove who I am. How are you financing things? I have taken very clever and reliable measures to go undetected. Yes, there are probably people like that, but I am not in active conversation with them. My expenses are not that large. I spend a great deal of time now archiving. I spotted few typing errors in John's comments, so I will assume that he has had an average education. You must be energized and anxious to improve your education system then. Please tell me what you plan to do. Name any near-future event that makes history. You mean other than the mad cow pandemic, the breakthroughs in high-energy physics and the unknown functions of the 5100? I realize I've only been on this board for a few weeks, but I assume you've read the other postings I've made about these issues months ago in order to be so definitive. If you are older than 36, then there should be two of you here now. You would both have the same fingerprints and DNA. If you want to prove your case, then meet with your younger self and get some evidence. I am with my younger self. I don't have a case to prove, and I wonder how many needles I would be on the receiving end for that one. With your superior education, I assume you already figured out that pretty soon someone might try that with a clone. Be careful what you take for definitive proof. How long will you be here? When are you going back? My first opportunity to go home is this spring. What are you taking back with you? A lot of hard drives filled with books, archived websites, pictures and audio files. I'm also taking back family items that were lost in the war. Is propane still around in the future? Yes, but not very much of it comes from natural gas. Hydrogen is converted into propane because it's easier to handle. I would hope the location I live in would be spared, the Hawaiian Islands. My parents went to Hawaii on their honeymoon. My dad told me a quick story about going to a fast food store and paying $6 or $7 for a hamburger. I got an image in my head of a huge tanker filled with frozen hamburgers headed into the Pacific. Hawaii is very dependent on the mainland for food, isn't it? Thank you for your kind words. Logically, he could easily question people of this time and get all sorts of info without revealing himself. Mediums like the internet offer unique opportunities for communication. When I return, I will be debriefed on my opinions about how people in 2001 will accept time travelers. Why would he reveal himself if he has no stated agenda for doing so? I'm not sure I exactly said that. Did John come here to give somebody a push to invent the time machine? I find this one the most interesting. What do you think would happen if the United States, China, or Russia suddenly developed a time machine and the rest of the world found out about it? John makes a verbal maneuver that turns a question back on the one who asked it, so they think he actually answered the question, which he just avoided answering. He does this all the time, and I wanted to point that out before it happens again. I am forced to admit I must rethink what I know about Mobius loops. Does the last name, form personal name, have any historical relevance? You may leave a message to yourself if you wish. What happens with Australia? I believed I wrote about Australia a bit earlier. What colloquial language is used in the future? Many people use the internet for communication and entertainment. I would say that affects our speech. We type very fast. What exactly happens to the water? Yes, radiation affected the water, but that can always be distilled out. There are biological hazards that cannot. In addition, fresh water is hard to come by without talking to someone with a gun first. Have you met your parents here? What do they think of you? Yes, I am with them now. I would say it's a combination of fear and relief. Does time have ends? Yes, it is believed that all world lines end. It is also thought that parallel world lines that appear to be the same end at different times. John, if you were really a time traveler, you'd be dead. The Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy are all moving. If you did travel back through time, you'd materialize in 1970, where the Earth will be in 2036, which is the vacuum of space. This is an excellent point, and one I thought I went over a bit earlier. There is a gravity lock system that compensates for the local gravity outside of the Tytler sinusoid. This is the reason the unit is only accurate to about 60 years. You are inconsistent about not knowing anything about physics, but you're willing to discuss the operation of your machine. Which is it? I suppose I am thinking about the physics and the engineering as separate subjects. I apologize for the confusion, and I will be happy to answer your questions more directly. My questions were ignored. When I asked others, they were skirted. Perhaps we could just start over again? You stated elsewhere that Australia repulses a Chinese invasion. Does this mean Australian government side with your enemy? There were deep divisions in Australia also. I would associate it more with a powder keg than a civil war. Does intercontinental transportation still exist? Have you visited other countries? Yes, but the market is much smaller. No, I have not been overseas. February 15, 2001, 5:06 p.m. You have said you will not participate in helping anyone avoid death by probability. Yet many things you have said could have caused an individual to do or not do something that will now result dying or escaping death. It would help if you could give an example. If you are referring to the conflict and war in your future, I'm not sure I'm specific enough to help any individuals avoid anything. Suggesting there is a war coming is a bit different than saying avoid Washington, D.C. at 3:45 a.m. on March 12, 2015. There is no way for you to be sure. There is no future world leader reading this and believing you. Are you sure about that? Besides, I think you can have just as much impact as any future leader. I don't believe you when you say you're not trying to prove to us you're a real-time traveler. I submit there is no way for me to prove anything on the internet, therefore it makes no sense to desire it. What exactly do you think I could do to prove it to anyone? I am confused by your term, the show. Do you feel my only goal here is to entertain? Again, I am not unable to make you do anything, nor would I want that. I learn a great deal about your culture from the words you write, like right now. What do you think my goals are? This thread has been all about you developing your story. I'm not sure I understand this. How would my story differ if it was developed? I find it hard to believe that a software tweak done to a 1975 machine would be enough to justify a time travel mission. Ah, something we have in common. Yes, I felt that way too. However, my job was to go and get it and not debate why they wanted it. I am not a computer expert. A great deal of the computer infrastructure you depend on is based on very old systems and code. One of the reasons I was sent to 1975 was because of the person I met there, not the technology. There are more effective ways to accomplish what you claim in this regard. Perhaps you would share them with me. You might be right and I could make your suggestions when I return. If indeed you support the model of time that all possibilities occur in different universes, then I cannot accept you. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. If you believe in multiple world theory, Hawking was not the one who first thought of that. If you do, then I must be real if all possibilities exist. As I recall, Hawking felt that it was possible to build a machine but some sort of vacuum fluctuations would destroy it right before you tried to use it. You claim that you have no desire to prove your story, yet everything you have done has flown in the face of that. I'm not sure that's true. In fact, I've tried to point out on at least 2 occasions that anything I do, at the request of someone else to support my claims, can be found someplace else on your world line right now. What is more, you will tell us no names, no locations, or any specifics as a result of your supposed ethics. If those were indeed the ethics you were committed to and reasoned with, you would not be here now. I am curious about this also. Do you think I should not interact with you for your safety or mine? Time travel may be possible. You would not land on Earth. You would land in a vacuum of space. You have to take into account that the Earth, the solar system and the galaxy are all moving. Yes, this is a problem. It was solved by taking a snapshot of the local gravity around the unit before leaving a world line and incorporating it into the sinusoid during travel. The short answer is, you stick to the Earth, but this is only a useful explanation to understand it, and it's not practical. Since the computer system is using a virtual reference, the calculations become flawed. Thus, 1. Based on the accuracy and timing of the snapshots, the distortion units are limited to how long they can travel before becoming unstable. 2. We must leave and arrive in areas we have prior or future knowledge of in order to avoid massive objects, buildings, water, etc. 3. The unit has a fail-safe system during travel that drops out in case of a unit shutdown or radical departure in gravity readings. Answer this and I will believe you until the ends of the earth. Again, you should not offer this to anyone for any reason. If John wants a way to prove anything, then I am willing to look over his proofs. However, just because I were to look something over gives no more meaning to the rest of you than it would if one of you looked his stuff over, believed it and told me. Exactly. How would someone that came here with no money, all of a sudden have plenty of money? The reason I don't have 2036 money is because it takes up weight, space and can be faked, and I can't use it for anything. What type of expenses do you think a time traveler would have that I would need so much money for? Simply inscribe your knowledge of any large-scale events over the next 6 months. Encrypt said text file. Give text file to a custodian. The only problem is, now you have to trust the person who brings the information forward. Do you believe that faith alone will get you to God? Do you believe in an organized force of evil that works against men's souls? February 19, 2001, 11:03 a.m. I believe that faith in good works will get one to God. I believe there is an organized force of evil that works against God's plan for men's souls. It's all part of the plan. Please don't think me so cynical. I would never insult or degrade someone's religious views. My next questions would be, what about knowledge? I am a firm believer that faith and good works is not enough to get to God. There is a mystery we must solve first. I vaguely remember you mentioned being religious. How would you answer your own questions? Yes, I believe in organized evil. It would sure be easier to carry out an evil plan if no one beloved you existed. Just curious, can anyone tell me what Satan really means? Had to answer those quickly. I have nothing but open-mindedness for religious conversation and I look forward to more. I'll get to the other questions soon. Thanks. February 19, 2001, 1:14 p.m. Artificial microsingularity equals localized car field. Is this a prediction? If you can take that paragraph and find a way to make $1 from it, then more power to you. I never said you're an idiot, I said you are aggravating, which is not really a personal problem. Point taken. I apologize. You only discuss things that you care about. Seems rather one-sided to me. I was hoping it wouldn't be so confrontational. I don't see how words can harm either one of us. You must believe that we both have interesting things to say to each other. Isn't that worth it all by itself? What state do you live in now in 2001? I am in Florida. Is John Titor your real name? Yes, John Titor is a real name. What is your agenda? If I tell you, it would just be an agenda, which I'm sure is much less interesting. Is this dialogue between people in these posts part of your agenda? If I had a secret agenda, talking to people would not be part of it. Does your younger self realize what you are? Yes, he is aware that I exist, but he doesn't know who I am. Are you married? No, but I did have a chance to convince myself otherwise. What rank were you in the army? It is the equivalent of major. Where did you go to basic training? I wasn't fortunate enough to go to basic. We were fighting a war at the time. What company were you with, and what year did you graduate? The organization of the fighting unit I was in fell under the militia. We fought against the organized army. Do you have any fears? I fear people who want others to take action based on their own emotions and irrational fears. What are the rules for interacting with people who aren't from your time? Do you make friends easily? Have common sense and get your job done. Yes, I have friends. What would the government do to you if they found you? I'm sure I would end up in one of their nice little padded cells while they poked at my machine with a screwdriver. What do you think they would do? What would you do if someone investigated you? Aren't you worried that it's only a matter of time before you are found? I don't worry about that very much. No one believes me anyway. Right? And you said, I very much want to discuss our cultures, but please help me understand how you won't be able to change something I tell you happened on my world line. Suppose I told you the space shuttle would have a problem landing at Kennedy tomorrow because something goes wrong with the runway. If someone with the authority to do so hears that and makes the decision to land at Edwards, then bingo, your future has changed from my past. I appreciate you answering these questions for me, John, and thank you for calling me your friend. I'd really like to believe that. Rest assured, if I went to the authorities and said, I know a time traveler, I'd get laughed at. The skeptics will always overrule the believers. If that were not the case, I would not be posting at all. The US government, Russian or anyone else would be in the same boat. They would grab and hold any time travelers. Yes, that's what I think too. The irony is, I'm not sure the machine will really do anything for them, and all I can give them is stock quotes and sports news. Just a little humor. John, please don't take my comments about being a fraud personally. I only want the honest truth. I don't. Truth is something we all want. Like opportunity, it's something you have to be ready for to recognize it. John, what would it take to get you to stay after spring and leave during the next opportunity? My parents are much better at cards than I am. I fear they may not let me leave in such debt. If I had all the time I needed, I would spend much more time downloading and archiving. I fear that another month or two may not be enough time as I would like. I will continue to answer the posts as long as I can. In your world time have things like Sasquatch, Loch Ness Monster, and other reported unusual animals. We have our swamp monsters too. In fact, I think it's interesting that we all respond to the unknown the same way regardless of our cultural experiences. Is remote viewing used to gather military intelligence? I am only aware of it from this world line. I don't know otherwise. Are psychics still common? Yes, psychics exist, but I don't have any knowledge of their use by the military. Is there a police force as we know it? Have any of your leaders been jailed or impeached? Yes, we have police, but they are organized in smaller groups. Yes, we still have political and religious leaders who find it difficult to obey the law. I would submit to you that the law is only as good as the people's willingness to apply it evenly and swiftly. Will you post more pictures or pages of the manual? Yes, I am pondering posting more of the manual. I am also considering having my departure videotaped, and yes, it will be free. My only concern is how it might affect me on this world line. Is there a global superpower state? Being a superpower only makes you a target. There is an uneasy balance in the world now that everyone probably has nukes, chems or bios. We don't just bomb people for the hell of it anymore. Military power is based on the number of autonomous fighting men who are actually willing to fight. I guess you are held accountable for changes that occur in your time period. You're pretty much correct about your statement, but actually, nothing I do here will affect my home. I hold myself accountable for any damage I do. In my opinion, people now take clean water, electricity and their feeling of safety for granted. If they leave the city in search of fresh water, they first have to make the realization that fresh water is a problem. It's much easier to demand someone else owes you fresh water than it is to leave the lifestyle that made it bad in the first place. If I were transposed to the 1920s or 30s, you would have a hard time keeping me off the streets. I agree with you. The first time I walked into a superstore, I cried. I'd never seen so much excess in one place at one time. It is interesting that the photos posted were posted by an anonymous time traveler. Those are mine. They were posted by another person who I'm sure is reading this also and would be happy to confirm that. I see there is a hand control unit with a screen on it. I assume this is the computer interface. What does the display show you? Yes, that is a remote unit. The unit itself gets hot and unapproachable during long travel, and you're usually subjected to about 2 Gs. It gets a little difficult to move around, and the handheld unit sits next to you. The unit displays many things, but time in transit, time to destination, VGL variance and unit temperature are the most common during travel. Also, there are 16 buttons. I have to assume further that these are multifunction keys. Yes, the menus are screen-driven. The 19th of February 2001, 16:01. What weapons did you use to protect yourself? Do you have a weapon now? I used a shotgun in the war. Yes, I think it's prudent to be prepared for anything. What is your favorite food? Oranges, I love them. Your enemy was in the cities. Was the president in 2005 also on the enemy side? How did you feel personally about the president then? The president or leader in 2005, I believe, tried desperately to be the next Lincoln and hold the country together, but many of their policies drove a larger wedge into the Bill of Rights. The president in 2009 was interested only in keeping her power base. While you were in the 1970s, what did you think of Nixon? To tell you the truth, I was more fascinated by the different standards presidents are held to. Do you plan to do any more time traveling when you return to 2036? I don't know if I will be chosen for another mission. If I do, most likely, I will fly as an advisor or a historical consultant. Do you have any doubts about this time travel experience and the computer mission that you are on? Absolutely. I have to believe there is an easier way to do this. What have you learned the most from the people of this board? There is a fire of intelligence and expression out there in the people who are criticized for their open-mindedness. I fear it will only be uncovered in the rest of the population through conflict. I was under the impression that most people were sleeping in this period, but I suppose that generalization is too broad for any time period. Where did you learn the use of go sub in computer programs? Go sub, return. In one form or another, isn't that a pretty standard function in most computer languages? Where did you learn to write English? How much time did it take? I'm not so sure I write perfect English. I do read a great deal more than I see most people doing here. Was China your enemy? Not my enemy. I never fought any Chinese, but their ability to hit Western cities with missiles made a lot of people unhappy. Do they have old computer games in 2036? I am aware they are video games, but I have not come across them. Does China have a manned space program between 2001 and 2036? I believe they are pretty close to putting a man in orbit. It shouldn't surprise you if they do that soon. Do you have any problems with the number 13? Not personally. If the world lines are changed by choices, why do we still meet people that coincide with our previous world line? Your world line takes form as the choices unfold. People do not disappear because you must follow the same physical laws that hold you here, i.e., information cannot travel faster than light on a world line. In your opinion, would timelines be better represented as an inflated balloon or layered Rubik's Cube? Balloon and balloon and balloon. Or Rubik's Cube as in the toy, right? Do you have television in 2036? Information does arrive on video, but cathode ray tubes are out and crystal or plasma is in. Distribution is over the net, not broadcast. Do you have flashlights in 2036? If so, what type of batteries does it use? Yes, we have flashlights and we use similar batteries for most things. We do recharge a great deal. Have you ever seen those wind-up radios? They're pretty interesting, I think. How is electricity generated in 2036? Most publicly generated power is through very efficient solar cells. On a local or household level, there is steam, hydro and inversion generation. There is a debate on using a singularity to generate power. Does the sun look different in 2036? When you can see it through the high-level smoke and haze? Not that I'm aware of. What sort of clothing do you wear in 2036? Is there strong attention paid to what people wear in the group? Clothing is much more functional. I'm not sure what group you're talking about. Where were you born? I was born in Florida. February 19, 2001, 7:25 p.m. It took you 5 days to answer those questions. Is that the best you could do? How many days seem normal? You said you went to basic training on the other forum, which is how you got involved in time travel. Be consistent. Your question referred to Army basic training. My earlier comment referred to be chosen for this mission. You answered like a politician. You stepped around the truth without actually lying, but it's logical enough to keep your story going. I'm not sure, but it sure looks like you're trying to say I'm being truthful within your expectations. However, if you're trying to hurt my feelings, comparing me to a politician will do it. I guess you are held accountable for changes that occur in your time period. My only concern is how it might affect me on this world line. Actually, this is a good question. If me here goes on to have the same type of life and future work that I did, it may not look good on his resume that another him has left a videotape behind of his future mission to 1975. So where do you stand? You're not being very clear, and you always give a conflicting point to other questions you've had to answer. Why is it always about you? If you look at my concern carefully, you can see that it won't affect me at all. It affects him. John says no one believes him. Is that right? He's in Florida and goes by the name of John Titor. Show him how much you believe him when you find him. I'm touched by your concern for my safety. February 20th, 2001, 5:06 a.m. John had a 50-50 chance of telling us the future. Yes, there was a 50-50 chance of that happening, but the odds were easily 1 out of 2 that it could have gone the other way. February 20th, 2001, 9:58 p.m. Perhaps it goes without saying, but I would urge everyone to listen to popular late-night radio show host Show Tonight. The 20th of February 2001, 12:01. Thanks for your reply. Can you please clarify some of these points? It's what I live for, although I can't help but feel you're not exactly asking these questions for their own sake. Describe what you mean by functional. Do you wear light colors, dark colors, loose, tight-fitting? What materials are used for the clothing? Seems a bit obscure to have a discussion about. Do we wear radiation suits? No. Do we use pockets a lot? Yes. How does this smoke and haze allow for solar cells to be efficient? Do you have any idea how efficient solar cells are today? Sometimes it's sunny and sometimes it rains. Sometimes large dust clouds high in the atmosphere pass overhead. I don't understand the point you want to make. The sun looks the same. Where did you learn to write, and how old were you? How did you learn to type so fast? I was homeschooled and I spend a lot of time typing. Go sub, return. In one form or another, isn't that a pretty standard function in most computer languages? No. I beg to differ on this point. I may not be a computer programmer, but I do know that going away to perform one function and returning to the original function is basic to all software. Perhaps it may be called something else in various languages. Did you have a historical consultant to help you? No, fairly easy job. What do you call these batteries? Good and bad, same as you. Rubik's Cube a toy? Where'd you get that idea? I've seen references to them in various science papers. If I'm mistaken, what are you referring to? 2-21-2001, 8:26 a.m. I'll look for it, thanks. I have a couple for you, book recommendations. The 9 Nations of North America and/or The Physics of Immortality. Anyone recognize this author? Would you be able to travel by going to the year 2001, flying a plane to a destination, then go to the future from there? You can only travel in time from a static position, at least with the unit I have. In order to do this, you must have knowledge of the local terrain and building structures. That's one of the basic protocols we do in any time period for possible future travelers. If each world line is separate from the others, then wouldn't the consequences of your actions now have no effect on your original world line? Yes, that's correct. If this is the case, why won't you tell us things that will give us knowledge? I am not qualified to judge if you deserve it or not, and I have no idea if you may be the next, for lack of a better reference, Hitler. However, if I were able to physically help you from a situation because I was there and I knew it was coming, I would help you. My only guess is that you are not a time traveler, and don't want to make anyone do something stupid. Yes, I am aware that is the obvious first answer, but I would hope my moral and logical arguments at least make a dent in your thinking. If you were a time traveler, would you be comfortable giving out all that information after considering the possible consequences? Provided you knew it. If I were you, I would be worried about what the next time traveler might do, even by mistake. How can I leave a message for myself in the future if the things I do in this world line do not affect any other? Just post it here. All this information will probably end up on the web in 2036. If you're alive then and you think ahead for some reason to do a search on yourself, you might see it. Of course you there would have no memory of doing it. Your prediction of national politics pending disintegration, beginning in 3 short years, is impossible. Have you seen the documentary on Waco? Just for argument's sake, what do you think would happen if information were discovered that confirmed the worst accusations made against the law enforcement officers there? Would you hope nothing? The idea of a farmer general leaving his fields to lead his country's troops to victory is an old one. Yes, I often think about that when I see pictures of my farmer general in Omaha. It's a large bronze depiction holding a shotgun in one hand, a copy of the Constitution in the other. He is looking up at the sky in defiance of God after his father was killed. I guess there are only a few stories and all of them are just retelling of the same ones in different settings. Just like life. February 21, 2001, 1:29 p.m. If you take a look, I am answering every question in order unless I see something quick that I think needs a response. Thanks. February 21, 2001, 4:22 p.m. How far from what size city is it the safest to be? A 10-kiloton nuclear weapon will vaporize metal for about 1/2 mile and have a heat effect for about 3 miles. A 100-megaton nuclear weapon will vaporize metal to 35 miles and have a heat effect to about 250 miles. I believe the largest nuclear weapon ever built and tested was about 60 megatons. As I recall, the popular strategy today is to strike targets with multiple numbers of smaller warheads. The 100 KT to 1 MT are the most popular. I believe there are about 150, 200 major cities in the US and half as many military targets. Please correct me someone if I am grossly incorrect. You suggest a bicycle. What about horseback? Yes, horses are good if you can feed and water them. Also, it's very hard to eat a bicycle. Should we be stockpiling guns? The answer to this is no. You will draw a great deal of negative attention to yourself. I recommend becoming familiar with firearms. This means taking a safety course and learning to shoot and clean many different types. There will be plenty of guns around when you need them. What kind of people will be the ones least trustworthy? The people with the most to lose if the world changes, camel through the eye of a needle? Is the conflict racial? Not at all. In fact, I would say it goes a long way towards erasing racial problems. Does the Civil War start in such a way that those willing will have time to remove themselves to safer locations? Yes. You will be forced to ask yourself how many civil rights you will give up to feel safe. Will you readily be able to identify the enemy? They will be the ones arresting and holding people without due process. Does living near a river take care of water problems? There is an odd saying that might be appropriate here. Safe as anywhere. A hungry person can't walk in 3 days. Water is important, but you must consider that when people need it they will know where to get it. I would not plan on planting myself permanently next to a water source. Yes, distillation does make water safe, but the runoff is highly dangerous. Please remember that distillation is not boiling. How are the 5 people within the 100 miles contacted? The goal is to have a place to go other than your house and to be able to trust someone with your life. Foster those relationships now. Do communications stay intact during the war? Main communication systems no, CB, sideband non-repeating shortwave, yes. Be mobile. Set aside the things you absolutely would need and can carry on your back. You will not be able to stay anywhere indefinitely even with provisions and firearms. Will soldiers be asked to kill their countrymen? I'm not positive, but don't they sign a small piece of paper now asking them if they would have a problem with that? February 21, 2001, 8:20 p.m. In this experiment the traveler only goes 30 seconds into the past. It seems that 30 seconds before his experiment was to begin he saw himself appear in the lab. There would now be 2 travelers and 2 time machines. It would appear that it's a time loop and an infinite number of duplicates see a duplicate self appear in the lab 30 seconds prior to the start of the trip. Yes, that's possible. What is the mass of the duplicate time travelers and where did the mass come from? The other mass comes from other world lines. I like to think of it as standing in a room with mirrors on the walls and the apparent me in the room next to mine steps into the room from his. What is the result of the duplicates arriving simultaneously? Psychological confusion and a few fistfights. How long will it take for the loop to decay? The chances of hitting the precise world line where all the other duplicates are arriving is almost zero. It's possible but increasingly less probable with each arriving duplicate. The divergence decays and the world line is less available for new U's to arrive on. What happens if the experimenter decides not to continue the experiment? He can always leave the room on his own world line or put a desk full of books in the position where the time machine is arriving every 30 seconds. That will probably trip the VGL system and stop the time machines from arriving. Do you remember any poetry after 2001 in your past? A Soldier's Winter. The day before it wasn't snowing. The trees are strangers, leering, disapproving in the ash of winter. My world, my life, my wandering path. I pray God's eyes may once again gaze upon me and remind me that I am still his child. I only think I remember the first line, but the last one I remember. It has quite a few more lines that I don't remember. It is rumored this was written first as a letter by a soldier. After he died it was added to and edited by others. In my opinion, it has become a symbol for the collective guilt my parents' generation feels for what became of the world. Is there a market for new books in 2036? Are most of the books available old or new? Yes, but there are no large commercial printing and distribution companies. Books and other forms of hard media are distributed on the web and printed or put on other media from local hubs. As a rough judge of character, have you read J.R.R. Tolkien? Did you enjoy them? My father read The Hobbit to me as a child. I was always afraid of the dark riders, but perhaps I admired them too. February 22, 2001, 10:08 a.m. I will get to all the questions. I'm trying to comment on them in order. I'm posting the names before all the questions, so if you feel I missed something, just bring it up again. I saw something last night that I want everyone's opinion on. It's concerning 2 television commercials advertising the same cellular phone product. The first commercial I didn't understand right away, but the second was obvious. In the first commercial, a man dressed in cold weather gear appears to be in a snowstorm. He's on a cellular phone saying goodbye to his family as if he was going to die in the storm. We then see he is standing in front of a snow machine at a ski resort area. In the second commercial, another man dressed in cold weather gear is talking on a cellular phone. We see a young woman inviting him to a romantic evening. He seems a bit stunned and excited, hangs up the phone and runs off. We then see he has abandoned an unconscious person he was giving emergency medical treatment to. What do you think of these commercials? February 23, 2001, 11:19 a.m. I assume you do a lot of reading. Do you read fiction? I am a big fan of Conrad, Twain, London and any type of religious apocrypha. What brought you to this website? When I decided to present or reveal myself as a displacement driver, I had been watching similar boards for quite a while. I believe the only way to accept what I have to say as being remotely possible requires an open mind able to temporarily suspend major portions of the belief and logic system. In his own strange way, even, forum name who consistently confronts John falls into this category. I would much rather talk to him than a straight line, give me the equations physicist. I don't gain any insight that way. And here is another character question. Have you seen George Lucas's Star Wars trilogy? Yes, I have seen them. I like the first one the best and the next one, in my opinion, isn't that great either. That's a heck of a battery, those lightsabers. What happens to Bill Clinton? I don't really know. What happens to Bill Gates? This I do know but I won't discuss. February 24, 2001, 7:05 a.m. Why are orphans an issue? Problems with the environment still have lasting effects on all people, which cause the average lifespan to be lower. In addition, people are more susceptible to accidents. Family life and children are very highly valued and the community takes the responsibility for raising children if their parents die. What is your biggest environmental issue? Water. You need it for everything and there is very little left in the world that is positively safe to drink. Does distillation remove radioactivity from water? It removes the dust and dirt particles that are radioactive. Do people still watch TV? Yes, but it isn't broadcast anymore. Are there women on your travel team? Not that I'm aware of, but I would assume there are women who are either trained or are training for the same type of work. I don't know why there wouldn't be. What is the status of women in 2036? I understand the question but I have nothing to relate it to in 2036. The status of women is the same as men. Equality issues disappear during the war. Do women hold office? Yes. Do women work outside the home? Women are not expected to stay home and be barefoot and pregnant if that's what you mean. Do women get equal pay? Yes. Are women safe on the streets at night? There is still crime but people do not attack each other the way they do here. What do women wear for the most part? Clothing is more functional. Women wear very similar clothing as men when working or training. In our free time or with our family and friends, clothing is much more individualized. Long dresses, knitted sweaters and pants are still quite popular. You'll have to forgive me. I'm not very good at describing women's clothing. Are the Amish alive and well? Yes, I believe they are. What is the birth rate? I don't know the exact figures but having children is radically lower than it is now. It is the one thing I wish we had that you enjoy here. Is there an unusual rate of birth defects? Yes. Mostly stillborn. You said that your culture was centered around universities. Weren't they wiped out in the war? Not all major universities are in large cities. Do you use cell phones? Yes, we use a form of cell phone. Do people eat red meat? Yes, but not as much as you do. Do people drive cars? Yes, but they are not produced in nearly the same numbers or used the same way. Are airlines in operation? Yes, but again, not nearly as many. Do airlines travel internationally? Yes, but most people don't really want to go overseas. Are people pressured into a Christian doctrine? Not at all. Do the police make drug busts? No. Are there jails? What kind of criminals are in them? Yes, there are jails. Mostly theft, fraud, rape and murder. What kind of public punishment is there? Hard labor, community service, banishment, you must move to another community, public execution. Your justice system sounds like New England during religious persecution and intolerance. How do you define intolerance? We don't really have the energy or desire to waste time being intolerant. If you produce and help the community, then you can do pretty much think and do anything you want within the law. Are there herbal medicines and alternative lifestyles? Yes. Is there personal freedom? Yes, the same freedoms you enjoy under the Constitution. Is there an IRS? Yes, we pay taxes. Sounds like you don't enjoy keeping track of your personal income taxes. I don't think anyone does. Is the same type of currency used? Is ours today good in 2010 or 2020? Yes, we use money. That's a good question. I don't see why you couldn't use your current bills in the future. Other than time travel, how do most people get around the country? Do people travel much? There is a high-speed train system, horseback, bike, walking. Automobiles are used mostly for sport and some transportation. Are people suspicious of strangers, or are all you people just one big happy family? There is still conflict and mistrust. Yes, I am suspicious of strangers. I think that's an instinct we are given to help us stay alive. How do most people die during the war? In this order: starvation, disease, bullet wounds, radiation. February 24, 2001, 4:49 p.m. It's been pointed out to me that the links to the pictures are all down for some reason. If anyone has a public site I can post them again, I will be happy to see that they get to you. February 25, 2001, 1:36 a.m. John, do they have anything to do with the future of time travel? There are numerous people and organizations that contribute to the practical application of physical time travel. I think you would be surprised how much real work is being done right now. Let's assume you video your departure and your family sends the tape to someone. How would this affect you in the future? It wouldn't affect me on my homeworld line in the least. I would only be concerned how it would affect me here. Of course, it may be a large part of my secret agenda and I have no choice but to do it anyway. I doubt that anyone could determine that you actually time traveled, but it would be a good show. I wonder what it would have been like to see a plane break the sound barrier before the jet engine was invented. You said that there will be a big war. Can you at least tell us which cities will be nuked? No, I won't do that. However, I submit to you that when the moment comes it will be absolutely plain as day that you are unsafe in the cities. The millions of people that stay will choose to stay. That's what comes as a surprise. Are we traveling in space in 2036? Not yet, but they are working on it. Has first contact with an alien race occurred? Not that I'm aware of. February 25, 2001, 7:31 a.m. You say your machine has a 60-year limit. Is it possible to go back 60 years and then again another 60 years? Yes, that is possible, but the divergence grows exponentially as you move farther away from your world line of origin. I could make 50-year jumps to go back and see what the world looked like 2,000 years ago, but there is a strong chance it would look nothing like what I expect. There are larger distortion units that are more accurate and have a larger window. Have the people in 2036 proved the world line theory? Is there any information you can share with us that proves it? The many worlds theory seems to wrap up very nicely into current string theory. Unfortunately, we have not solved string theory yet either, but N10 seems to be the best working model we have in 2036. As you are probably aware, the big equation does not need a final solution in order to take advantage of the smaller parts that do work in the real world. You say you don't want to affect anything by giving information, but you could change this world line just by talking about the war, or anything for that matter. I don't believe that knowing a possible future makes it happen. You are capable of changing your world line for the better right now. None of the things I have said will be a surprise. They were set in motion 10, 20, even 30 years ago. Are you really surprised to find out that Iraq has nukes now, or is that just BS to whip everyone up into accepting the next war? February 25, 2001, 1 p.m. John Titor, I would love to come along with you for a ride to the future. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sure you would like the year 2036. What is the next movement in music? I appreciate your frustration, and quite a few people have asked me questions like this. The expected answer is that I don't want to break my personal code of time travel ethics. The real answer is, I just don't know. I was not prepared for the year 2001, I was prepared for 1975. I don't suppose it would be very impressive if I told you disco would be big until 1980. Am I getting this? You can load up all the people who want to in the back of your Chevy pickup. Actually, the requests were rhetorical. No one is going back with me. Thanks. One thing I do find interesting about time travel tech is the expectation that we can pretty much go anywhere at any time. These systems are quite complicated and they do have limitations. Are you going to be around in 1975? February 26, 2001, 9:16 a.m. Better than being a fanatic who believes in people so blindly. Fanatic, N. A person possessed by an excessive zeal for an uncritical attachment to a cause or position. Nuclear warfare doesn't seem to be the biggest form of fighting in the future. Nuclear war will be very effective at destroying an enemy's economy and the people's will to fight. I doubt nuclear warheads are going to be shot from each end of the globe. I would caution against that. That's exactly what they want you to think while they continue to develop smaller and more accurate MIRVs. Have you ever seen a neutron bomb the size of a basketball? John, you say one of the hardest things to do in 2036 is find clean water. You also say you only trust food you've grown. Is any of this a result of your experiences with biological warfare? Yes and no. Yes, biological warfare and accidents do cause a great deal of problems, but the lack of a working infrastructure also hinders the continuation of the food manufacturing you depend on now. Is there any more background information you can give? Once I leave, I would not want any attention to come to my family here. I'm guessing the date of your return to the future is April 19th. That is a day to remember, but I was thinking more along the lines of March 21st. The most likely leader of a war movement like the one you describe would most likely be a farmer. Throughout history, farmers have often been a target of oppression because they are absolutely necessary to civilization but too busy to defend themselves. If you push a farmer too far, they stop growing food and have nothing to do but hide in the woods and shoot back. My asking you if the mention of CERN as a prediction was a genuine question and had nothing to do with making money. Is this comment a hint about the future? Please do not be offended by my making a buck remark. I say it with a wink to help other people form their questions. Yes, some very interesting things will be going on at CERN in the near future. What is interesting are the type of questions being asked, and the apparent hostility that you're being subjected to for no reason. Yes, I find that interesting too. Sometimes I wonder what people are really angry about, and I have come to the conclusion that frustration is better directed at the messenger. But then again, that's history. I'm sure even in 2036 there is a tendency to tease one's detractors if they make themselves available. I have no intention of teasing anyone, but I do grow tired of the same cycle over and over again. Eventually, the people who do not like me or what I have to say, real or not, will win. I will either leave or grow tired of answering the same questions. If your most vociferous detractor continually puts on weak attacks, it takes attention away from the really challenging questions. Again, please do not confuse my inability to answer the same questions over and over with a desire to make someone upset. I gain nothing by angering anyone or making them look foolish. He knows what, make a buck, and, more power to you, and, off the cuff mean. I know my English isn't perfect, but I blame my parents for most of the phrases I pick up. Wink. It's different sometimes seeing them in print than hearing them. It took me quite a while to shake off. Sock it to me, baby. Cool seems to be the longest-lived phrase I've heard so far, and peace seems to be making a comeback. What book written 1884 is required reading for all physics students? If he doesn't know this, it lends more evidence to the fact that he is not a time traveler. Well, I'm pretty sure it's not the Principia, and it looks more like something to do with Maxwell, but to make your point, just about anything can be looked up. What if John makes a recording of himself and submit that to a voice stress analysis? I've heard Attack in the Shoe works. It throws off the baseline, no stress readings. Also, if you speak slowly enough, you can beat those programs. February 26, 2001, 7:01 p.m. Is your sense of timing off in new time environments? No, my timing isn't off. I do, however, find myself stopping in mid-stride and paying extra attention to my environment when I forget when I am. When I was a child, my mother would tell me stories about angels. She told me that angels found it hard to communicate with man because man could remember his past but couldn't see the future. Angels, acting as the eyes and servants of God, had no memory of the past but had infinite knowledge of the future. Although I am no angel, I often thought about that story after I left 2036. Besides that, I do get a lot of colds. John, you were born about halfway into this cycle. Gen Xers would be about 40 to 50 years old in 2036. In my opinion, the Gen Xers ended up in two categories. There were the ones who had learned to be independent by breaking away from tradition and society's expectations, and the others who had no idea how to take care of themselves and just wanted the trains to run on time. The ones in the first group feel very guilty about letting the world go to hell, and the ones in the second group are dead. February 27, 2001, 10:15 a.m. You say you were in the militia fighting the U.S. Army. I would think civilians would have no chance of successfully fighting the military. You must realize that why people are fighting is more important than what they are fighting with. The conflict was not about taking and holding ground, it was about order and rights. They were betting that people wanted security instead of freedom, and they were wrong. Is it a stalemate with the resistance militia hiding out until the cities are wiped out, allowing them to surface? The cities were not isolated because of them, they were isolated because of us. You cite the approximate number of cities and military bases intact before the nuclear attack. Are they all hit? Nuclear weapons and guidance systems are less than perfect. Most targets receive more than one warhead, but some of them were more accurate than others. I would estimate the overall accuracy was around 60 to 70%. 3 days walk from where? In my experience, a motivated starving person is only capable of walking about 3 days. The more distance you put between yourself and anyone who is likely to be hungry, the better. Does anyone stay neutral during the war? Some try to. Does anyone lead a normal life during the Civil War? No. You say the Civil War lasts from 2004 to 2008 and then the short big war in 2015. What do the years from 2008 to 2015 look like? How long does WWII last? I'm not sure I said that exactly. By 2008, I would say the civil conflict is pretty much at everyone's doorstep. Western instability during the conflict leads to the attack in 2015. WWII is very short with a longer period of mop-up. You mentioned Canadians, but I don't think you mentioned the impact on that country. There's not a great deal I know about Canada except to say they were pretty much in the same type of conflict. They did have the do line, you know. You said the position of women is controversial and conservative in 2036. What does that mean? It certainly isn't disrespectful. I apologize if it sounded that way. It's one of those areas I realize will be difficult to discuss because we may lack similar experiences. In 2036, there is not a desire to have it all. With factors such as the difficulty in conceiving and the decentralization of production and industry, there is not an unrealistic scramble to have a career and a family. Out of necessity and circumstance, family life has become more traditional. However, there are many families where the wife, mother is the main breadwinner and the husband, father remains home with the family. The difference is in the method of decision-making. People do not have children, if they are able, unless they can devote the required resources to maintain it. February 28, 2001, 1:30 a.m. Can you post an answer to my question regarding the 30-second scenario that I asked about a week or so ago? If I didn't get to everything, please expand your question. February 28, 2001, 6:17 a.m. In order to assist in where I am in the questions, I will post the page in person I left off with. It would also help if you could do the same when asking when I will get to yours. Since my time is growing short, I will be unable to answer questions that have already been asked in some form or another, and I will make a note when I come across one. Unfortunately, it has also come to my attention the proposed email system for sending out the pictures is not working out. Apparently, people on the receiving end of the requesting email are starting to have problems with their computers. They suspect it's coming from the asking email. Before I leave, I do plan to send out a few more pages of the manual and a video of my departure. I'm sure a method will be developed to do that. February 28, 2001, 10:21 a.m. Actually, name of forum member is quite quick to catch many possible discrepancies in what I've said over quite a few sites in the last few months. For example, what type of money system do you have on your world line? It's not very different than it is now. Yes, we have money and credit cards. However, like everything else, the monetary system is decentralized. Banking is based mostly around the community structure. There are no multinational banking or computerized economic systems. There are also no income taxes. Is there an IRS and a need to keep a lot of receipts and paperwork? Yes, we pay taxes. I had considered going into more detail about the tax system, but I didn't have a great deal of time. Currently, I am watching my father go over all his taxes, and he doesn't look like he's having a very good time. My comment referred to the collective misery I see around me during this time of year. February 28, 2001, 11:45 a.m. I do enjoy the questions and I appreciate the interest. I suppose there is a difference between a thought experiment and the real world. It appears we have our virtual laboratories confused, and I'm not sure I understood all the rules to your experiment, and then it occurred to me that in your position, this is all just a thought experiment anyway. I will try to be more literal in my explanation. I'm not positive, but I don't see anything that indicates the time traveler would remain in the same spot once he arrives. 30 seconds is almost long enough to get coffee in your thought experiment. If that were true, and they all kept moving, then the experiment could go on for quite a while until the planet filled with time travelers. You also stated, it would appear as a time loop. If it only appears that way, then the natural divergence may stop the experiment when 3 or 4 time travelers arrive and the others end up on different world lines. The problem is, what happens to the duplicates as they simultaneously arrive at virtually the exact same location? Again, you use the word virtually, which to me means not exactly the same spot. Under the laws of physics, I don't personally know what happens if it were on exactly the same spot, but I do know it's possible. Under the operational limits of the distortion unit, as soon as the VGL sensors pick up an unexpected mass in the target world line, it would shut down and drop off in a world line where your experiment is not occurring. Given that their masses will occupy the same space, what prevents a naked singularity from forming? I see, now they are in the same space. I suppose that's a possibility. If so, then as soon as the experiment started, a singularity would form under the infinite mass and swallow the planet. Perhaps they tried this on Cygnus? It's a nice creative answer, but it didn't address the question. The question was, is it a loop? Will it decay, and how long will it take to decay? Well, I think it's a nice creative question too. Under your example, the loop would terminate as soon as the singularity forms and would be constantly fed by all the arriving time travelers. February 28, 2001, 12:28 p.m. After taking a quick shower and listening to the quiet hum of my archive and hard drives, I decided that, for a member name and I may have made bad second impressions on each other. I find it ironic because it's people like, same name, that will actually solve those physical issues and make it possible for people like me to go back in time and argue with them. So I hope there are no hard feelings. It also reminds me of a short story between a bicycle maker in the 1900s and a man who could fly faster than sound. Bicycle maker: well, Mr. Mach, if your plane can go faster than the speed of sound, how did you solve the compressibility problem that would tear your flimsy craft to pieces? Mr. Mach: first off, the aircraft are much more stable and made of metal instead of wood and fabric. Second, it is possible to pass the sound barrier by designing the wings and body to move the shockwave down the plane as you surpass the speed of sound. Bicycle maker: really? Planes made of metal? Well, if your plane can fly faster than sound, then why don't you just fly to the moon? Mr. Mach: it doesn't work that way. You need air to make the engine function. Bicycle maker: I see. Your plane can go faster than sound but needs air to function. That's convenient, and it all sounds like a penny book fantasy to me. Mr. Mach: perhaps, perhaps not. March 1, 2001, 9:58 a.m. I must preface the following with a bit of melodrama. I feel a bit unqualified to answer the next few questions for the following reason. The way you and I look at life and death and its relative value is radically different. As any other soldier can tell you, once you watch a man's arm come off from a bullet you just fired or have been close enough to feel someone's last breath on your face, it changes you. I can only describe it in two distinct waves. The first feeling is power. You won when it counted and survived. All the personal shortcomings and faults you've carried with you your whole life just melt away in a savage euphoria. If there's time to think about it, the next wave comes shortly after and is underlined by overwhelming guilt. You just killed someone and now God might be ticked off. Fortunately, the second feeling goes away quickly when the shooting starts again and gets shorter and shorter after every battle. After all, why would God put you in this situation? The point is, I personally do not like going through that cycle, and the decisions I make about life and death might not be the ones you would expect me to make. How come it doesn't bother you that people may die through your inaction, yet you find it morally wrong that you might affect lives by active involvement? I'm not sure I said it didn't bother me. I only stated I won't interfere on purpose. Again, I refer to a historical example. Before Pearl Harbor was attacked in 1941, a small group of U.S. soldiers were experimenting with a new technology called radar. As the Japanese planes were flying toward the island, they actually picked them up in time to thwart the surprise attack. Unfortunately, they were unfamiliar with the equipment and figured it wasn't working correctly. As you are aware, the ruthlessness of the Japanese sneak attack galvanized the U.S. people into entering WWII. As a time traveler, it would be easy for me to take a short hike up that hill where the radar operators were and point out to them that indeed the equipment was working just fine and they should probably call it in. Assuming they believed me, it is arguable that my lone single action could start a chain of events that would allow the U.S. to meet the Japanese planes and stop them from attacking the battleships. As a result, the U.S. people would still be angry but not motivated to enter the war fully, since the Japanese were not a perceived threat. Thus, you don't begin research on the atomic bomb until well after Hitler has already dropped a couple on London. I could save thousands of men on the Arizona at the cost of millions in London. I just don't know how one life will affect another. However, if I were standing next to a soldier who was about to be shot by a passing Japanese plane, I would push him to safety. I realize this is inconsistent on a small scale, but I am tired of watching people die in front of me. If there is a price to pay for that, then so be it. Isn't it just as wrong to affect lives through inaction as it is through action? Why are you concerned about what I might do to corrupt your world line when you have no problem letting other people do it around you every day? Do you blame yourself for not taking any action right now to save people living on your streets or suffering from poverty and disease? Besides, how exactly would you propose I decide who to tell and who not to tell? Provided I knew anything at all. Your immediate decision, in itself, is its own authority. What God judges about my decision is the only authority. Again, all the things you claim I can do you are capable of also. If good and evil achieve a balance in the larger picture, the question of you being required to decide who lives or dies is moot. It's not moot to me. To tell you the truth, I'm afraid. I don't want the responsibility of being expected to know who lives and who dies. I know it would change me for the worse. Besides, how can you be sure my inaction now isn't a result of something I've already screwed up and I'm trying to fix it? Javier might be right after all. Thanks for the good questions. March 1, 2001, 11:45 p.m. Are the singularities in your machine supposed to be offsetting the light cones of particles within its sphere of influence, allowing the world lines of these particles to appear to loop form the perspective of particles outside the affected area? No, that's not how it works. The singularities are used to manipulate gravity around the observer. The singularities do not interact with any matter except the electrons that are injected onto its event horizon. The hazardous areas of gravity are quite small and exist only around the inner singularity ring and another area created in the gravity sinusoid outside the vehicle. I don't mean to insult you by spelling out the obvious, but that seems the most obvious need of a singularity. No insult taken. I would imagine we both agree that standing behind an operating jet engine is an unhealthy thing to do also. If so, how can you account for generating a gravity well deep enough to create a disparity between light cones without sucking the planet through the eye of a needle? The gravity well created by the singularities is not that large. The portion of the field that is felt by the operator is about the equivalent of 2gs. I would urge you to examine the Penrose diagram for a car black hole. As you are probably aware, the singularity is donut-shaped and exhibits two event horizons. The singularities are used to simulate a path through the center of one of these singularities, which is what takes the observer to an alternate world line. Earlier in the thread I did go into this in a bit more detail. Also, this requires motion through the space immediately influenced by the mass, yet you claim travel is accomplished while the traveler is stationary. The unit must be stationary during operation due to the sensitivity of the gravity sensors. Any motion with an acceleration component would throw the gravity measurement from the singularities off. March 2, 2001, 8:01 a.m. Are you posting on other boards without revealing yourself as a time traveler? Not really. There are a number of science rooms and other chats I do visit and just sit and watch. I have discovered that people who frequent this board and some others have the most open and creative minds. I realize no one actually believes me, but they are still able to. Are you in contact with time travelers in 2036? What percentage of people accept time travel in 2036? The general public was informed about time travel around 2034. Yes, I have had conversations with other time travelers on my home world line. Your insight on the public is more or less correct. I would say 60% of the people realize what it is and the possible implications, 20% of the people don't care, 10% don't believe it, and another 10% see it as something that should be banned and stopped. Imagine if a time traveler from the future came to this time period and told us the secret of time travel. Yes, Imagine that. Do you think that would be a good thing or a bad thing? About the commercials, they are ignorant. Back in the 50s and 60s, television commercials were pretty straightforward. Usually along the lines of, cheese. It's good. Buy cheese. In the 70s, there was more identification with a producer or trademark, but the commercials were still pretty easy to understand. Buy this beer, it tastes great. Today, I have no idea what some commercials are advertising until they show the logo at the end. Do you find this more effective? Only recently have I seen this move toward dark humor. I've never seen anything like it before, even in your archives in 2036. Is spiritual awakening a difficult process? I believe spiritual awakening is difficult. Why? I think God wants us back, but the road we have to haul is no picnic. Maybe he's a little angry for some reason. I think the world is seductively clever in its presentation. It wants us to stay here, and it distracts us from God by creating want, greed, and 4 or 5 other motivations. Our goal should be to, yes, have faith and do good deeds, but also look past that and have the wisdom and knowledge to realize that this place, this world, this universe is not really our home. The question I ask myself is not, can I get to God? It's, am I prepared for what will it be like when I get there? There are plenty of great mysteries, but if your goal is to get to God, it is not necessary to solve them. I mean mysteries not of this world. For example, I suspect that the final thing we will have to give up to get to God is our free will. Do you think many people will be standing at the pearly gates saying yes to that one if they had a choice to come back here? What do you see for the future of time travel on your world line? That's a good question. I am hopeful that one day when we get the planet cleaned up, it will be a nice place to live on again and no one will want to leave it. On the other hand, if time travel were commonplace right now, I think a great many people would leave and perhaps never return. There is also a suggestion that time travel might make an interesting punishment. However, I don't think we have the right to force criminals on unsuspecting world lines, and sending them to the Stone Age might be a bit much. I thought I met another time traveler who said they were from 2036 once. Although not impossible, I doubt there is another time traveler here from 2036. I have been chatting on and off for quite a while and in other chat rooms. I have also seen and heard about other people who have taken a creative license with some of the things I've said and posted. It might have been me, but I've never heard of the DNE. I find this fascinating. Has California had the big earthquake? The big one? As you are experiencing now, there are earthquakes, storms, and other unfortunate surprises from Mother Nature that have impacts on your society and future history. That is one reason I won't go into detail. However, don't worry too much about major portions of coastline slipping underwater. March 5, 2001, 2:02 a.m. After he offered to take people back with him, do most of you believe John is sincere in everything he says? Would you do me a favor and point out exactly where I made that offer? I do recall a few people asking what it would be like, but I don't believe I ever offered to take people back. March 5, 2001, 11:23 a.m. What music do 20-year-olds listen to? People listen to all types of music. A great deal of it is available over the web. I would also add that people spend much more time making their own music. What's the future of cloning? Cloning full people has been determined to be medically and ethically unsound. We do have research and progress in cloning body parts and creating more viable sperm and egg production. Any more on Bill Gates? Not really. Just curious, why does he have such interest? Do people wear chips yet? No. People value their personal independence and ability to take care of themselves. Are you a marked man? Not that I'm aware of. I would still like to know what population makes a city big. Cities become targets because of their military and economic value. Any large area supported by a civil infrastructure is likely to be on that list. Your time sounds grim. Are you tempted to finish your mission and then retire in the 1970s? Not at all. I'm anxious to get home. What did you think about those commercials? I think those commercials capitalize on other people's misery and misfortune in an attempt to sell a product. I can understand coming up with an idea but what confuses me is how does it get past that stage? How do people sit in a room around a large conference table and agree that leaving a critically injured person lying in the snow is funny and will sell cell phones? March 5, 2001, 12:24 p.m. Although your post wasn't truly an invitation to join you when you travel back, I can see how it could have been taken that way. I'm sure many things by many people are taken in many ways. I find this an interesting point because I think it's important to have implied agreements on words and meanings before you can talk with another person. If it wasn't an invitation, by your own acknowledgement, am I responsible for what people think? If I am, how would you propose that I double-check that? Are there really that many people out there upset about this? I'm still waiting for that public apology. I publicly apologize for confusing anyone who is packing their old bell-bottoms and shells for a trip back to 1975. Just curious, can you think of anything I could do to prove to you that I'm not a time traveler? March 5, 2001, 2:50 p.m. Is reverse speech used in the future? I'm not very familiar with reverse speech, but what I saw on the web leads me to conclude it's a bit objective. I'm not sure if it's been proven scientifically to be very accurate. Are you aware of any research that shows that? What about earthquakes in California or Nevada? No, I can't. Besides, I see others predicting earthquakes and very few people pay any attention to them. Thanks for starting this topic and sharing your time with us. We are really enjoying it. I appreciate that a great deal. Your future will be fine. Warping time and space takes lots of energy. Yes, it does. A nuclear aircraft carrier and a space shuttle main engine also take a great deal of energy. Hawking believes it's possible to build a time machine, but a mysterious energy will destroy it if anyone tries to use it. In my opinion, manipulating gravity is not the hard part of time travel. Also, with great power comes great responsibility. If man has a limitation, that's it. What if something happens to your device and you couldn't leave? Would you do anything different? No, I wouldn't do anything different if my machine broke. I would still be a stranger and a guest here. My opinions and announcements would also be the same as anyone else's. I may, however, offer advice to my younger self. I still have some questions you have not responded to. If I missed something, feel free to bring it up again. Why aren't you traveling and telling us about your trip to the pyramids? Yes, that would be fascinating, but the unit I have is unable to go back that far accurately. Instead of talking about specifics, you should be bored from your awareness to them. Not at all. I find the subject fascinating. There are two real issues I hope people think about when I'm gone. 1. How will you react when another time traveler shows up? And 2. How are we going to handle the responsibility of time travel when it's invented? Are the Great Pyramids standing in 2036? Yes, although one of them was severely damaged. If you wish to experience society as it was, admitting yourself to be a time traveler is counterproductive. Yes, if I was here for that purpose and if you believed me, I suppose that would be an issue. How's communication around the world in 2036? Do we still have literature widely available? Yes, books and other literature are available, but most of the distribution is via the net. What's the latest book you've read that you were only able to hear about in your own time? The latest book I read was the autobiography of the Red Baron, compiled from letters to his mother. Yes, I was aware of it in my own time, but finding an original copy there was almost impossible. Is new literature also so available? Yes. Is the English language segmenting? Is tourism still strong and thriving in 2036? I would say the English language is pretty much the same as it is now. There are differences in slang and figures of speech, but it's nothing you couldn't pick up. Yes, I suppose we do have tourism. Can you tell me when the police stop busting people for weed? It happens about the same time they stop coming to your house when you dial 911. Do they start pushing for legalization earlier than the war? It's not really an issue of the government letting you do something. It's more like they have other things to worry about. Don't you feel you're capable of taking care of yourself? If you want to take mood-altering drugs, why should my opinion stop you from that? They don't stop you from taking alcohol, tobacco or fast food. In any case, it also lets Darwin take over. One of the reasons drug abuse isn't a major problem in 2036 is because no one wants to die from it and everyone else who did is dead. March 7, 2001, 4:48 p.m. In the 18th century, a pantomime clown was known as John Trot, Clodpole and Clodpate. Unfortunately, I'm not that well read, but it does look like an interesting story and I will be sure to pick it up if it sparks a connection between it and me. Madam, I'm Adam, that's the only one I know. March 8, 2001, 3:39 a.m. I believe I have exposed John with the anagram in his name. I find this interesting because it gives me a very tempting easy out. I could now rest assured that someone had figured me out and I can relax before I leave. However, I am not other forum member and this name and TTO are the only names I've used online. After looking at my name here, have you considered its origin from another wordplay standpoint? For example, Titor could equal time traveler. After looking at your name, forum member name, I can pull out Meet Me Tar Baby, which I'm assuming is a reference to the Song of the South. In that case, are you telling us in a secret way that you are trying to distract us by fooling us in the Briar Patch? I would not insult your collective intelligence by leaving a hook out there for you to discover while I was making sport of you. Whether I'm a time traveler or not, I think we've spoken about many important things I would not want to diminish. The 8th of March 2001, 11:23. The fact that he said he could not complete a zero-divergent trip meant that he could not return to his timeline and a mission into the past to help his people is logically flawed. I thought we went over that to your satisfaction. Doesn't everyone know after looking at a Penrose for a car singularity that you have to travel faster than light to get to the exact same world line? I can see you're not amused that we would be confused as the same person. I did find it flattering. I think you find some of the physics questions we're dealing with on other sites quite interesting, perhaps even convincing. The 8th of March 2001, 17:37. Your argument was not sufficient. You suggested that an alternate you may return to your world line. It just does not seem logical. As you are aware, approaching a rotating singularity can be done quite easily without experiencing the negative side effects of a massive gravitational field, and it's very possible to pass through the center of the ring. Besides, if you did need a naked singularity, all you would have to do is increase the rotation or electric charge so the inner event horizon equals the diameter of the outer event horizon. I realized my posts here have become tiresome and my story is old, so if I don't post it's not because I don't enjoy the physics debate. If you're interested, I will be posting more pages from the manual and a cutaway drawing of the distortion unit. March 9, 2001, 7:11 a.m. Greetings everyone. I do plan to get to the questions soon. I have been quite busy lately, so I apologize for being a bit slow. In my travels over your web, I came across this section of a speculative news article. I would urge you all to take a good hard look at this idea and consider the possibility that it is true. And no, I did not make this up, nor am I trying to tell you something in a left-handed way. March 9, 2001, 8:53 a.m. Forum member name mentioned a few posts ago that he thought possibly the other forum member name persona might be a sophisticated dialogue construct of our time traveler for self-dialogue. Had you considered the possibility that other forum member name is the one who made me up? Dear fellow time travelers, in about 30 days, I will be leaving this world line to return home to 2036. I first want to say thank you for the wonderful conversation and insight into your society. I have learned a great deal and my opinion on quite a few things has changed dramatically. I will finish the questions that have been posted on this site up to this date. Unfortunately, I must now spend my spare time preparing to leave and I will not be on the computer very much. I do however want to repeat my offer and add a slight twist. After going over my flight plan home, I have discovered my VGL holdover period is a bit longer than I expected. I will be spending at least 3 weeks in April of 1998 as I make my way back to 1975. Therefore, I not only offer you the chance to leave a message to yourself in 2036, but I offer you the chance to leave yourself a message in 1998. I will take any compiled messages and email addresses you provide and send them on the net when I get to 1998. Granted, this will not affect you on your world line now, but you may take some comfort that another you on another world line has the advantage of knowing something you wish you knew 3 years ago. Based on the earlier questions I've seen, I've decided the day-to-day record of the Dow a day in advance should convince you that the messages are real in 1998. In addition, I am hopeful a series of photocopies and photographs will be available for you that may give you more insight into the technology of the distortion unit. I will let you know the address of the site when it is available. I also plan to have my parents videotape my departure. If they succeed, it will also be posted after I leave. I look forward to these last few weeks with my family and I will check in periodically to check the site. Live in Peace 2001. John. The 10th of March 2001, 22:35. Dear fellow time travelers, in about 30 days, I will be leaving this world line to return home to 2036. I first want to say thank you for the wonderful conversation and insight into your society. I have learned a great deal and my opinion on quite a few things has changed dramatically. I will finish the questions that have been posted on this site up to this date. Unfortunately, I must now spend my spare time preparing to leave and I will not be on the computer very much. I do however want to repeat my offer and add a slight twist. After going over my flight plan home, I have discovered my VGL holdover period is a bit longer than I expected. I will be spending at least 3 weeks in April of 1998 as I make my way back to 1975. Therefore, I not only offer you the chance to leave a message to yourself in 2036, but I offer you the chance to leave yourself a message in 1998. I will take any compiled messages and email addresses you provide and send them on the net when I get to 1998. Granted, this will not affect you on your world line now, but you may take some comfort that another you on another world line has the advantage of knowing something you wish you knew 3 years ago. Based on the earlier questions I've seen, I've decided the day-to-day record of the Dow a day in advance should convince you that the messages are real in 1998. In addition, I am hopeful a series of photocopies and photographs will be available for you that may give you more insight into the technology of the distortion unit. I will let you know the address of the site when it is available. I also plan to have my parents videotape my departure. If they succeed, it will also be posted after I leave. I look forward to these last few weeks with my family and I will check in periodically to check the site. Live in Peace 2001. March 13, 2001, 4:10 a.m. I'm going to try and get to the remaining questions today. Forum member name has been collecting the email and forwarding them to another address. In respect for your privacy, I am not reading them. I am only planning to forward them. March 13, 2001, 8:41 a.m. Bodies under acceleration lose their initial constant velocity world line reference with respect to each other. The twins paradox. I'm not sure that's accurate. Twin paradox time travel only suspends your perspective on a local level as the world around you goes on. You do not change world lines. Given that you have a 2.5% divergence from your world line and the microsingularities are subject to the same divergence, how do you keep them in phase? Good thinking, but that's not exactly the way they work, and divergence is not cumulative. Does the divergence extend into n dimensions? Is the 2.5% the total error, or is each dimension subject to the 2.5% divergence individually? Yes, that's a little closer. You should perhaps change the n to and x to avoid string theory confusion. The machine with the energy to do it will come online very soon. The method for doing it has already been mostly perfected in the Z machine at the National Lab in New Mexico. I believe that it would theoretically take the total energy output of the Sun to form one microsingularity, let alone two. Not that much. I haven't seen an answer to my issue concerning moral turpitude through action or inaction. Did I miss it? If I missed something, please repeat it. But let me ask you one simple question. Instead of sitting at your computer, why not present yourself to the government? Please take a look at the front cover of this month's Technology magazine, because it's a great example of your legacy to 2036 after the war. One side of the cover, it describes in great detail how your government is ready spying on you. On the other side, and just as important, it tells you how to install a hot tub. The reason time travelers do not reveal themselves is because your society scares the hell out of us. We do not want to end up in a cement room on a permanent supply of sodium prenatal as men with lab coats poke at our machine with a screwdriver. Would not the computer from 1975 be bigger than the time machine used to haul it back to 2036? Not at all. The 5100 series will fit on a tabletop. Are people using reverse speech? Not that I'm aware of. Waco with criminal violations of the law either directly or impliedly, as is done in this video, simply doesn't accord with the real facts. A large point of contention seems to be the flashes of light that appear to be gunfire that were recorded from the aircraft flying over the compound. The FBI has stated that these flashes were sunlight reflections. I find that rather interesting, since the camera was not a visible light camera, it was a thermal camera. If the federal forces learned anything from Waco, it was to install more reliable suppressors on their automatic weapons and don't use flash grenades that leave shell casings after the fire. Where did you attend high school and what year did you graduate? No, I did not have a high school experience. What college did you attend? What year did you graduate? I was educated at the University of Florida. I entered a military-sponsored program in 2029 and graduated between 2033-34. No, it was not very similar. If you fell in love with someone here and took her with you in your time machine, wouldn't that act upset both of our world lines? No, it would not disrupt anyone's world lines. Have you had a chance to watch a movie here that you had already seen in your 2036 world line? Did they have the same endings? Interesting question. If I watch enough of them, I should see a difference somewhere, but I haven't seen one yet. March 13, 2001, 8:46 a.m. Where is the mass coming from to form your singularities? E = mc² can be solved for mass 2. This appeared to be the same question from the other site, so I just copied my old response. You stated that your society is not involved in space travel. He's also stated that the temperature in and around his device while in use is approximately 100 degrees. I'm not sure I understand the connection between no space travel and the temperature around the device. The singularities are not unstable, therefore, uncontrolled evaporation is not possible. In addition, there is no extemporaneous matter near the singularity that would cause it to give off radiation or heat. Maybe, in order to make a singularity, you've taken a slice of the Earth about 1.2 miles wide and compressed it into a singularity. A singularity about the size of an electron would only require the mass of a large mountain. The singularities inside the C204 are much smaller than that. And no, I didn't make them. then must be gobbling up the Earth to make their singularities. You know, E equals mc squared can be written to solve for mass 2. March 14, 2001, 2:05 a.m. John Titor, would you consider videotaping your departure? What would we expect to see from the outside perspective? Earlier in the thread I had said I would be willing to videotape my departure. There are a few technical and logistical problems, but I do plan to have it done. I.e., the videotape recording has static and interference if it's too close to the unit. At this point, the videotape would be for pure entertainment value. It won't prove one way or another if I'm a time traveler, but I feel you deserve just a tad of bread and circuses. When I approached my grandfather in 1975, it took me quite a while to convince him I was who I said I was. He said something I've never forgotten, and I've heard some of you allude to it also. After looking at the unit, he turned to me and said, "Either you've escaped from an insane asylum or you're a time traveler." As the weeks went on, it occurred to me that both were just as threatening and dangerous to him, and I'm not sure he ever decided which one was worse. Based on my own experiences on the web and a few comments some of you have made, I suspect art is growing weary of people claiming to be time travelers for the same reason. As we have discussed, there is really no way to prove it, and I would imagine art is tired of putting himself at risk by entertaining the idea. He does have a responsibility to his listeners, and I respect that. I suppose it goes back to the old question you've all asked yourselves. What is proof of time travel? March 14, 2001, 9:23 a.m. Why is it not okay to give us information about our near future, but it is okay to take back emails and modify another world line? I'm not saying anything in your messages. You are. Are you suggesting I edit your emails? Are you unable to weigh the consequences of your opportunity, and I am now responsible for what you might say to yourself? Now that you have the chance to put your own morals to the test, do you feel you're incapable of living up to your own standards? Is it wrong to say one thing and not something else? If you feel you should tell yourself to buy a certain stock, then I suppose you are willing to take the risk that your advice doesn't prove wrong in the next few days. Whatever I might do, I would consider the fact that someday you will have to address this question again as an entire society. Why would I offer to make the video if I thought it would expose me? If it makes you feel better, I doubt it will change your mind anyway, but it will give you something to talk about when I'm gone. I think that's the greatest gift I could give you. March 14, 2001, 11:20 a.m. I know you don't understand me, which is sad. Perhaps you're just having a hard time making yourself clear? I will admit you are a little out of my ballpark, but I do understand what you are referring to. It's Hawking radiation you can't overcome. Yes, that is true. If you firmly believe that Hawking radiation cannot be controlled or goes on even without the presence of virtual particles forever until the singularity explodes, then you are correct. A simple E equals mc2 isn't the answer. You asked where the mass comes from. I simply pointed out that mass and energy are interchangeable in the same equation. One of my Stanford pals tells me there is a running gag about the chances of VW Beetle spontaneously appearing inside the accelerator. It could only come from the transfer of energy to mass. You have to form the singularity for your machine to work, and that takes mass. That is incorrect. The faulty part of your description for your device involves Hawking radiation. It's not the size of the singularity that matters, it's the mass involved that determines the temperature of the radiation. You seem to be quite upset, and I understand your argument. I do, however, think it is important to gather the facts and probabilities before expelling emotional energy on them. Please keep in mind that I have not shared all the technical details of the machine with you, so an easy out would be for me to just make something up. However, and as I'm sure you are aware, Stephen Hawking admits that his own equations support the possibility that microsingularities may not totally disappear as they evaporate in a sea of virtual particles, and in fact may leave behind a very stable naked singularity. I'm sure you can look that up. I suppose the difficult part is believing that we've taken advantage of it, not that it's impossible. March 15, 2001, 1:17 p.m. I realized that you haven't given all of the technical details of the device. Actually, I'm hoping the cutaway drawing from the manual will be available to you very soon. If the device exists, the details aren't yours to give in any case. So let me get this straight, John, please prove you're a time traveler but don't show us any copyrighted material. The details that you have posted publicly may actually be in violation of copyright and patent law. No, I am not breaking any of my laws, but I suppose that's something else you and your world line will have to deal with when time travel comes. The reason that I ask this question is that we don't know that GE isn't working on this device as we speak. They might be now. You see a time machine. I see a weapons system. Yes, I suppose that is one thing you could do with it. I could also cut my hand off with a power saw or heat up a crowd of people with a microwave. However, I believe Teller already came up with an X-ray laser that destroys itself after going off. X-rays will be emitted if matter is pumped into the device. Actually, I thought we were focusing on the degree of radiation and temperature. I don't believe I ever said it didn't give off radiation. Yes, the device does give off X-rays. The drawing indicates in detail number 5, X-ray venting zone. It details X-rays being focused and vented directionally. It has applications as a weapons system. As you said, it's interesting that I see a time machine and you see a weapon. Maybe it's a sign of the times. However, it is a good point. If the Chinese or Russians thought you had one of these, what do you think they would do? Again, maybe you should ask yourself if you're sure you want me to prove I'm a time traveler. Maybe that's what makes a time traveler evil, in that he would be willing to share everything with you. If John's device is real, it belongs to another world altogether, another GE, therefore it would violate no known copyright laws. Any government document cannot be copyrighted. I could also argue that the manual could be from a future where it has become public domain, but then again, it would mean proving I am a time traveler. March 16, 2001, 7:09 a.m. To my knowledge, there are no other sites where these pictures can be seen and is stable. A few of them have not been posted before. I suspect they will generate more questions which I will try to address. March 16, 2001, 3:14 p.m. Government documents actually are copyrighted. Here's one example. My fault. It's federal documents. March 17, 2001, 3:55 a.m. Heavier-than-air aircraft flight happened in 1903. You said 1910. It's only the most important date in the history of aviation and flight other than 1969. I suppose it's impossible to defend every possible combination of what people want to see. I don't believe I said anything about the date for the first flight. All I did was pick a moment in history. March 17, 2001, 5:28 p.m. Where mass is accelerated to light speed and forms a singularity doesn't exist. I can't find where I said that. Could you point that for me? The speed of light squared is a constant number used to represent the variation between energy and mass. It does not imply that acceleration is required to change or represent the other. March 18, 2001, 1:01 a.m. The acceleration to light speed is implied in your reference to virtual mass. Virtual particles travel at light speed. I tried to give you an out there, but you insisted that the mass was virtual. The word implied is not a very stable platform to come up with a profile for my parents' education, but I applaud your attempt. Well, at least we aren't seeing any more thermal and mass stabs in the dark. Interesting profile, but you couldn't slide me just 10 more points on the IQ? Are you suggesting that in all cases there must be an acceleration component in the conversion of energy to mass or mass to energy? March 18, 2001, 4:27 p.m. John's use of the English is very baby boomer. I actually worked quite hard on that. It appears the physics questions have come to a halt, but at least you're not insulting about my mother anymore. Thanks. There is nothing in his use of the English language that is atypical of someone born between 1945–1975. Perhaps you could raise your confidence level to 100% by going from 30 to say, 100 years, maybe 1930, 2030? The tools you use to have that much faith in my profile must be pretty good. I'm interested in what you compared me with. How exactly does a person born in 1998 who traveled across world lines from 2036 use the English language? The 17th of March 2001, 11:26. The pictures I promised. March 24, 2001, 3:53 p.m. I will be leaving this world line shortly, and this will be my final post. There are only a handful of people who will know exactly when I will be leaving, and I'm sure they will let you know when I'm gone. In the last few days I have found your choice of topics quite interesting, and from an objective viewpoint I think it collectively answers one of your own questions. If time travel is real, where are all the time travelers? In the past, I have stated that quite frankly, you all scare the hell out of me, and I'm sure other temporal drivers would feel the same. But now I have an expanded explanation with 2 examples. A while ago, on one of the posts, I related an experience I had with my parents while we were driving down a highway. Every now and then, we would pass someone who was in obvious distress with their vehicle. I was amazed that so many people could pass them by without stopping to help. Their explanation was fear. The risk of helping someone was too great, and with today's technology, they probably had a cell phone anyway. If they didn't, the walk to a gas station would be good for them and teach them a lesson for running out of gas. The other example is the plight of the homeless. When you pass them as individuals on the street, I see the way people selectively choose an alternate path to avoid them. Those 2 examples best define why time travelers do not show themselves. In trying to help you, we put ourselves at great risk, and there's really no point to it. We know the nature of time dictates that traveling between exact world lines is impossible. Therefore, the only results we will see will be the ones we stay to see. Since world lines, outcomes and events are infinite, we have better things to do. When I arrive in the new 1998 world line on my way home, I could easily start all of this again and continue to go through the same conversations with all of the same people. However, I already know you won't pay any attention or believe me because we've already been through it on this world line. Besides, I think the walk to the gas station will do you some good. The following are the last questions I saw before my going home post. I apologize for not being able to get to all of them. Do most of the people of that time die, especially ones that currently have health problems? Yes, and people are still dying, and a great deal of them are passing from CJD. As I said, with my very first few posts almost 6 months ago, I want to emphasize how devastating this will be. I believe 2 people are confirmed dead in Colorado from CDJ from surgical instruments. A. The power of cheese. Milk does a body good, and beef is what's for dinner. Me, no, I have not tried any fast food. Thinking about where the food came from, how it was shipped and treated absolutely terrifies me. I have tried to tell people about CJD disease, and it seems to be catching on in Europe. Me, do not eat or use products from any animal that is fed and eats parts of its own dead. Me, the mad cow story here is yet to begin. Is it possible that sometime in your future that time travel will be commonplace? Yes, that is absolutely possible and eventual. Have any of the scientists of your time discovered any new planets, possibly ones with life? Not that I'm aware of. Has the bandwidth of the internet increased greatly? Yes. One last question, how did Texas fare during the war? Texas is still there, but Spanish was a lot more popular. How does time travel affect future exploration of the universe? There is a great deal of debate about trying to use a distortion unit to travel to the moon. The experiment would require very precise calculations that would allow the VGL system to find a theoretical path to the moon on a different world line. The only problem is there is no way to communicate with anyone if the experiment should succeed. In other words, it's possible to do it, but only the people on the receiving end could take advantage of it. My oldest son wanted me to ask if you have any siblings. No, I am an only child. Are you still planning on broadcasting your departure over the internet? My father will be videotaping the departure. My primary concern is the anonymity of my family. In addition, my departure will be in a somewhat public place and I do not want to draw additional attention to myself. Is there still sporting event in 2036? Yes, we still play basketball, but I am not a fan and can't comment on its organization. You say that you wear a flight suit and that you experience 2Gs for 6-8 hours. How is it possible to withstand that kind of G-force for such a long period without the use of an anti-G suit? The average human can take 2Gs without too much difficulty. Blackout occurs at about 8 or 9 Gs and redout occurs at -3 Gs. I know you must be physically trained for space travel, but you should also have the benefit of equipment to help you out. We are encouraged to stay physically fit. In an effort to address forum member name comments, and in all fairness, the following posts are out of context and not in order. If I'm not a real-time traveler, I would suggest that Emmett is at a disadvantage on his tactics to expose me. If I present a picture of a sea monster to you and I claim it's real, you are forced to argue its validity on the basis of the evidence that I present or create. Under these circumstances, you can't win. If you look at the picture and argue that sea monsters should have more teeth or their incisors are not in proportion to the amount of fish they eat, it's easy to ask you how you know so much about sea monsters if they don't exist. Granted, you could point to dinosaur skeletons and make comparisons. But I can still say, it's not a dinosaur, it's a sea monster. In fact, I could even whip up some tooth marks on a piece of petrified wood and prove to you don't know anything about sea monsters. I realize that you haven't given all of the technical details of the device, but your device, as described, simply won't work. If you don't have all the details, how do you know it doesn't work? Honestly, I'm not upset about any of this, and the only emotion involved for me is joy. This is fun. It really is. Joy? Forum member name drew the following assumptions from our conversation, and I don't believe I said any of them. The universe that you described, that is, one where mass is accelerated to light speed and forms a singularity, doesn't exist. As you accelerated to light speed in your machine, you and your machine formed a black hole. From your perspective, as you accelerated to light speed, every other object in the universe formed a black hole due to your relative velocities. Take a close look at the technical drawing, very poor quality CAD for a $1 billion project. $1 billion? How do you know it's a CAD drawing? If you have contact with Boomer, please attempt to verify the elapsed time for his trip from 2036 to 1975. I need that data for a calculation. The first leg takes me to 1998. I think I said that quite a few times. He also said that the mass of the singularities is that of a small mountain. If that were true, the unit could not be moved. I only referenced the mass of a small mountain in one of our physics conversations. In fact, I believe I said the mass for the singularities in the distortion unit was much smaller. The last time I checked, I didn't see an on-off switch for a black hole. Me neither. I don't believe I said you could turn it on or off. At 2G acceleration, you will be traveling just a tad faster than a Chevy pickup in short order. This is the one that really disappoints me. Even you should know that Einstein's thought experiment in the isolated elevator was based on the idea that the effects of acceleration and gravity are the same. I never said acceleration had anything to do with how the unit operates. Does it really make sense that his handlers would authorize a personal vacation with their $1 billion machine? I'm looking at my orders and I don't see the word vacation on it anywhere. You had my hopes up for a moment. Interesting how quickly $1 zillion has become a fact now. The answer to the question, how does a person born in 1998 use the language, is, who knows? I agree. How would you know? The two yellow caution tapes on the device are misaligned. Sloppy workmanship. I'll have to point that out to my handlers when I get back. I suppose that if you were interested in verification of Boomer's science that you could go right to the source, Dr. Frank Titor. He's a very pleasant gentleman. I highly recommend his book, The Physics of Immortality. I believe I made reference to this earlier. What would prevent us, the enemy state, from returning the machine to 2036 with a suitcase nuclear device? This is the second time I've seen a reference to the unit as a weapon. I would submit that the people of this world line have nothing to fear from me. What would you do with the unit? In your opinion, what is the smallest mass that can form a singularity? Even Hawking suggested primordial singularities were created at the Big Bang. Were there planets, or half-planets, around to form them then? Based on your ability to draw conclusions about someone's profile from their typed words, I find it hard to believe you would make such errors in the syntax and meaning of the exact same words. Unfortunately, you have now maneuvered yourself into a position where I have the last word and our debate has come to an end. Boomer isn't a bad name and I sort of like it. Thanks. If there were an infinite number of realities, then there would necessarily arise a reality that somehow causes there to be no other realities. Yes. Excellent insight. I would have enjoyed a conversation on this. I also want to thank forum member Name for helping me with the email and everyone else who asked intelligent and insightful questions. I have learned a great deal. No, I do not have a secret agenda, but I have been paying a great deal of attention to your world line. My interaction with you was not a direct mission parameter, but it was a secondary mission protocol based on standing orders given to all temporal drivers. That secondary objective is basically to gather as much information about a world line based on a set of observable variables when we first arrived. Your world line met those conditions. What amazes me is why no one here wonders why Y2K didn't hit them at all. Bring the gas can with you when the car dies on the side of the road. Farewell. John.